It's been on mute. Let's launch the show. I need to look at the comments. If I looked at the comments, I would have saw that a while ago. But I assure you, it was a brilliant soliloquy about how we need to build the world that we want around us. How, yes, I know that when you dig through the news every day, you're going to find a lot of bad stories. And the point of that is to say, in the world I wish to build, I don't want this anymore. I don't want violence like this. And when you find a problem, well, okay, a violent act occurred. What occurred? Well, there's people out there that are continuing to let bad people out to keep harming more and more people. There's people who are opening up the floodgates and letting anybody ransack your home and harm the people inside and steal everything not nailed down. That's not a society. That's madness. So in my delivering you these stories, it's not meant to dwell on the negative. It's to point out the world once we eradicate these ongoing problems. That's the gist of what I was getting at. We finally have sound. We are not lip readers. I know. I needed to check the comments, but I was focused. I was trying to say something. Oh, I said plenty. Could you hear any of it? All right. Well, I'm back. Thank you. Marion Trash Panda, Lake Leon, Droopy Dog, Danette, Kenneth. Good day, Patriots indeed. There you go. T-. Is that worse than an F-? All right. I'm glad you all had a blast with my muted with my muted line. But I want to build a different universe. I want to build a different reality. And we have to talk about the stuff that's dividing us. There's so much fake division. Oh my gosh. The wing of the White House. Whatever shall we do? Whatever shall we do is go into your congressional meeting, vote for the continuing resolution like an adult, and then negotiate. Well, no, it's the only negotiating moment that we have. We have power over them. 24 days. We've shut the government down. You were removed from office. You were fired because we don't like what you're up to. Work with the new team who is in charge, pay your current bills, and try to figure out a path forward. Adapt your plan. Nobody likes it. 19% approval rating I keep going back to. What are you referencing? I don't know. I heard it somewhere, and that feels about right. 1 in 5 people, yay, go Democrat Party. 1 in 5? That seems very high to me, but still. This fake outrage, it's constantly fake outrage to get Trump. Got to get Trump. Got to get Trump. Got to take out Trump. Got to stop this administration. Got to resist everything that they're doing. What is it that, what are the biggest problems? What are the biggest problems? Set those 2 issues right there, and let's talk about the other 98 things. It's common sense that is happening right now. It's common sense policies that are being enacted. You know, it's dereliction of duty / treason, what the Democrats have been up to for 15 years, better part of 2 decades. That's not the direction we're headed. And shame on you for trying to do that. Shame on you for seizing this government and weaponizing it against the rest of us the way that you did. And you did so many illegal things in the process. So when we rebuild this, that'll be interesting, by the way. I saw a clip from Steve Bannon talking about Trump's 3rd term. He's convinced, at least according to this clip. I want to watch the full clip and get the full context. What type of country are we going to build moving forward? Are we going to be more like Viktor Orban? Or are we going to be more like Keir Starmer? Pray for the UK. I have no qualms about our American Revolution, and I had people involved in that in my family line. But what's happening to the people of England right now is atrocious. What's happening to the people of Nigeria right now is atrocious. Middle East, Gaza, Israel is atrocious. Russia, Ukraine is atrocious. We got to come up with a better way to handle our conflicts. We have to find a better way to stop the thieves from taking everything not nailed down. We have to find a better way to encourage our cultures, our societies to thrive and to protect our civil liberties. And every day, Ronald Reagan talked about freedom not being a birthright that's passed down in your blood. It's something that every generation has to get involved. You got to get in the ring. Was it Theodore Roosevelt, the man in the arena? Was that Theodore Roosevelt? I've quoted this before, but I'll quote it today because it's good and I don't have it committed to memory. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls, who neither know victory nor defeat. Theodore Roosevelt, excerpt from his speech, Citizenship in a Republic, delivered at the Sorbonne, Paris, April 23rd, 1910. The Man in the Arena passage celebrates courage, perseverance, and the willingness to act despite the risk of failure, far above the safety of mere criticism. So nobody's perfect, including Restream, that keeps changing this design element. See, I want it like that, and I've never changed it off that, and when I launch my show, it keeps reverting back to something I don't want. It does this. And then you have text on top of text, and it hurts my head. I shouldn't have to keep repeating myself. Once I set something in motion, it should stay that way. Very frustrating. In fact, I was talking with Mike Barra yesterday, and he said he had several problems with Restream, so he left Restream and went to StreamYard. Where's it at? I was going to pull up a graphic. Yes, get better, Izzy. Izzy not feeling so well right now. So he was out yesterday, but we did our show, Strictly Football, Mike Bear, Jim Mitchell, and myself. Check it out. It's on our Rumble app. It's on all the things, all the places. YouTube and Rumble. Great places to find it. Yeah, I brought that up because Mike was saying he had problems with Restream and he switched over. Yeah, I was also thinking about inviting Mike on for an episode of the Agree to Disagree show. I've never really delved into his, he's out doing lectures. I think he'll be in Pahrump at an alien convention. He's in New York. He's in Texas. He's doing all these things all over the place. And I'm very curious to get some feedback on that air quote comet, the 3I. Sure it is. What's it called? Let me look it up. Latest on the approaching comet. But yeah, check out the show, Strictly Football. What's it called? Oh yeah, Comet 3I Atlas. The third confirmed interstellar object, discovered July 2025. Manhattan-sized, currently 42 million miles from the sun. Perihelion in late October. Inside Mars orbit, closest to Earth, December 19, too distant for easy viewing. But yeah, check out our football show. We look back at last week and look forward at the next week. Very interesting show about gambling because this Chauncey Billups story is huge. This isn't one guy. This is going to go everywhere. You peel this back, the thread is connected to all of it. It might go back to Michael Jordan. I mean, if it can go back to Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson, surely it could go to Michael Jordan, who retired, air quote, in the 90s. Remember when he did that? There's theories on that. I don't know if you think he had an actual retirement or if he had a if the league sat him down for a minute for his own good. But yeah, there's so much corruption, and it's why you're really supposed to avoid these situations and these people. I had the blessing to go speak to my former high school football program this year. And I told him about the rule of threes, the rule of stupid. Don't go stupid places with stupid people doing stupid things. Avoid that. Don't go stupid places with stupid people doing stupid things. I had the blessing to go speak. So much like how Big Pharma has been controlling the news and essentially limiting the news agency's abilities to report accurately on Big Pharma. Pinkies up, everybody. Cheers. The sports world has been infiltrated with all the gambling apps. And I like playing fantasy football, but it's kind of got me rethinking all of it. A little bit rethinking it. And luckily, I haven't done a lot of gambling in my life. But this NBA story, this goes to every sport. This goes to every level. There was just a college football referee, I believe, that was banned. He was the one that was involved with the rigging of the Ohio State game against Clemson. 2019, 2020, maybe. It's a story much bigger than sports. It's a story about deep-seated corruption, and it's about what happens when, there's a phrase, if you hang out at the barbershop long enough, eventually you're going to get a haircut. It means a lot of things. That's meant different things to me in my life at different moments. Because literally, I did get a free $200 haircut in Chicago once. Because I walked in, inquired about the cost of a haircut. I said, oh, okay, no, that's fine. I'm here visiting. I don't have much money at all. Like I would have $20. I was just looking for a haircut. I don't know. They're like, come in, we'll take care of you. I'm like, no. I don't have $200 for $300, whatever it was for a haircut. They're like, I'm not doing anything else. I'll do this for you. Let's go. I'm like, all right. But it also means if you swim with the sharks, you're going to get bit. You don't want to be around these gamblers, these traffickers, these merchants of suffering. They bleed you like leeches. They get you on something. It's Epstein. They get you on camera. You did something people don't want you to know about. Yeah, $200, dang. But it was it was like on, what's that fancy street in Chicago called? Was it called the Miracle Mile? There's a name of the street. Let's see if Grok knows. Magnificent Mile? Yeah, North Michigan Avenue. That feels about right. So anyway, yeah, shopping, 460 stores, landmarks, dining and hotels and events. Magnificent Mile. It was like some fancy salon. The lady was awesome. I was like, no, I'm just here with my band. We're considering moving here. And I was just looking around and I'm getting scruffy. Like, I gotcha. I'm like, don't you dare give me a bill for $200 at the end of this. But anyway, this NBA story is going to have legs. And they're using X-ray cards to cheat in poker. And then when they get you a couple $100,000 in debt playing poker, it's literally the mob. It's the mafia. It's a bunch of leeches and vultures and gangsters and traffickers and like really dangerous people that prey upon humans. They leech upon. I want a percentage of everything you're doing forever. Now I did something for you. Now you do something for me. Never really understood this glorification of the mob or the mafia or the cartels. It's like, it's feasting upon exploitation. If you want to get good at something and be successful, get good at something and be successful, please. That sounds great to me. But this other stuff, that doesn't sound great to me. Sounds like feeding on misery of humanity. And that's why the Hunter Biden story mattered. And that's why Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Clinton, Obama, all these people that were running a RICO many years. And Stephen A. Smith's reaction to this was very strange, calling out Trump. So I'm wondering if the same RICO case they're going to drag out through all the sports and take down ESPN is going to go to the Democrat Party for the grand conspiracy of taking out Trump. Because Stephen A's reaction to this story to like try to blame Trump for something didn't make any sense. But now as I'm talking this out, one, either Stephen A. Smith is like neck deep in something he's not allowed to be, or maybe we're kind of seeing the blueprint of the grand conspiracy mixed in with the RICO sports conspiracy. But the fake division over outrage over a ballroom, yes, you have a 6-decade-long successful mega builder working for free as president who wants to create an asset for the country to have $300 million from private donors, from the lawsuits of the blowback, if you will, from all of the organizations that were censoring President Trump, that were trying to destroy his life because they didn't agree with him politically, violating his civil liberties. The fake outrage and division, I'm over it. The Democrats are going to scream bloody murder about my wing of the White House, my wing. Oh, my precious wing. Oh, I can't believe he's doing so. Oh, they're literally taking a wrecking ball to it like he's taking a wrecking ball to our Constitution, I tells you. It's the dumbest shit you've ever heard. Have you ever tried renovating an old house where like you're limited by, you're boxed in? You have HVAC running some places, you have electrical lines running other places. You have load bearing. To add a facility, a state-of-the-art facility for hosting dignitaries and holding events to try to conduct international business. It's exactly what you would want. You know, part of the problem with America has been, for example, go to Boston. You can go to Los Angeles too, but there are roads that make no sense that just kind of go up right by the Green Dragon Tavern where they met to dump the tea into the Boston Harbor and say, you're not stealing money from us. Stop it. No. We're not your property. You're not gonna grab any more money from us. We're sick of this. And they pushed back. They said, don't tread on me. But those cities, they kind of grew up where they were, and buildings were built, and then infrastructure was laid, and it just is what it is. And that's what you're doing when you're renovating an existing structure versus you're going to add a wing. You're going to add a big, beautiful ballroom. I love the triple alliterative. I love the triple alliterative scoring, by the way. And the Democrats are going to try to rally the troops and make people hate the president because of that. Meanwhile, Tulsi Gabbard's giving us updates. Kash Patel's giving us updates. There's lots of things going on. Good things going on. So if you want to take Epstein and training Qatari fighters on American soil and the cartel boats take 3, 4, 5 issues, important things, set them here. Look at the other 95. How are we doing on these 95 common sense things? I'm sorry, building a big, beautiful ballroom doesn't crack the top 100 things that I should be caring about, that you should be caring about. It's manufactured outrage, and we've got to disconnect from the lying legacy media. We must find a way to get our elderly disconnected from this stuff. It's rotted their brains. They think it's real. It's not real. We need some sort of reclamation project. You look at all these protests. All right. We're going to get together and put a play together. Yeah. We're going to be Protest Incorporated. We do this every year now. Yep. It's just changed the color revolution. Just swap a new color on it. Swap a new brand, a new insignia, a new logo, a new slogan, a new cause. Well, it'll be Pink Hats this time. Oh, it'll be that guy that was trying to steal things using fake money, who had an overdose, but then the cop put his knee on his neck, shoulder, back area, as he was trained by the Minneapolis Police Department. Yeah, anyway, let's go burn everything down. Okay. Yeah, and we'll use it to hurt Trump. Okay. Okay. We have a commander-in-chief to protect and defend this nation against all threats, foreign and domestic. And you have lines in the sand being drawn. Trump was targeted multiple times. Charlie Kirk was taken off the damn chessboard. Are you awake yet? Do you understand what's happening? Do you understand that this is why we have a military? This is serious shit. You know, so I don't want to focus on negative things just for the sake of being negative. I'm trying to call these things out so we can stop these things so that we can have a better existence. We can have a better life. We can have a better country, better future. All that jazz. That's what we do here. So we're going to talk about all these stories and more. It just dawned on me that this fake division from the deep state Democrats, it's just diabolical, downright diabolical. Damn those Dems, as Chris would say. So we're going to talk about the stories that I referenced in that intro. Going to weave them together. They call it a weave. Joe, they said it's a wide weave. And sir, this is getting pretty wide. It's pretty wide weave. What are you even talking about now? Rogan and Trump. What a time we live in. All right. So let's begin today's program. Thank you. Hit like, hit subscribe, and we'll start it right now.
Guide to the Truth, the new AmericanMedia.com.
Muted, got it. All right, fixed it. All right, I'm on it. Yeah, Unholy Hoax here saying, what did you say? I posted the Planet of the Apes version of the Damn the Dems, but the YouTube censors it. Where did you post it? I want to see it. Can you put it on X? All right. Let's dig into the news. First off, please make sure you're following us in all the places. You can find the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, Locals, and YouTube. Just search the New American Media. On Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. We're on X at American_Media_. And subscribe to our podcast at The Agree to Disagree Show on Spotify and Apple. Also grab the Unhappy Hour Sports Show podcast on Spotify and Apple. That's where we put up strictly football from yesterday. Additionally, welcome to our bar here. As you see in my imagery behind me, welcome to the bar. Let me put the tip jars out. It is Friday. This would be a great chance to throw something that clinks into the canister. Coming up toward the end of a month, thank you to our Patreon monthly subscribers. Go to our X feed, and at the top is pinned our Patreon link, or you can go to Patreon and enter the New American Media and sign up, different tier levels to help fund this program. It's all very appreciated. I think they take very reasonable fees. No fees would be Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. Those are best. Venmo, Cash App are just my name at Brian Engelman, and PayPal is fuzzinstallment@yahoo.com. All these are scrolling at the bottom of the screen if you want to hit pause. We do have memberships on YouTube and Rumble. Don't have a monthly subscriber on Rumble yet, so any one of you could be the first. Please consider doing so. We do have a subscriber on Rumble now, which is great. We are earning ad revenue on Rumble, which is great. Trying to grow on that platform. YouTube, we've had a lot of Rumble, YouTube, what are they called? Super chats. Thank you to the super chats, and please keep them coming. Any super chat, anything you can think of, throw your $5 on the table, $10 on the table, $20 on the table, whatever you want. Pops up on the screen. We highlight that super chat. And they're all appreciated. Let me also give you an update here. Let me click on the YouTube channel. Yeah, I tried multiple times yesterday, and I could not get through to AdSense. They had me keep logging in. I got to get that squared away. But it does have a breakdown of the tip jar from September and October. All right, looks like September came through, and October is about $23 shy of what September did. So I can chart all of that on YouTube. Thank you to everybody who has, and thank you to anyone who's maybe never done a super chat before, but maybe today's your day. Let me click on this because we are charting. We were under how many hours? We need an extra 269 hours. Let me hit refresh, make sure that's a current number. 269 public watch hours on our YouTube channel. And once we get 269 extra hours watched on our YouTube channel, we can get our advertisements back. Looking at that, years and years ago, they stopped the advertisements on our channel, costing us thousands of dollars having to go pay for that all out of pocket instead of letting the content create the revenue to pay for that. So if you can find the time today, hell, during today's show, grab a second device and click on the YouTube link and boost those hours. And then maybe watch some extra videos today, tomorrow, over the weekend. We have 1,900 videos over 14 and a half years, millions of views. Pick anything and let it play. Hopefully there's something interesting there for you. Sports and music and politics, current events, interviews, convention footage, documentaries, all sorts of stuff. So, yes, good day, Patriots. And Kenneth is on it. That's appreciated. Yes, Trash Panda says he does monthly on Rumble. Much appreciated. That is super cool. And you unlock the Rumble rants too, which is super neat. Happy Friday indeed to everyone. All right, let's do this. Let's pull up our Instagram feed. And let's see what people are talking about today. Let's have the conversation, shall we? All right, let me click back. Yeah, I guess I did share this yesterday. This was pretty cool. Have you ever watched this scene from Game of Thrones? He's out there in a field on his own, and the enemy troops are coming at him. This is a great scene. So he unsheaths his sword, throws down his scabbard, because it means if I'm going down, it's happening right now. Let's get it on. And there you go. You wind up. This is all of us, but there's millions behind us, millions fighting behind us. So that's the reminder that we're not on our own. Oh, okay. I'm getting a message from Unholy Hoax saying, I put this on every show. No one responds, and it doesn't seem to post. I've never seen that comment. Try to Unholy Hoax. Try to spell it differently. John Coffee, like the drink, only not spelt the same. That's weird that phrase isn't working. Try to swap out like the letter A with an asterisk, or all vowels. Swap out the vowels of each word with asterisk and try to repost it. I bet you that would come through. That is weird, though. Yeah. I know. The intro to this show is why I'm envisioning a world with a production team, a director, an engineer, a showrunner, a small setup, but a necessary setup. I'm juggling a lot of stuff all at once. But yeah, I got a message from Ken. No sound on your show, dude. So yeah, I got different messages coming at me from different platforms, but that's how it works in today's day and age, I suppose. But that's weird. You're not really swearing. You're just saying damn dirty Dems. Like damn, like that shouldn't be, shouldn't be that bad, I don't think, right? I don't know that it's really something that should lead to blocking conversations. All right. Anyway, but this scene, have you watched Question of the Day? No, not Game of Phones. Game of Thrones. Game of Functions. Wait, Game of what? Game of Thrones. It's just a good scene. You take a deep breath and you're like, all right, well, it ends today. Here we go, people. Ready? It's a good song. Can't play it. Can't really play this clip either, except to say it's symbolic. It's an advertisement. Go watch Game of Thrones and listen to that music. Maybe it's Bad Omen. Bad Omens, just pretend. It's just me advertising. When I met Gerald A. Morgan, the CEO of Louder with Crowder, interviewed him in Milwaukee. I said, hey, thanks for what you're doing. I said, you've been blazing a path and you got millions of people following behind you. You don't even know. Because the same shit that we're battling on YouTube, I mean, come on. Crowder did it very publicly. He's got millions of people in Mug Club. They've been doing it at a high level for a long time. My throne is in the bathroom. Kenneth. But by standing up, standing firm, drawing your line in the sand, saying, I'm not going to go in the opposite direction. If this is where it stops, this is where it stops. There are millions of people behind us. You know, never underestimate that just standing up, thinking that you're battling alone. You're not. We're in this fight together. Hashtag Team Humanity. I just love that clip. Here's something I don't love. Tulsi Gabbard had to take down something really atrocious. So we're going to find the clip and let her talk in her own words. But Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard informed President Trump that her office helped take down top cartel members in Mexico, including one who was selling newborn babies and harvesting organs. This is ghastly, demonic activity, preying off of humanity. So we'll get her talking in her own words. Secretary Hegseth has a warning to the cartels. You know, and imagine what a difference it makes. We were in a fake war on drugs for how many years under the Reagan administration, but it was really just to get money into the hands of the CIA, more power control, black budget ops, black budget funding. Wait, who gets their kids mixed up like you do? Did I say that? But the U.S. government hasn't been on a war on drugs. They've been in a war with the American people. And they've been running the drugs. Which, talk to people that came back from Afghanistan, how they were guarding the poppy fields. Heroin, all sorts of stuff, opium. Secretary Hegseth has a deadly warning to the cartels.
Message to these foreign terrorist organizations.
Oh, there's music behind it. He says, we will find you, we will map your networks, we will hunt you down, and we will kill you, he says. I just don't want the music in the background. I want to hear it.
Treated Al-Qaeda. We will find you, we will map your networks.
I mean, this is a very different strategic message, it seems.
We will hunt you down, and we will kill you.
And Rand Paul and Thomas Massie are right to talk about, you know, declarations of war and what is this, what is that. We have a right to defend this nation from what's been happening. If you're flooding our country with fentanyl and stuff that's going to kill us, well, that's an act of war. This is the Secretary of War telling you, mess around and you're going to find out.
And you've seen that evidence in the maritime domain, whether it's in the Caribbean or in the Pacific with the last two strikes.
Caribbean and the Pacific were the last two strikes.
We know exactly who these people are.
It's becoming very dangerous to be a drug runner for the cartels now.
We know what networks they work with, what foreign terrorist organizations they're a part of.
Who's funding them? Where's they got them. Like, no, we've been tracking you fools for a long time. Now you actually have somebody in office that's willing to go after you and stop.
We know where they're going, where they originated from, what they're carrying. And our message.
All right. Finally defending America, it seems. Okay. That's Hegseth. But we got domestic terrorists in the United States. This is from Portland. Nick Sorter here talking with Laura Ingram about how useless the Portland police are.
Always bending over backwards to get to dot the I's and cross the T's for the agitators, but they sure will let this go on for a while.
Yeah, Laura, we've heard 15 different stories from Portland police as to why they didn't arrest these people. And, you know, one of them being, oh, well, we didn't see what was going on. But I released that video showing that they saw everything that happened. So you have the fact that they knew where Katie's attacker was. You know, Katie's a conservative journalist. You know, we're under attack out here all the time. going to that safe house. She called the police, let them know where they were, and she had to walk 6 blocks to meet a patrol car so that they would take a report for her. 6 blocks, because they will not come into this area. They are told that they are not allowed to drive police cars into this area no matter what. I mean, who is in charge?
Yeah, who is in charge? You've ceded territory in the United States to these terrorist groups. Enough of this shit.
Here? Is it Antifa or is it the city?
They're always bending over backwards to get the to.
It's so nutty. This has to stop. You got to fix these cities. It's insane that things have gotten this bad. All right.
Well, they're doing everything.
Check this out. Pritzker. Is it JD or JB Pritzker? What's his name? Pritzker from Chicago. Check out this interaction.
By the book.
Why does Chicago have the highest murder rate of all the big cities?
Well, we are not in the top 30 in terms of our murder rate. Indeed,
well, the
our murder rate it has been cut in half over the last 4 years, and every year it's gone down by double digits. And if you look at all of the violent crime over the last 4 years,
here's a map.
They've all gone down.
U.S. cities, 17.47 per 100,000 population. Chicago is number 1 over Philadelphia, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Phoenix, Los Angeles, New York, and San Diego.
What I'm explaining to you
now,
is
you're
when
talking
you want
about
to fight
violent
crime. Look, you can pull statistics up.
No,
I can
these are
too.
murders.
I'm explaining to you that our murder rate has been cut in half. And very importantly, Brett, and you got to hear this, very important.
It went from twice as bad to still the worst. Congratulations. That was our comment from yesterday. It's a great comment. From twice as bad to still the worst. Congratulations. Oh, Kent, you can use statistics to prove anything. 14% of people agree with that.
Certainly, we've been doing the things that are necessary to bring crime down, right? We've invested in community violence interruption. We've invested in police. Well, they're doing everything by the book.
Why does Chicago have the highest murder rate of all the big cities?
Well, we are not in the top 30 in terms of our murder rate. Indeed,
well,
our murder rate it has been cut in half over the last 4 years, and every year it's gone down by double digits.
It's been cut in half. So it used to be a 34 per 100,000. Now you're down to 17 per 100,000. And you're still the worst. Okay. Congratulations. Well done.
And if you look at all of the violent crime over the last 4 years,
here's a map.
They've all gone down.
U.S. cities, 17.47 per 100,000 population. Chicago is number 1 over Philadelphia, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Phoenix, Los Angeles, New York, and San Diego.
What I'm explaining to you
now,
is
you're
when
talking
you want
about
to fight
violent
crime. Look, you can pull statistics up. I can
these are
too.
murders.
I'm explaining.
No, these are murders.
To you that our murder rate has been cut in half. And very importantly, Brett.
Yeah, whatever. From twice as bad to still the worst. Congratulations. That is such a good comment. I only have 8 likes on there. That should be thousands. From twice as bad to still the worst. That might be my favorite comment ever. Okay, Danette's calling me out because I confused. I saw something. Well, yes, the jokes seem very John Boy-like. Very Kenneth-like. So yes, he made a Thrones joke, and I glanced at. I'm like I said, I'm juggling. I got 3 screens, 3 ring lights, 2 computer keyboards, 1 cup of coffee, and a pack of cigarettes. It's JB Pritzker, John Boy. Oh yeah, there you go, like John Boy. Like the ghost of Mike Ditka just looking on with disgust. That's wacky and hilarious. Okay, so I got called out for confusing the kids. Yeah, my grandmother would run through 7 different names until she found mine. And then the person she started with, if they were in the room at like Thanksgiving or Christmas or Easter or something, If she started with one person, had to go through 7 to get to the right name, that person that she had off the top of her head would now be the 7th. She'd go through everybody else, and then that person would be last. Yeah, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Great comment, Marion. The Simpsons, Homer's Enemy, Season 8, Episode 23. Kent Brockman says, statistics can be used to prove anything. 40% of all people know that. All right, Kent Brockman says that. Wait, I thought it was Homer that says that. Let me ask Grok. Doesn't Homer say that? Full scene text, please. This is about Frank Grimes. I guess I'm confusing it with the Kent Brockman about and heavy sack beatings are up a whopping 300%. Okay. All right. This was the one with Frank Grimes. Anyway. How dare you? How dare all of you? How dare you? Here's a Portland, Oregon business owner talking to the city because it's absolutely out of control, begging for help. I've said flee blue cities, flee blue states for this reason.
I have to be honest, I have never felt so unsafe in this city. A few months ago at our bar, there's a group of people that will descend. We have to shut down all the time. 45 people. 2 women in the group started breaking glass in our bar, stabbing each other. Our bartender called us. We pulled up the security cameras live. She was screaming. Blood splattered on the security cameras. The police came. No name was taken. No report.
They're not even policing. This is like a horror movie.
No accountability, and it's not an isolated incident. We've had people that have been 86, they come back with guns in hand, standing a foot off of our sidewalk for hours every single weekend. Every single weekend. Our staff is terrified. We've endured break-ins, vandalism. We've been held up by gunpoint, and it feels like no one is coming.
That's why I said flee blue cities, flee blue states. This has to be pulled out by the root. These governments need to be replaced. They're not working for the citizens. It's like a mafia is running the city.
What is
a deep state Democrat mafia
going to happen? How is this acceptable? We need more trained police officers. We need them, like a ton. We are small business owners. We are the heartbeat of Portland, and we are hanging on by a thread. And within weeks, all I see is the coffee shop leaving. Everybody's leaving. I'm like, where are you going? We're leaving Portland. We're out of here. This is seriously life or death for our employees, for our customers, for my family. If my husband or one of our bartenders ends up killed, or a customer, who is going to be accountable for this? For the first time, we are seriously talking about leaving Portland, selling the building we own, a legacy we have hoped to pass to our children. But at this point, I don't even know if we could sell it. I mean,
oh my God, that too. Oh, that part too. How do you even sell it? And then some people say the reason that they're doing this is to run the good people out of the city so that you can lower the purchase power, lower the purchase price, and snatch up the real estate. You know, it's what they said in Maui, in the Palisades, in Western North Carolina for Hurricane Helene. Wipe out the whole mountain range because we got a mine over there. We got to strip mine it. There's some precious stuff. What did they say? Lithium and some other materials were in that mountainside, but can't have those pesky kids hanging out up there in their holler, in their homes, their shacks, their shanties. Oh, let's just wipe it out. Let's just burn it all down in Maui. Let's burn it all down in Palisades. And let's destroy our cities to the point where people flee, then you can snatch it up. Yeah, good luck selling it for what it's worth. You know, there's big picture, little picture stuff. You take the useful idiots, the junkies, the degenerates, the addicted, the abused, the slaves. Because debt slaves are slaves, and that's their plan. They love feasting on the misery of humanity. Bunch of vampires. Vampires. Literal vampires. Just rethink what that means. It's tough times in Portland. And the people making excuses for it and pretending that it's not a big deal, shame on them.
I mean, nobody can sell commercial property right now. It's ridiculous. This is not politics. This is an emergency. We are out of time. We needed help yesterday. We need help or we are going to die.
We simply don't have enough police. In the private sector, we are spending tons on private security. And if it went away, it's the equivalent to losing almost 200 officers. There is not a thriving region in this country with a dead or dying downtown.
The losses are mounting.
And by the way, that used to be a territory of mine. I used to work all up and down the West Coast. LA, Seattle, Portland, San Francisco. I take it personal when people are intentionally ruining our great American cities. That's what I told Jack Posobiec on Real America's Voice reporting at the Trump Bronx rally. What did I say? The great American cities are... I said, what did I say? I have that clip somewhere. I should upload that. Maybe I'll upload that today. But yeah, America's great American city. Our great American cities are under attack, and the people can feel it. And it's palpable. And the people are calling for a change. I said something along those lines. That's a pretty good soundbite, I think. David asking, is it not time? Oh, it's past time, yes. Marion saying, enforce the laws. I don't get it. They don't want to enforce the laws. They have their agendas. In Illinois, some spots they won't send Ubers and police won't patrol after dark. That is messed up, man. I do not like hearing that. Ugh.
And have been ignored for way too long. We are now at a tipping point. People can go anywhere to find a chain restaurant or retail. Locally owned businesses used to be the main attraction for Portland, but these days they are a rarity. The climate to run a business in Portland has become increasingly difficult, especially during the past 5 years.
And I have to be honest, I have never felt so unsafe.
Yeah, the people are crying for help. MAGA's trying to help. Check out this attack ad. April Silverman, Cali MAGA Barbie shared this. Wow.
Zohran Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous.
I want to play this, but there's music in the background. It's a trick they do so that they can get copyright claims. Oh, I want to watch this.
But what do his actual supporters think?
This is AI, right? Andrew Cuomo pulling out all the stops.
Mamdani isn't crazy.
He's just trying to even the playing field.
You know, give everyone a fair shot.
Yeah, that's what people... Yeah, that's what communism always says. Sounds great.
Sure, he said multiple times we need to defund the police, but that was just a metaphor.
And yes, he
that was just a metaphor, says the pimp.
did say crime is a social construct, but
I love how she's driving through intersections having this conversation.
that was also a metaphor.
Yes, he did say crime is a social construct, but that's just a metaphor.
Main backer, the Democratic Socialists' ideas are common sense.
Yeah, says the street thug.
Such as
decriminalizing misdemeanors.
Yeah, well, why would you criminalize the destruction of your neighborhood?
Like shoplifting.
There you go. So put on your mask and put on your whatever they call the takia. What is that thing called? A burqa? No, it's called a sarong. No, it's called a balaclava. Whatever that thing is around his neck.
third-degree assault.
Yeah, nothing wrong with third-degree assault, right? Resurfaced video shows Mamdani saying domestic violence wouldn't be a priority for the NYPD.
Trespassing.
Yeah, just breaking, entering, and trespass.
Prostitution.
Yeah, you know, let's prey off of desperate people. Oh my God. Modern day slaves.
And drunk driving.
With plans to
I do like this commercial.
decriminalize all drugs, Mamdani will be a job creator.
There you go. If you decriminalize drugs, he'll create jobs for this guy.
For drug dealers.
Instead of helping us homeless get off the streets and into the mental health facilities we need.
Uh-huh. I've watched time and time again, people are saying, well, I shared a video yesterday. They're not arresting people doing crack in public. It was an expose. I think I'll get to it. It's in the stack. And the guy's like, why aren't you arresting them? He's like, well, we don't want to arrest them. That's not going to get them the help they need. Yes, it is. Step 1, arrest them. Step 2, dry them out. Step 3, treatment facility. If they complete their treatment, they can reduce their sentence. But yes, you get them off the damn streets and get them the help that they need. They need mental help. They need chemical dependency help, a mixture or a combination.
He wants to give us safe injection sites to do crack and let us sleep in subway carts.
Yeah, that's gonna improve society. Steal from your stores so they shut down. Then you'll complain about, we're in a food desert. Oh, are you? Did you loot the other ones out of business, you nincompoops? Well, they're just a big company. They don't notice if you're stealing. It's literally every day they check numbers, and if they can't make money there, they close up. Now you don't have a resource here. You morons. People that pee in their own swimming pools. Get out of the swimming pool. You don't pee in your own pool. Democrats love doing it, though, and then complaining about, oh, I can't believe things are so tough over here. Things are so bad. Yeah, you caused it. You don't let people steal your store empty.
These are actual policies Mamdani and the DSA want to implement on day one. When
Democratic Socialists of America.
a woman's being domestically abused, she finally won't have to deal with some pesky cop to arrest the abuser, but now a social worker to help, kumbaya the situation.
Imagine needing help in a situation and they don't remove the threat. Some crisis worker. And yeah, there's plenty of times where these incidents don't need to escalate past the point of separating two people and letting things calm down. But you don't have a social worker do that. You're supposed to have someone come in and go, all right. Are you mostly okay? Are you mostly okay? This is not okay. We got a phone call. This is not okay. We're taking down information. Like, we can't. You don't do that with a social worker. And all those reports of the trafficked humans who came into the United States, that the hotlines went unanswered. Nobody was there to man the thousands of calls for distress from these children who are asking for help. That's what the Democrats do. That's what they stand for.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Bring in a breath work coach.
Mamdani is finally lowering jail sentences.
Guilty!
But Mamdani says you're free to go.
Why would any sane person let the bad people out?
Who cares if legalizing prostitution statistically leads to an increase for sex trafficking of women and young girls by 70%?
Yeah. Why would you want to build a society that... Yeah, that whole sex trade business is bad news. Once again, the Hunter Biden story, I started telling this point earlier. I got sidetracked. Totally compromisable, blackmailable, bribable. That's why you don't want those types of shady connections compromising you.
You can't have safety without equality.
For unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the Intifada.
I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal.
I'm a criminal.
They're all criminals.
Yep. I'm a criminal for Zohran.
Criminals for Zohran.
For Zohran Mamdani.
This is exactly what you need to see. Letting all the bad guys and girls back out.
I didn't have a real job until I was 30, but sure, give me the keys to the city. What's the worst that can happen?
Oh my gosh. Had no job until he was 30. A spoiled rich kid. A Comey, Mamdani.
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
Yeah.
Zohran Mamdani.
People. Can we all ask Cuomo to drop out and join the Sliwa campaign to defeat Mamdani? If RFK Jr. could join Trump in MAGA to push Maha, can't Cuomo do the same to save NYC? Question mark. That's a great advertisement. I was just really scared about the music in the background.
What?
Not scared. It's just it shouldn't prohibit me from playing a clip, but it does. Anyway, I'm just playing under those rules.
What is the channel?
Oh, this was good. Yeah, I watched this video, and I'll play it again. This is a good man on the street interview.
Thesurvivors.us. Well, anyway, this guy was he was interviewing people, and he was like, "Is this is about human rights?" And they're like, "Yeah." Like, are you guys like fully in supportive of human rights? See if you can find this guy. He's got a beard and long hair, and they're like, "Yes, absolutely." He goes, "What about for fetuses in the womb?" And everybody walks away. Everybody was like, "Yeah, that's unhuman," or that I don't. And he does it to everybody, and he looks like a hippie, you know. So he's like, "So you guys are for sure for human rights?" And like, "Oh yeah, human rights is why we're here. You believe in human rights for everyone?" Yes. What about unborn babies? And you see this look on the. It's almost like everybody's under a spell.
Yeah.
Like some evil.
But they are under a spell.
Yes, this is the guy. Yeah, this is him. This is him. Check this out. This is wonderful. I love when people do things like this. Can you refresh? Yeah.
For everybody?
Yes.
How about the unborn? For human rights?
Yes, of course.
For everybody?
Yes, of course.
Even people in the womb?
Well, it all depends on if they're actually a baby or not.
Science says they are.
It's such tortured logic they have to use to try to claim life isn't life. It doesn't make a lick of sense.
Well, it depends on what science you're talking about.
96% of all biologists, according to the NIH. Thoughts on human rights?
I'm all for them.
Yeah, me too.
Especially now, right?
Yeah. For everybody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even the unborn?
An unborn what?
Unborn in the womb. Yeah, no rights for them.
An unborn what? It's this just exposes so much that's wrong with their argument.
It's on human rights?
That's what we're here for.
For everybody, right?
Yes.
Including the unborn?
No.
Everyone has autonomy to not be killed, I think.
Well, he's like nothing. And he just pulls
Stop taking rights away. Get out of here.
Nazi lives don't matter. It says on that guy's shirt. That's just screaming.
Yeah.
I've lived all these years. I've never once met a Nazi. I don't know what. Yeah, dinosaur lives don't matter. Dinosaurs. Where's the dinosaur?
Nazi lives don't matter. Who's that guy? Give him some props.
I don't know. The Survivors US and J Roll. He only had like a few hundred followers. And now he's at 7,000. So he's increased greatly. Follow that guy. J Roll. ROWL. John Rowell. There you go.
So here's the channel. What is the channel? Thesurvivors.us.
It all depends on whether they're a human or not. Or what is it? Whether they're a baby or not. It's so nutty. Ooh, I like this kind of news. David's hearing the U.S. military did a daring raid in what they called daring raid is what they called it, into the Panamanian jungles and rescued a lot of American missing children. No, yeah, David, I've on this program we've talked about the patent 060606. I'm just showing you what Grok said about it. There's not a patent for Bitcoin, but there is a patent WO2020060606. Microsoft patent application published March of 2020. Cryptocurrency system using body activity data. So it's not about the creation of Bitcoin. It's about using the human body activity with wearables like brain waves, body heat, motion, generating proof of work for mining cryptocurrency in a centralized setup. No, there's definitely creepy stuff in there, but it doesn't go back to the origination of Bitcoin. It's in 2020, 5 years ago, that was there. But yeah, I love all these. Absolutely, appreciate you mentioning it. I love this type of information. Panamanian jungles, a daring military raid rescuing a lot of American missing children. Go get them all. I mean, it's time to crush the people who are preying on the misery of humanity.
That's him. J.
Good work,
Rowell.
man. Yeah.
ROWL. He only has 704 followers. That's outrageous.
He's going to have a few more now.
He'll have more now. That was very fun. I mean, look.
That guy's nodding along. You can see he's like ready for the next yes. I think he goes, oh, no.
It's so weird. That's such a good trick. It's such a good trick, but it's so weird. It's so weird to watch. This like ideological boundary. Like, nope. No nuance there. No room for nuance.
And
what is the channel? TheSurvivors.us.
So I want to share that with you. Go follow him. TheSurvivors.us, please. Oh, I get. Was this the same? Yeah, I guess they did just watch it. I don't need to play it a second time. Nick Freitas thinks this is incredible.
This is incredible, and I'm going to explain why. Just bear with me.
I mean, shutdowns are terrible, and of course there will be, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously, but it is one of the few leveraged times we have.
Okay, let me do the TLDR on why this is bizarre. First of all, she got right out there and she admitted that suffering is being caused as a result of the government shutdown. So why would she do that? In electoral politics, that would seem like suicide, unless you think it's your political opponents that will be blamed for it. And the vast majority of Americans right now are going to look at this and say, well, if Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and they don't have a budget, well, then they're the ones that shut it down, right? Well, that could be right, except for a little thing called cloture, right? Which is a term that the vast majority of Americans don't even know exists. It's a rule in the United States Senate which says you need 60 votes in order to shut down a filibuster. Republicans don't have 60 votes to shut down a filibuster. And so Democrats are using that to shut down the government. Now, why are they shutting it down? Why are they using this suffering as leverage, as she so eloquently puts it? Well, it's because they want to add things back into the budget. What are the things they want to add? Well, they want money for electric vehicles. They want money for public media like PBS. They want money to go back into DEI programs in foreign countries. Oh, and here's a great one. They want to add billions back into the budget in order to fund medical care for undocumented immigrants. So that's who's causing the suffering, and that is the reason why they're causing it. The more you know.
Yeah. The Democrat Party has gone from embarrassing to derelict. Shame on them. No, they're not getting those things. We don't want those things. You're not stealing those things from us. So since we're not going to budge on that, approve the budget. Move along. You're not in charge. You've been fired. You're hurting people on your side. Oh, trying to blame Trump. Yeah, you're always trying to blame Trump, and you're always full of it. Thank you, Nick Freitas. New York City Canal Street got iced. Nick Shirley reporting. Look at this mess.
How much?
Yo, what's up? We don't do no fucking care.
Hey,
Fucking push.
back off, back.
I wish there wasn't music here. It says back off. This is our block, you BAN.
Ass nigga. Yo, get the fuck.
This is your block?
This is your block?
Yeah, motherfucker.
Now it shows that someone's being arrested. Is it that guy? I don't know if it's that guy. Okay, maybe it is that guy. He says, you see what happens? People come in from other countries illegally. They get mad at you on the streets of the United States. But some people don't want to be on the camera. Some people don't want to be on the camera, this dude's saying.
Stuff illegally.
Well, then they shouldn't be doing stuff illegally.
Then they shouldn't be doing stuff illegally.
Hey, that's not your effing business if we do legal or illegal. Oh, really? This guy tries stealing the camera from this dude. I will smash it.
Smash this bitch. Hey.
Swarmed by a mob of scammers. Who's this here? Senegal. Previously assaulted Mexican law enforcement entered the U.S. September 23 in a caravan of 140 criminals at the southwest border released by the Biden administration into our country. Cameraman's a savage.
See what happens? That's the problem.
That's the problem, is you can't just let this go on. People need to start standing on business. These people are selling illegally on the streets of New York City, but they're claiming this is our block. So those people all got arrested? Okay, that's him. For added context, on September 7, I filmed a YouTube video showing the illegal market exploded on Canal Street. The guys in the video were selling drugs openly in the street and will most likely be deported. Now that they have been arrested, it turns out the man in the yellow jacket had his final order given in 2009, and he avoided deportation. Him and his crew have records of robbery, burglary, domestic violence, assaulting law enforcement, counterfeiting, drug trafficking, drug possession, and forgery. Why in hell would any of us want any of these bums on our streets? We don't. Get them the hell out of there. You're damn right we voted for that. No, I don't want anyone I know, anyone I love having to walk past a corner against these criminals. Goodbye, all of you. David, what is that you said you heard the Chinese are melting their gold for silver? What does that mean? They're melting it down and then they're trading their gold so that they can collect silver? In that XRP and XLM might be two of the few standing if some of the crypto goes down. I love rumors. Because it's like, all right, well then as I'm scrolling the internet, if I find stories discussing that, I want to dig in a little deeper. So here are the domestic terrorists in Seattle's Climate Pledge Arena. They've made an Antifa kill list. Oh, how super. It'd be a shame if somebody did something about that.
Infiltrated the Seattle Anarchist Book Fair hosted by the Vera Project.
They want to
Anarchist Book Fair.
put our picture up there for being a fascist.
And were immediately greeted by a massive...
More music. Damn it. Front lines. And they're taking these pictures. It's a hit list.
This image that you actually texted me over the weekend that I got to see before, you guys had made this announcement that you had infiltrated. This to me looked like a hit list, a kill list that was printed up on the wall of journalists, of conservatives that were all over the wall of this Antifa cell. Describe it for me and tell me what you learned about it.
So, Jack, Carlin and I, along with citizen journalist Matthew Adams, we were in two different spots. We first started off in Oakland, and that's when they were using social media to really warn people, especially about Carlin and her presence. They knew that she could potentially infiltrate this space. Then we fly to Seattle, and that's when I see this massive board, again, at the Vera Project. It is a space within Climate Pledge Arena. This is where the Seattle Kraken play. This is where Seattle's WNBA team plays. So this is a place where you have, millions of people who visit every single year. And then in this room, as soon as we walk in, there is a massive board, so to speak, and they call it the fascist wall. My photos on it, Matthew Adams' photos on it, Carlin's photos on it. Of course, your colleague, Katie Davis-Court over at Post Millennial, her photos on it, along with other Pacific Northwest and West Coast journalists. And basically, it was not just a warning to keep us out. I truly believe it was a warning to the Antifa thugs who were mingling in this room to look out for us and target us.
Oh, yeah.
We infiltrated the Seattle Anarchist Book Fair.
That's exactly what it is. I sent this to a buddy, and he's like, yeah. Who are the worst people in America? What are the worst groups? Well, she kind of calls out her own here.
Never knew how racist I was until I came to Colorado. Because let me tell you how much I absolutely despise speaking with anybody who is a white savior liberal. The amount of racism I have for people of my own kind drives.
And by the way, if you're racist toward everyone, you're racist to no one. And if everything's racist, nothing is racist. I mean, if we can agree that the white liberal savior is the worst group on earth, the most destructive to America. Okay. So you're Clayton Bigsby. Not quite Clayton Bigsby, but you hate yourself. I guess it is Clayton Bigsby from the Chappelle Show. Anyway, I thought this is a very interesting take.
Me up a motherfucking wall and is a little bit mind-blowing, to be quite fucking frank. White liberals are the worst people in all of society. They have this complex of superiority about them where they think that they are better than other people, but at the same time they think that they're lesser than other people. So they always play the victim while also saying that they're better than other people by trying to put other people on a pedestal, by trying to also tell other people that, hey, I know that I'm better than you, so I'm going to help you rise up in the ranks. And then when other people call them out for that shit, they're like, no, it's not that I think that I'm better than you. I just know that I'm better than you. So that's why I need to save you. Right? When you have a conversation with somebody who's a white savior liberal, you know exactly who I'm talking about. You get the fat white women who have the shaved slick backs with the purple hair, the septum piercing, the pedophile glasses, the gut hanging out with the crop top, and you're like, why would you ever wear that out in public? And they're like, because my body, my choice. Ooh, fat reliance, fat superiority. Oh, they them energy. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And then you get them in a conversation with somebody who happens to be like a black conservative or a person of color who's a conservative, and they're like, I need to save you because you are a lesser person than I am. Then you're like, hey, that's a really wild thing to say, because just because you're white doesn't mean that you're better than I am. And they're like, well, it's not that I'm better than you, I just know that you have years upon years upon years of oppression. They're like, hey, I'm not oppressed, I'm actually earning more money than you, I'm more successful than you, I've taken life by the horns and I've ridden it well, and I've learned my life lessons, and I've gotten to where I wanted to go, and here I am as a person of color or somebody who you're saying that I need to be lesser than you, that you need to save me, and here I am doing better at life than you are, and you still think that you're in a better position than I am in life, that you need to save me and walk me through this. Tell me how this makes sense. Tell me how this makes sense. Because it drives me fucking crazy, man. Because let me just tell you, all right, now that I'm here in Colorado, we are here for a short period of time, thank
They are so destructive to everything around them.
God. I'm seeing everything from Colorado on my For You page, and a lot of these conversations that I'm seeing be had between white savior liberals and people who are not white and are not liberals, yeah, that's typically how the conversation goes. And I'm just so fucking sick of it. Plus, I'm just sick of not seeing aesthetically pleasing individuals. Get rid of the pedophile glasses. Come on, George Harvey, let's not do that. And the fucking shaved sides with your fucking weird, I can't do it. Septum piercing, I just want to pull it out of your face. I don't know. Call me hateful. I am. I hate every single white savior liberal. I fucking hate you guys. Call me a racist against white liberals, because I am. Am I racist against any other race? No. White liberals, I hate you all. I never knew how racist I was until I came to Colorado, because
it's such an interesting take It's about time I heard. It's a very interesting take. I'm glad I took this one in. Yeah, for years, decades. It's that specter of being called a name. Well, you don't want to be racist. It's like, well, what if the race you hate the most is your own race? The ones that think they're better than you and push these wacky left-wing ideologies that we don't want. We've rejected. We've fired these people. We don't want that representing us. That is such a game changer. If someone calls you racist, you go, explain how I could be racist when the race that I hate the most is the white savior liberals. Like the number one group that I can't stand, the most destructive to this country, are the white savior liberals. So if I hate them the most, I couldn't possibly hate anything more than that. So your accusation is incorrect. I hate people that look like me the most because they're the most destructive. Malcolm X said the white liberal is the most dangerous group in America. I think he knew what he was talking about on that particular point. Am I following this person? Okay, I think I did just click follow. I forget to follow new accounts.
I'm sure
the Warwick Report. What's her name? Jade Warwick.
we've all seen this horrific video by now.
Oh, yeah. Makes an illegal move and wipes out a family.
That driver is illegal immigrant Harjinder Singh.
Yep. April 12 of this year, Indian national, entered the U.S. illegally in 18.
He made an illegal U-turn, his tractor-trailer blocked all lanes, and the minivan crashed, killing 3. After this deadly crash, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration tested Singh's English and road sign knowledge. On his English proficiency test, he only scored 2 out of 12, and could only identify 1 out of 4 highway traffic signs. Both the
Can you believe that? If that information's true, and it does match what I've been hearing. I think a politician from Illinois had to face charges, and I believe was convicted after giving out commercial driver's licenses to people who were unqualified. Couldn't the same happen to Gavin Newsom then, since this was California?
California and Washington state DMVs had given him commercial driver's licenses, and these are both sanctuary states. Harjinder has been in the USA illegally since 2018, and Biden kept him in. Here's a groundbreaking idea. Don't give commercial driver's licenses, or any sort of driver's license, to anyone who can't read road signs. It's not logical to allow a person who can't read English to operate a large vehicle on a public road. In case you need to be reminded, 3 innocent lives lost.
The driver, a passenger, and a passenger. 30, 37, and 54. We didn't get their name.
Because Biden didn't deport this man. And whoever it was in the Washington and California DMV who gave this man a license,
yeah, where's the accountability?
Need to be held accountable too. This is totally unacceptable and could have easily been avoided. Send him back to India and never allow him to step foot on American soil again. Call me racist all you want.
Yeah, we're like... Those slurs don't work anymore. We don't hear them. We don't hear the slurs, the slanders, the insults. We don't hear it. Not hearing that. You can either pass the proficiency, understand English, understand the road signs, understand what you're reading, or you don't get to do that thing. By the way, you weren't even in the country legally to begin with, which is why you vet the people coming in and you keep track of what they're up to. You don't let them take positions where they could put other people's lives in danger. That guy wiped out 3 people that day. All could have been avoided if he never snuck in here.
The facts are he killed 3 innocent people, all because he's too lazy, incompetent, or perhaps arrogant to learn the language of the country he's illegally living in. Singh faces vehicular homicide charges and deportation. Good. Okay, thanks. Bye. I'm sure.
Yeah, it's The people who issued these reckless CDL, put an extra E in reckless, issued these reckless CDLs should be charged as accomplices at the very least. Need to stop this from ever happening again. If he had gone to school for this type of thing, if he knew better than crossing, it was like a no U-turn area for trucks, and he made a U-turn and just blasted. Look at that. You can't do that for this very reason. A full speed vehicle just hit the side of you. I had to bury one of my best friends because he hit the side of a truck and got run over. Different story, but God, it's traumatic. Anyway, Scott Jennings on CNN is bringing us some highlights / lowlights of what their program is up to.
Let's do the news. Last night on CNN, I watched 2 Democrats say things that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Let me start with the state rep from Texas. Her name is Yolanda Jones, and she's also running for the U.S. Congress. Listen to this.
No, it absolutely doesn't work. I'm from the hood, okay? So when a bully comes, like, if there are no rules, you literally have to figure it out. So Donald Trump has changed things, and people trying to do what's always been done is not going to work. And I think that's why Democrats are losing black people. That's why they're losing poor people, because poor people, all they want is for us to fight. So if you hit me in my face, I'm not going to punch you back in your face. I'm going to go across your neck, because we can go back and forth fighting in each other's faces. You've got to hit hard enough where they won't come back.
A Democrat went on CNN last night and said she wants to cut the throats of Republicans. She actually made the neck slashing gesture on the air. On the air. Brings a whole new meaning to cutthroat politics, I guess. And then at 10 o'clock, I see Democratic Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs from California. She's asked about this guy in Maine, Graham Plattner, the Democrat running for the U.S. Senate there, who has literal Nazi tattoos on his chest. Is this disqualifying? Should he drop out? Listen to Democrat Sarah Jacobs.
But you think he should leave the race?
Look, I don't know. The honest answer is I'm not in Maine.
I don't know. I'm not in Maine. Are only people from Maine able to discern whether it's disqualifying to have Nazi tattoos?
I was listening to Adam Carolla yesterday, day before. And he was going on a rant about, like, you know, how a lot of conversations like, well, as a woman of color, well, as this, well, as a Asian, this and that, or, you know, as a member of the LGBT community, he's like, no. They'll say things like, well, you're not even a member of that group. How can you can't have an opinion on it? He's like, I have an opinion on everything. He's like, I'm not an astronaut, but I have an opinion on NASA. I'm not I forget what examples he said. He gave some pretty good examples, but he's like, no, screw you. I'm not limiting. I have thoughts. I have opinions on everything. I've observed a million things that I'm going to have a million opinions on. That's what I do, is I have opinions, and you're not going to try to stop me from having an opinion. No, thanks. I'm not signing up for that.
And run for the U.S. Senate. Here's more of Sarah Jacobs.
Now, I also believe that people can grow and believe in second chances, and I look forward to hearing what he has to say to really atone and amend for this.
Well, the Nazis can grow, says Sarah Jacobs. They could grow. They could grow in their Nazi hood, I guess. I don't know. Look at the polling in Maine. This is a Democratic primary for U.S. Senate. University of New Hampshire releases a poll here showing Plattner, the Nazi tattoo guy, ahead of the governor, Mills, by 34 points, 58-24. Democrats are embracing a man with Nazi tattoos on his chest who's previously declared himself an Antifa super soldier on social media and who has apparently, according to some evidence, provided weapons training to a left-wing paramilitary group. And he's running 30 points ahead of the sitting governor. And on CNN last night, we've got the Texas neck slasher on one show and the Nazi coddler Sarah Jacobs on the other. The left has gone crazy. They have gone plumb crazy.
Yeah, that party needs an enema. Nick Sorter here takes advantage.
Cool. So we're actually allowed to use the sidewalk for once time. Look at this.
Sidewalk was removed, and now sidewalk's full of supplies. Leftist militants distracted by yelling at each other, so they walked through their newly rebuilt camp outside of ICE Portland. Thousands of dollars of supplies, food, and equipment, including gas masks, nicely organized in bins. The city pretended to make them leave, but allowed them to put all their stuff in a storage unit directly behind the sidewalk so they could rebuild 1 hour later. It's an absolute joke, way past time that we find out who's paying for all this.
Look at this. Hey, you hungry? I'm just looking. I mean, there's a lot of it. It's awfully organized. It's pretty nice. Pretty well done.
It's community.
I know, but don't get your grubby, ungloved hands on
Your grubby, ungloved hands. Anyway, people in the comments are wondering how much the city of Portland is actually involved in this.
I don't know.
I found this interesting. I saw this. What's this? Is this the actress's name? What is her name? Jamil.
I don't know if you're aware of this.
Romesh Ranganathan was interviewing her. She was on The Good Place or The Good Place. She's describing how things are changing. You used to hear how the newspapers were being written at a 5th grade level. This is kind of interesting here with how television content's being made now.
But there's something called second screen viewing, right? So it's a directive that's being handed out by big studios to filmmakers.
Please, this sounds like what I'm really hoping it isn't.
It is exactly what you probably think it is.
This is something that stands up to...
Which means that you have to acknowledge that people are on their phones the whole time they're watching telly. So you have to simplify the plot so that they'll be able to follow along while they're browsing on their phone. So that's why you'll notice now in random, like in TV shows, even with good actors, they're saying really obvious things about what's happening. They're laying out the entire plot line, and all of their emotions and motivations. Like the language has become really bait and on the nose. And that's because they're being told, the writers, that they have to write in a way that someone can carry on with doom scrolling or shopping online while following it in the background. So nothing can be too complex, nothing can be too high end. It has to be like we are purposefully dumbing down content, and that is leading to a less nuanced, less interesting, less thoughtful society. I don't know if you're...
I found that interesting, and I think we should be aware of that. Have you noticed what she's talking about? Have you felt like you've been watching content that feels pretty dumbed down, like it was built for secondary viewing, second screen viewing? ICE put this out, Department of Homeland Security. Defend the homeland. Join ICE now. Here's a picture of George Washington on his horse. Pretty solid. Good visuals. Here's a commercial. I don't know if I can play this because it's music.
We are now in the process of defeating the radical left.
We're now in the process of defeating the radical left. They have been declaring war on America for decades. Okay, there's too much music. I can't play. Do the Defend America button. But I do want to watch this. Some of these commercials go pretty hard in the paint. what the music is. But the music is what's going to keep me from playing it, so I got to move on. I've been seeing some stuff from DMX lately, and I just feel like sharing it. Some of his energy is maybe needed now.
We make the moves that break the rules. A fool and his money are soon parted, so we take from fools. If and when you ever fall down, get back up. Drop some, stop fronting, pick that shit back up. Stand for something or fall for everything. Wait for the right pitch or miss with every swing. In the absence of the truth, bullshit prevails. That's what they did, fucked around and threw truth in jail. The objective is to keep you blind. So along with the handcuffs on your arms, they got shackles on your mind. Seek and you shall find, accepting failure is the only crime. Fall down 8 times, get up 9, nigga. The dog! We make...
I could do it without the casual dropping of a completely unnecessary, antiquated, allegedly worst word in the world at the end of that, but I do like that. Here I am discussing satellites, Bill Gates, and really the prison planet that's being created back before my voice was really causing as many problems as it is today. I'm just warning humanity in this clip here.
They are putting in place all of these.
Oh, there's more music in it. Sorry, I got to move on. He says they're putting in 5G to harvest our data and control our behavior. Digital currency that will allow them to punish us from a distance and cut off our food supply. It will make you a slave. Bill Gates and his satellites, they'll be able to look at every square inch of the planet 24 hours a day. This isn't innovation. It's enslavement. This is going to make you a slave. Anyway, tried to play it, but there's music. What do the Hodge twins have here? What was this?
This is about the Bible here. If you
Oh, okay. So he's a street preacher. And he's preaching the Bible.
don't have any questions regarding the Bible, get down the street.
What the Bible, man? I'm from the Turtle
This is
Clan.
Job 9:24.
There's music.
Job.
And he pulls out a gun on this guy.
Okay, this is a street.
There's music.
You're talking to. That's my Turtle Trend. Okay.
It's too much music. I gotta bounce. I can't.
This is about the Bible
either. I want to forward through and see where this goes, but I can't play it because of the music. I'm sorry, guys. This is stupid that YouTube makes me do it this way. All right, Tulsi Gabbard. Another one of the best things that's happened to the Trump administration. She's providing an update on some of the most demonic things that you'll ever hear of. Take a listen. Tulsi Gabbard here.
Terrorism Center supported through actionable intelligence to both U.S. law enforcement as well as Mexican law enforcement the arrest of a...
There's more music. God, I hate that Google is making me not play music because they'll slap a copyright on it and cause problems. This is how content is shared. Just put an advertisement to whatever. They're plinking 4 piano notes in 60 seconds and they're calling it a song. Let me pull it up on X. Get off of YouTube or Instagram rather. All right, let's take a listen here, because this is a big story.
Mr. President, under your leadership, for the first time, there is a newly created National Intelligence Fusion Cell at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, National Counterterrorism, that has a very simple purpose: to make sure that we have two-way intelligence sharing of actionable information between the intelligence community and law enforcement. And I'll say the last example I'll share is probably the most insidious, was providing intelligence to the Mexican law enforcement that led to the arrest of a CJNG cartel-affiliated baby trafficker called La Diabla.
The devil.
Her whole money-making operation was centered around luring pregnant women, performing illegal C-sections, harvesting organs, and selling newborn babies. Mr. President, it's your leadership that has made all of this possible.
I hope you caught that. If there's, can I find the other clip? Maybe it's this one.
Supported through actionable intelligence to both U.S. law enforcement as well as Mexican law enforcement the arrest of a Sinaloa cartel boss, El Plato, in Juarez, Mexico, as well as his top 3 money launderers. In a separate and recent successful interagency operation, NCTC worked closely with the U.S. Marshals Service that led to the arrest of another dangerous Sinaloa cartel member responsible for tracking a huge amounts of cocaine and hundreds of thousands of dollars in this single incident with drug proceeds through his network. And I'll say the last example I'll share is probably the most insidious.
Oh, I guess
was providing intelligence to the Mexican law
all right,
enforcement.
All right, that's the same quote there. Anyway, thank you, Tulsi. I know we get frustrated, things aren't happening fast enough, but I'm glad. So yeah, while the left is focusing on the ballroom, I'm glad we're focusing on this. Oh yeah, Planned Parenthood isn't selling parts as much as these days, but the black market still is. Oh, they certainly are. Was this? They shut down the baby making facilities in Ukraine. That's what Russia did so that they're here. They have to start in the USA. Terrifying. I've heard so many stories about Ukraine. Adrenochrome, yes. Just when you thought the world couldn't get sicker. All right, I'm going to move off that story. I hope you're all right with that. Goodness. That's why you don't support human trafficking, by the way. Christopher Hitchens warned in 2009 what he's about to say here.
This is very urgent business, ladies and gentlemen. I beseech you. Resist it while you still can, and before the right to complain is taken away from you, which will be the next thing.
And that's happening all across Europe.
You will be told you can't complain because you're Islamophobic.
Mm-hmm.
The term is already being introduced into the culture as if it was an accusation of race hatred, for example, or bigotry, whereas it's only the objection to the preachings of a very extreme and absolutist religion. Watch out for these symptoms. They are not just symptoms of surrender, very often ecumenically offered to you by men of God in other robes, Christian and Jewish and smarmy ecumenical. These are the ones who will hold open the gates for the barbarians. The barbarians never take a city till someone holds the gates open for them. And it's your own preachers who will do it for you, and your own multicultural authorities who will do it for you. Resist it while you can. And if you wonder what will happen if you don't, look and see how a cricket team in Middlesex in England had to change its name by force last week, because it was called, and had been for years, the Middlesex Crusaders. Look and see.
The Crusaders. The Crusaders pushed back the last Islamic global caliphate. You were probably taught that Crusaders were bad because Christians are bad and white people are bad and Europe was bad. Wasn't that the gist of what your teachers told you? That's what they were pushing on me. The Crusades were pushing back against the Islamic invasion that was trying to take over the entire globe. They resisted. They defended their nations and their people. And unfortunately, in a lot of ways, figuratively and literally, we're back to that again.
See,
Europe is back to that. The whole globe is back to this again.
Our stories about little pigs can't be taught to children in English schools anymore, lest offense be taken by the religion of peace.
Oh yeah, that's a phrase you never need to use. The religion created by a warlord claims the phrase religion of peace. Patriot Act is very patriotic, isn't it? Aren't you a patriot? Don't you want to be spied upon? It's opposite day, right? It's opposite day.
Resist it while you can.
Christopher Hitchens, everybody. Do you agree or disagree with Christopher Hitchens? Here's a good question. Do you agree or disagree with Christopher Hitchens? This is the clip I had earlier. This is Tyler Oliver official, not following. I'll follow him, sure. He says he exposed the most corrupt cop in Detroit, impeding sidewalk traffic. It's public property. You can stand here as long as you'd like. Most of these homeless drug addicts impede those sidewalks, sleeping on them. Crap officers destroy the profession.
Smoking crack against the law here? Yeah. It is.
Do you have your ID on you? Are you under investigation?
I'm under investigation? Yeah. Not the crackheads?
That's me under investigation by the Detroit PD for
You got a lot of music again.
interviewing drug addicts out.
Drug addicts outside of a gas station getting interviewed. Smoking crack and heroin in broad daylight.
Drug use, we got prostitution, we got murder. But me and my cameras were the problem.
Is there any enforcement out here?
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
I'd rather not arrest them.
There you go. This is what I was telling you earlier. I'd rather not arrest the people smoking crack.
I'd rather try to get him the help he needs.
Yeah, I'd rather try to get him the help he needs. You forcibly arrest them and take them to a help facility. That's how you do that. You're not helping.
He's obviously suffering from.
No. He's obviously suffering because nobody wants to be the adult and actually step in to help. Be the adult. Take him to a facility. This is not rocket science.
Substance abuse.
Get the police, look. Oh, we got the cops out. All right, let's just. How you doing, officers? Is smoking crack against the law here?
Yeah. Anyway, there's too much music. Benny Johnson reports that President Trump just announced all trade negotiations with Canada have been terminated. David, what are they saying about this up there in Canada? President Trump says the Ronald Reagan Foundation has just announced that Canada has fraudulently used an advertisement, which is fake, featuring Ronald Reagan speaking negatively about tariffs. The ad was $75 million. They only did this to interfere with the decision of the U.S. Supreme Court and other courts. Tariffs are very important to the national security and economy of the USA. Based on their egregious behavior, all trade negotiations with Canada are hereby terminated. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute learned that the government of Ontario, Canada, created an ad campaign using selective audio and video of President Ronald Reagan delivering his radio address to the nation on free and fair trade dated April 25, 1987. The ad misrepresents the presidential radio address, and the government of Ontario did not seek nor receive permission to use and edit the remarks. The Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute is reviewing its legal options in this matter. We encourage you to watch President Reagan's unedited video on our YouTube channel. Find out, Canada. Find out. Zach talking about Trump derangement syndrome. Do you have people in your life like this?
Trump derangement syndrome truly needs to be studied by psychologists, because how can a person...
I keep saying Bobby Kennedy needs to be involved in seriously helping people break free from TDS.
Who's highly educated with all these college degrees, whatever it is, love you every day, love being around you, couldn't live without you, but the second they find out that you might agree with Trump with something or that you voted for him, the immediate 180 turn to absolutely just disavow you, just ban you from ever talking to you again, is truly bizarre, considering that they won't even ask you questions or have some kind of understanding as to why you think the way you think. It's ironic because that Trump voter knows that their friend didn't have the same views as they do, but yet they maintain their friendship knowing that. But for some reason, it's different for the other person. People...
That's a good point. What happens when the psychologist also has TDS? Educated does not mean intelligent. It means indoctrinated. There you go. Yeah, they don't ever want to hear your explanation. I said RFK Jr. absolutely must work to break people free from this mind abuse from the left who suffer from TDS. It is insane.
Really just don't communicate to each other anymore. It's very hard to maintain friendships or relationships when the other party just will not talk to you and then gaslight you and blame you like you're the aggressor when really you're trying.
Yeah, I got yelled at after Charlie Kirk died because I pointed out how many air quote educators are poisoning the minds of our American citizens. I got yelled at. It's like, dude, it was your side that just exploded Charlie Kirk. Save your bullshit for someone else. I'm calling out what the teachers are doing, what the media is doing, what the Democrat Party is doing. Face it. You're going to have to face it. Well, you're saying all sorts of stuff, and that could get someone I care for injured. They could get hurt in a school shooting. Huh? It's usually trans leftists who are doing the shootings in schools. What are the percentages? Pull up a stat. Maybe that's not fair to say. There's a heck of a lot of them, though. Definitely the Nashville shooter. A lot of leftists shooting up schools. See, people on the right are NRA members. They respect firearms. They respect life. And if they deviate from that, then they're not on the right. So almost anytime you see stuff that you can pin on the right, they left the right. They went into crazy. Crazy's not right. Crazy's something different. The right is just normal Americans. I've been saying that for years. Stop saying right, far right, MAGA, Trump right, Republican. It's just normal American. Just normal Americans. Normal Americans have fled the Democrat Party. And if you go violent, rogue, and stupid, you've left the normal American Party. You're no longer out. You don't represent the right. But when the left has their militants go commit acts in the name of checks note cards, what am I angry about this week? And what's the cause I'm fighting for this week? They're actually applauding it and laughing about it and having a grand old time, cheering it and celebrating it on TMZ. The right doesn't do that.
Trying to have a conversation and they don't want to hear it. It's sort of like a domestic violence situation, like you're the one getting beat down, but yet the aggressor is gaslighting you and claiming that they're the victim and you're the problem when really you're just trying to talk. Trump derangement syndrome.
Yep. Raise your hand in the comments section if you can think of people that decided they don't want to be in your life because of, because of Trump. It's so weird. Like, yeah, I'm for a lot of common sense stuff. Are you not? Oh, you're not. Weird. What a weird thing to admit. All right, so what is this? There was shots fired at a U-Haul van outside of U.S. Coast Guard Base Alameda. Take a look at this. U-Haul on the left starts backing up to where these police are, and you'll see what happens. They lit that vehicle up. But then it's just sitting there.
And our chief photographer who captured that footage that you just saw, Rick Villaroma, thanks for joining us in this. So tell me, start from the beginning. How did this all happen?
Well, I was sitting in my news vehicle monitoring the crowd here, and this U-Haul that had been here all day just kind of backed in. Seemed like he was just getting a little more courageous, and bystanders were saying, don't do it, it's not worth it. And then he the Coast Guard, and then he just went for it, and just chaos after that. So
He kind of started pulling back, and that's when the gunshots happened.
They're saying, for reference here, according to Grok, the driver was injured. Well, what kind of injured? Detained at the scene, currently being held. No formal charges announced. Pending the ongoing investigation. There were 300 demonstrators, rioters, California Highway Patrol officers in riot gear arrested at least one protester after clashes, including the use of pepper spray on demonstrators blocking the bridge entrance. Person was tackled and taken into custody for obstructing access. Crackdown in the Bay Area. Coast Guard base is a staging area. Tensions escalated when agents pushed through protesters using vehicles earlier in the day. President Trump reportedly suspended the planned raids in San Francisco following a conversation with Mayor Daniel Lurie, but operations appeared to proceed in other areas, fueling the demonstrations. Vehicle ramming attempt. Okay.
No, he pulled this way, away from the guard for a brief moment. Then he just hit the gas and sped towards them. And that's when they opened fire, about 20, 30 rounds.
Where were you in?
I was right where this squad car is here, in the intersection behind this garbage can.
So close, very close.
Very close, very close. My understanding is, and it's not been confirmed, is that a bystander was hit and there were just screeching cars. The crowd dispersed quickly. Then the driver of the U-Haul came back, parked it down this street here, and walked out and left.
We are hoping to get an update from the Oakland Police Department shortly. So a lot of this has not been confirmed. We want to let our viewers know that. But this person apparently was out here all day and has caused trouble. Do you have any idea maybe the condition of this person?
No. He sat in this vehicle here for maybe 5 or 10 seconds before he sped off. I could see from the cab of the truck that the bullet holes had come through in between the seats. I didn't see any blood, so I don't know if he was struck or not.
Will be a second person.
Yes, I do. I mean, he claimed he was an EMT. He treated someone, they put him in a vehicle, and they sped off.
Had a lot of peaceful protests today regarding the Mr. Trump's deployment of federal resources.
It's President Trump.
And this was mostly the most active scene we've had all day. San Francisco was very, very peaceful. But as you...
Who is this lady? Here's this, I call them wimpy whites. What was the one? The white liberal savior. She's not calling him President Trump. And what was the thing she just said there? Oh, yeah, it's peaceful. It's peaceful protest. Dude, you just had 50 rounds shot into this as he was making a beeline with his vehicle to do God knows what to these agents. It's not peaceful. Why are you lying to us? We're literally watching the video. That's not peaceful. And she's trying to convince us, hey, we're not peeing on your leg. It must be raining.
You just heard Rick Villaroman explain this is what has happened here. Oakland Police Department,
hence not peaceful,
is set to give an update to the media in just a few minutes.
So that's happening. Okay, you got a report. They showed up to the hospital later. I'm asking Grok, and Grok is saying Coast Guard and law enforcement personnel secured the driver at the entrance to the Coast Guard Island following the incident. He was injured by the gunfire, medical attention, and remains in custody. Shot in the upper body, torso, chest. It sustained at least one gunshot wound to the upper torso. Conscious, able to speak with officers after being removed from the truck, treated on scene by medics and then transported to a local trauma center, likely Highland Hospital in Oakland. Serious but stable, expected to survive. Oh, there was a second occupant, a passenger, who was also injured, but details on their wound location have not been released. Both detained? Question mark? Yes, they were both detained on scene. Remains in FBI custody. Active investigation, no names or charges. All right, so that's the latest there. The left is ramping up their violence. Meanwhile, let's complain about the White House renovation.
Look, you liberals, you're really upset about this, right? Good, because that's the renovations to the California state capitol, which has been going on for 7 years now and has doubled in cost to what they originally projected. Yeah, people of California, you are paying for this, unlike the project done at the White House. Yeah, we are not paying for that. But you're paying for this. Oh, and in addition to the project, which was supposed to be $500 million, now costing more than $1.3 billion and counting, they also repealed environmental acts so that they didn't have to answer any questions about the renovations they're doing. Yeah, so if you're from California, yeah, you can shut the fuck up about the renovations to the East Wing. Because one, you're not paying for it. None of us are paying for it, unless you're one of the 7 billionaires who are putting money into it, or the president of the United States paying out of his personal money. Because this is what's happening at your state capitol and has been happening for 7 years, and they're not even close to done, and you're footing a $1.3 billion bill for.
It's theft. By the way, check on the light rail line to nowhere. Check on the bullet train to nowhere.
Currently, it's going to be more. Look,
it's called perspective, and the left doesn't seem to have any. It's sad. Stop dividing us. I think this was the video I was looking for of Tulsi Gabbard.
A CJNG cartel affiliated.
Too much music. Oh, man. Lured pregnant women to remote locations, performed illegal cesarean procedures, harvested organs from the mothers, and sold the newborns to couples in the U.S. for up to 250,000 pesos. And how would anyone ever know? Oh, my God. What is this? Dear Lord, destroy the demons from this earth. Amen. Okay, so that's a really bad story. We need to check in on California and Gavin Newsom with these commercial driver's license and the problems that are happening because of it. Someone needs to be held accountable.
Audit found California had issued 62,000 CDLs to drivers who entered illegally, John, or do not have.
They're not legally in the country, and these are 62,000 American jobs that have been stolen from us. Screw these Democrats doing this.
A permanent legal status as required by the feds. California sanctuary laws prohibit asking applicants their immigration status. Governor Newsom said there's not a problem. Back to you.
Did I hear you right? Did you say 62,000?
That's correct.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a federal audit.
William Legioness for us. William, thank you so much. Let's bring in the.
A federal audit found California had issued 62,000 CDLs to drivers who entered illegally, John, or do not have a permanent legal status as required by the feds. California sanctuary laws prohibit. I
thought that was a longer segment. Oh, I read it as 2 minutes. That was 25 seconds. Sorry. All right, what is this here? This is an account. Black card declined. Brianna Riddick, not following her. All right, I shared something. Let's take a listen. The left and the right, and Charlie Kirk.
Hypocrisy
I want you to stay angry.
is the act.
Maybe Donald Trump will go away. Maybe he'll go to jail. Maybe he will die.
Of mirroring
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
the very thing
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
that you claim.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
To condemn.
I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
I will go and take Trump out.
He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
Although I will say this, the last few days you woke up thinking there might be news. Just saying.
Violence doesn't come from Democrats, just to be clear. It is MAGA. It's specifically MAGA faction. Like,
biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized right up to the right.
Hypocrisy
I want you to stay angry.
is the act.
Maybe Donald Trump will go away. Maybe he'll go to jail. Maybe.
So tired of the divisive left. And it's painfully obvious when you watch these side by sides. You see the compilation videos. It's got to stop. We need to save our elderly. We need to save the dopey kids that have been fooled by the slick communist promises, the sweet nothings whispered into their ears. Here's a graph showing in the red here, the chances I'll get my child a flu shot. The red is signifying none, no chance that you get your child a flu shot. And then the blue, this little pie segment here, is also none, but in blue. So there's that. There's a lot of people that feel that way. Do you feel that way? That's a good question of the day. Do you agree or disagree with the caption? By the way, here, let me put it at the bottom of the screen. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control, because they probably want to sell you their product. Yeah. Do you agree or disagree with this chart? What do you say? Yeah, all right. Hey, here's some good news in Hawaii from Toria Brook.
State's multi-agency child recovery operation called Shine the Light. 10 children between the ages of 13 and 18 were found, and authorities also made several arrests of adults. The operation was conducted over the weekend with the help of HPD, the FBI, U.S. Marshals, Secret Service, the military, and others. It's aimed at finding missing children listed as runaways across Oahu and providing them with essential services and care.
We do proactively run these operations to protect our children, whether it's the runaways or whether it's the enticement, the online, the internet crimes.
Of the state's multi-agency child recovery operation called Shine the Light, 10 children between the ages of 13 and 18.
Good. Get them back. Keep them coming. Keep arresting the bad guys. Guys and girls.
Our message to these foreign terrorist
Good. Here's the video without the dopey music behind it.
Organizations is we will treat you like we have treated Al-Qaeda. We will find you, we will map your networks, we will hunt you down, and we will kill you. And you've seen that evidence in the maritime domain, whether it's in the Caribbean or in the Pacific with the last 2 strikes. We know exactly who these people are. We know what networks they work with, what foreign terrorist organizations they're a part of. We know where they're going, where they originated from, what they're carrying. And our message to these foreign
and briefed them.
President Trump being asked about the declaration of war. It's an important question.
On the operation.
No, we will go. I said.
You will go, and
we
it will
will
be
go.
difficult for them to object.
I don't see any loss in going. No reason not to. You know, they'll always complain. Oh, we should have gone. So we're going to definitely. I'd like to just tell you, let's go. We'll go.
And Mr.
We're going to tell them what we're going to do, and I think they're going to probably like it, except for the radical left lunatics.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels, and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay?
And briefed them on the operation.
Anna Paulina Luna says, here's a friendly reminder that the No Kings protests were funded. They're not organic, and here are the receipts. The funders. Lots of receipts. Arabella Buffett. What's Buffett? Jimmy Buffett? That's Warren Buffett? It's not really Warren Buffett, is it? Ford, Rockefeller, Soros, and Tides? Jeez. Riot Incorporated. Toria saying President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping will meet on October 30th in South Korea. So keep your eyes peeled on that. President Trump acknowledged Down Syndrome Awareness Month. Okay. Working to try to help stop kids from being afflicted with this. To all the wonderful Down syndrome children in our country and their parents who love them so much, you are amazing. May God bless you. Well, that's pretty nice, isn't it? All right. Well, that's good. That is nice. There he is, smiling. New veterans of American intelligence agencies are sounding the alarm that government officials should not be wearing Apple or smart watches. Have you heard this? Well, if they're saying that, maybe we should be concerned. Perhaps. I feel like my battery's draining quicker these days. That's super. These watches constantly transmit data, GPS, audio, pulse, location, and movements, all potential entry points for foreign intelligence services. Any connected device can also be hacked. Jeez. The CIA and NSA warn against wearing connected devices during confidential discussions. Smartwatches are not just gadgets, they are sensor platforms installed on the body. The solution, switch to analog. Get mechanical watches that do not upload heartbeat data to the cloud or transmit location to attackers. Also, Syrian authorities on Thursday negotiated a ceasefire with a group of foreign jihadists led by Frenchman Omar Diaby in northwestern Syria. Okay. The agreement came after Syrian government forces surrounded the camp of Firqatul Gaharuba, the Foreigners Brigade, on Wednesday, leading to the first clashes with jihadists under Syria's new leadership since the ousting in December of longtime ruler Bashar al-Assad. An agreement was reached providing for a ceasefire, the withdrawal of heavy weapons by the army, and allowing the Syrian government to enter the camp. As nationalism spreads worldwide, below are the most nationalistic countries in Europe, according to Euro-focused Telegram accounts. The metrics gauged pride, identity, and strength of belonging. In order, the most nationalist countries: Iceland, Poland, Hungary, Greece, Serbia, France, Italy, Slovenia, Portugal. The rest are probably maybe not doing so well. On Thursday, the U.S. sent 2 U.S. Air Force B-1B Lancer bombers in a demonstration exercise approximately 50 miles off the coast of Venezuela. Yeah, it's on in Venezuela. Like, it's obvious that that's happening. Why not just get a declaration of war? I would be in favor of that if you're planning on exercises. We're supposed to get congressional approval. I agree with that. You want to do it? Do it. What is this? The pair of bones came within... What does pair of bones mean? That's what they're calling the bombers, or bones? The pair of bombers came within 6 miles of Los Testigos, testicles? A Venezuelan island group with a Coast Guard station. That's how close we're talking. I mean, they're right there. Trinidad, Tobago, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, all of it. All right. That's the stuff from Toria Brook. Well, it's in the post again. It's interesting. I'm going to play just... There you go. That's a find out moment, wasn't it? So this is interesting. I wonder what context this is about with Steve Bannon.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28. And people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. But there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. And the way we finish it through Trump. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you've just told me in the last few minutes. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's on his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through, Zanny, and define all those terms.
Okay? But even if you find a way to undermine you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it. And to those
Can the American people, if the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up? Would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution, ma'am?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all. Trump
That's what it sounds like.
It's not. Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make on the big, beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump. President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
Steve, you've just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. I mean, that's
no.
I think that's why it seems to me some kind of tension
First off, the only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people. Okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started. And President Trump is the instrument, a providential instrument to finish this job.
Yeah, so I don't quite follow what's going on, though. Oh, okay. They're saying it would only be his second term as the president of the restored republic. Okay. What does that mean? Or maybe in this term, you take out all the traitors, and then it would be the first term of the restored republic. Okay, I'm going to need some more clarification on that one. Do you understand what Bannon's saying here? Because he's not really like getting into the specifics. I'd like to hear some more specifics. Anyway, here is documents showing top Biden administration officials approved Arctic frost probe. Yeah, this is the grand conspiracy of treason.
Got some big news to kick off the show. It's an accountability news, and it answers a question we've been asking on this show. How high up did the approvals go for Arctic frost, that investigation that looked at 92 conservative groups, got the phone records of 8 senators and 1 House member, took the phones of Donald Trump and Vice President Mike Pence, and worked with Congress, at least discussed with Congress, the notion of looking at 30 million lines of Americans' phone data. People who had just called the White House when Donald Trump was president. Well, Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, just a little while ago, you saw this on Just the News, it was a breaking news alert, released a document showing the handwritten signatures approving this investigation by former Attorney General Merrick Garland. That was Joe Biden's top lawman, Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco. You hear a lot of people on this show raising concerns about her, and former FBI Director Christopher Wray. All three approved the opening of that investigation. And when you take a look at everything that happened there, a lot of people who look at this say, this doesn't look like a criminal investigation. It looks like an enemies list masquerading as a criminal investigation. A lot of people have been concerned about. And last night, as you remember, Senator Marsha Blackburn was on this show. She was one of those 8 senators whose phone privacy was pierced by this investigation. And she said she was deeply concerned about Arctic Frost and planning to sue the Justice Department over this, including Jack Smith, the prosecutor who presided over it. This is a big story. We now know that the approval of this investigation wasn't at the low levels of the FBI. It went to the very top of the Biden administration. We've got some big news.
Top of the administration. And by the way, here's Sean King out of nowhere making sense. Who told him he's allowed to make sense? That dude's not normally allowed to make sense. He says, I actually think it's a great idea to build a big ballroom on the White House grounds. It's virtually impossible to hold events of any size there. And they are always wasting millions of dollars on tents and heaters and chairs and lights and everything else. Stop acting like you have some emotional attachment to the East Wing. You don't. Thank you, Sean. This is common sense, practical, and honest opinion. This is a common sense. There we go. So good. I'm glad that they're doing it. All right. That's the show that I wanted to discuss with you today. It's Friday. Not entirely certain if I'm doing a show tomorrow. If I do, it might be 10, 11, or 12. Am I doing a show tomorrow? I'm not certain yet. Stay tuned. If I decide that I will, I'll probably put a post out on YouTube letting people know. Tomorrow's a maybe. The weekends have been busy, and that's fine. We have lives. We have things we have to do and want to do. So maybe a show. We're definitely going to do a show on Sunday streaming the Browns game. We're going to do a Browns watch party show. And then Monday at noon, yes. Maybe tomorrow, not entirely certain. But it is Friday. Great week, great times. Just trying to see what people are talking about. I guess, though, I'm getting so many of these fake messages in X now. Trying to see if anything's trending. Maybe I should just buzz through a little bit. Let me buzz through a couple of stories in X. I'll go fast. I'll do a lightning round. Quick reminder, we do have Rumble Rants, Rumble subscriptions. We have PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App donations, tip jars. We have YouTube memberships and YouTube super chats available. Tip jars are out. Yeah, I feel like I left a couple of stories that I wanted to show you. I'm going to move fast, but let me pull it up on X because I know there's something else I wanted to get to. Once again, this is our Patreon link pinned at the top of our X feed. Please follow it. What is this? Portland police reluctantly take an insurgent into custody at the ICE facility. One of the officers hoisted his F Trump flag over his head, waving it. What was that? The cop is raising the F Trump flag? You gotta be kidding me. That seems pretty obvious what they're doing there. That's insane. You gotta fire these people on the departments. Oh, boy. Yep, the Dems were allowing this with their open borders, baby trafficking operations. Governor J.B. Pritzker complaining about masked agents, saying you can't investigate or be accountable. All right, executive order, Illinois accountability, create a public record and capture the impact on our communities. Okay. Stephen Miller asks, what's the correct term to describe a governor conspiring to oppose, impede, and obstruct federal law enforcement in order to aid foreign criminal invaders and transnational cartels? Oh, yeah, Pritzker's entered treason territory. Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs asked, instead of spending $77 billion over the next 4 years on immigration enforcement, we could pay for universal child care that's free for all families. Which would you pick? We said easy. We escort the invaders back to where they came from, and we prioritize helping Americans. Maybe that would be a third choice then. Check out yesterday's show where we discuss the Trailblazers scandal, the gambling RICO investigation. I suspect this is going to lead everywhere, people. This is going to be so much to report on. All right, so here's some more food stamp freakouts. Take a listen to this lady. This is going everywhere. People are saying so much of this right now.
Did you hear what's going on with Trump and them? Apparently, they shut down November and December food stamp. I just got a note from them saying they gonna shut my food stamps. Ohio, you bet not. You bet not feed in.
You bet not.
Bet not. You bet not feed in an allegation. You better pay me my food stamps.
How much are those eyelashes you're putting on and whatever's going on with your hair and your eyebrows? You're claiming to be destitute, but that's hundreds and hundreds of dollars that could be going to get food, I think.
I better get my food stamps. Let me not get no food stamps November and December. Free me. Get my commissary out, because I'm taking up the stove and taking everything. Making my way downtown to the White House. I'm going to White House. Quick, quick. I'm going to the White House. Quick, quick. I'm going.
Man.
Into the White House. Sue me. He Trump.
Oh, right at the end. She threatens the assassination of Trump.
He Trump.
Wow. If her EBT is cut and she can't get her lip injections and her fancy eyelashes and her eyebrows did, and whatever that haircut is, she's going to go to the White House and end Trump. Okay. Stephen A. Smith says the game rigging mafia linked scandal uncovered by the FBI is President Trump's revenge. And that's only the beginning. What a horrible take. What a goofball. This man is coming. This take makes no sense. I wonder if Stephen A. is implicated in it. That's what I'm starting to think. Sharmeen Narwani here on X said, Christ was born in Bethlehem, Palestine, a Muslim majority country. Be more tolerant like Jesus. AG says, yeah, that's impressive that Jesus managed to be born in a Muslim majority country more than 6 centuries before Islam was even invented. The Columbia School of Journalism in the bio really brings the whole thing full circle, doesn't it? All right, here's more food stamp freakouts. This is happening everywhere.
Now, slavery and police brutality aside, do you know how incredibly evil you...
Slavery? What are we... You're talking about the human trafficking that Biden and the Democrats let into the country?
have to be to deny someone food? What deep...
I really do want to know what percentage of people saying that you're going to deny people food are severely overweight. Why is that a trend? Why is there why does there seem to be a correlation? Both two that I've played here appear to be very overweight.
dark depths of hell do you have to stoop to find it in your heart to not want the next person to have a hot dog?
Maybe a hot dog's not a wise decision for what you should be consuming. Step one.
That's a different level of savagery.
Now, wait a minute. What is this? The text on here says white people owe us food stamps. Did she write that or did somebody else put that there?
That's why I say the DNA, the composition of the DNA is not normal. Because we've already established that all lives don't really matter. Even though that's what you all love to say whenever you want to.
You all. So, I mean, she's making a lot of racially charged stuff, anti-white comments
To
here.
deflect. It's your brains that we need to study. What is...
So she's saying white people need to have their brains studied because they don't want other people to take their money?
Is it with you all that you are so, like, what is with your brains that you are so committed to people being subservient to you?
Subservient to me. No, we want you to be self-sufficient. That's the opposite of subservient. That's what the Democrats want. I don't know how she's missing this point. It's obvious.
Be the most mediocre people.
Oh, there you go. White people are mediocre. Oh, this lady's a gem.
With the most mediocre history.
Oh, okay, so white people have mediocre history. Shame on this lady. I feel bad for you harboring such venom.
And the most mediocre culture, if you even...
Mediocre culture. She's saying white people have mediocre culture. Mid. Okay.
want to call it that.
If you'll even call it that. What would you call it, lady? You seem to be an expert on everything that you hate, especially specifically involving white people. Wow. This is very sad.
That I've ever seen or heard of in my life. What do you have that you haven't stolen?
Everything the white people have is still... God, this is toxic. I'm sorry your brain was poisoned this way by some people. I don't know if that was family, teachers, media. I'm sorry. Kiddo, you got to break out of this race hatred. White people don't hate you. Evelina points out this story. Maya, 16 years old, AR'd by this Eritrean named Mohammed. The Swedish court did not sentence him to deportation because the assault didn't last long enough. One of the lay judges who decided the sentence, Lena Berggren, is a representative of the extreme left party in Sweden. She works as a historian conducting research on racism and nationalism. All right. Question about Lena. Is that a woman or is that a man dressed as a woman? I don't know. Just curious. This is another one of the leftist, what do they call them? The white savior, the least awesome people around. Be racist against the white savior women in particular. Is that this judge that did not protect this lady, this 16-year-old child? The extreme leftists always take the side of immigrant men and willingly sacrifice innocent girls and women. Make that make sense. Tell me how that's the party of women. I don't think it is. Oh, this is terrible.
Deborah Benefiel walked into court this morning, as you see right there, charged with murder. Police tell us this whole thing began when 21-year-old Kentrell Settles and his girlfriend were in a car waiting to turn at 38th and Georgetown. The light turned green, but Benefiel, who was in the car in front, didn't go. So police say the Settles, he honked his horn and drove around the car. Investigators say Benefiel followed the couple, and they say she shot through their back window, hitting Settles. He died at the hospital.
Unreal.
This was literally just a simple honk of the horn between two people who didn't know each other, a seemingly insignificant incident that happened.
Rest in peace, but are you wearing pink shoes? Which, whatever, but I'm looking at the picture of this I think it's a young man, right?
Every day in our community, only this time someone lost their life.
No, someone didn't lose it, somebody stole it.
In court today, Benefiel was given a no-contact order against Settles' girlfriend and was not granted bond due to the murder charge. Benefiel did say she had a meeting today to hire an attorney. Deborah.
Shame on her. Where did this happen? Indiana. Terrible. Tracked down within hours using license plate tracking technology. All right. Maybe this is the big story I wanted to make sure we touched on. Steven Crowder says you can watch this clip and draw one of two conclusions. So let's take a listen to Candace and what she has to say here.
My heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics, and they just were like, nope.
About Charlie Kirk.
That is it. It serves us or it doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? They're like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock it off. Like, they're going to give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's like their signature thing. It's like that's what they do. It's the Fed signature. It's how they sign off after they murder you. They're like holiday and a boulevard. And it's never on a nice side of town either. Like Charlie Kirk Boulevard is not going to be a nice side of town. Anyways, I will be back on the 27th, you guys. Thank you guys for all the support throughout these couple of weeks, these last really kind of 6 weeks since Charlie died. And we will see you guys then.
Candace has some aggressive takes now, doesn't she? So it's one of two things, says Steven Crowder.
Well, let me first be tactful here and tell you that outrageous claims, and this is an outrageous claim, require outrageous evidence. Of course, as is par for the course, none has been presented. And I know that there might be a weaseling here saying, oh, well, I said the Fed, not the Trump administration. I said a boulevard in Israel. It's pretty clear, not clear. What she said was, they, the Fed, give you a boulevard when that's a sure sign that they have killed you. You know that they have killed you. He was betrayed in the worst way possible, giving so much of his life to the Trump presidency, to politics. The federal government, the Trump administration killed Charlie Kirk is the claim. Now I'm going to tell you how I feel about it, what I think about it. Because you know who else would have to be involved? And this is the implication, of course, by design. And you can see the response with people out there saying, oh, well, then anyone who's close to, this is an inside job. You know who's really close to President Trump? And you know who people are now saying stood to gain? Well, Charlie's wife, Erica Kirk, who has now been put, Candace with that language, with this accusation, has put the wife of Charlie Kirk, and she'll say, that's not what I tried to do. It is. It's the result. Erica Kirk in the crosshairs. It's not like you have to look through 6 degrees of separation.
Mm-hmm. Got to mute it with the music.
And you can see post after post and article after article with both Kirks, but certainly Erica, praising, thanking President Trump, discussing how important his support has been. So if the Trump administration, if the Fed killed Charlie Kirk, look, there's no middle ground here right now. Either Erica Kirk is evil and was in on it,
according to Candace,
or Candace Owens is an evil cunt. I hope I'm being really clear about that.
Which one is it? Candace is making a lot of claims. Do you kind of go along with Candace, or do you think she's off the deep end? I'm not seeing documentation that would prove any of this stuff, really. That's how I see it. I'm curious what you think. Okay. Chelsea Clinton says, the White House became my home when I was 12 years old. I always understood that it wasn't my house. It was the people's house. Chelsea Clinton in USA Today. Trump is wrecking a place. I called home. We said the Democrats are absurd, unserious people who have shut down our government instead of acting like adults and paying the bills. The Dems aren't in charge anymore. America fired them. Support the elected group while continuing to lobby for some realistic concessions and agreements. That's not what they're doing, though. By the way, who are you rooting for in the World Series? Starts tonight, I guess, right? In Switzerland, a man has been jailed for saying that skeletons show male and female sex differences. In a 22 Facebook post, skeletons reveal biological sex, not gender identity. He was convicted of hate speech and publicly belittling LGB, etc. people under Swiss law. Courts upheld his conviction, fining him 500 Swiss francs. This is nutty. Isn't that what they say? Can't you tell from by a lot? Hang on, let me ask Grok. Can you tell sex from skeletons? Yes, in most cases. Typically 90 to 95% or better when the full skeleton is available. Pelvis is most accurate, 95 to 100% reliability. Females are wider, shallower sciatic notch. Males are narrower, deeper sciatic notch. Because the female pelvis adapts for pregnancy and birth. But they want to throw him in jail for that. They did throw him in jail. That's nutty, Switzerland. Rand Paul says we've surpassed $38 trillion in debt and we're still no closer to balancing the budget. Instead, Republicans want to add another $2 trillion in deficit spending. Democrats, they want to add $3 trillion. Where does it end? There's the national debt clock. Thomas Massey just flipped to $38 trillion. We said, thank you, Rand Paul. Hopefully you and Thomas Massey and Donald Trump can strengthen the purchase power of American currency so we can become wealthy again. This parabolic inflation is wrecking America, and it's fueled by $38 trillion in reckless spending. Save America. Elon points out SpaceX Falcon rocket will do more launches and carry more payload to orbit this year than the space shuttle did in its entire history. That's crazy. Now, what is this about Chauncey Billups in this poker game?
And it was all built around Chauncey Billups. And I had heard about the game, and the person who told me about it was like, look, I know the game runners. I'm telling you 100% this game is on the up and up. And I was like, well, I know a lot of the people that are involved, and I'm telling you 100% that it is not on the up and up. Yeah. And, we kind of went back and forth, and I agreed that, like, I just wasn't going to go play it. But I had some friends who went and played it both in LA and in Vegas. And it obviously, like, was for sure confirmed to be cheated. Mm-hmm. Like, people who clearly didn't even understand the rules of No Limit Hold'em are just, like, jamming hundreds of big blinds in with, like, a gutty. And then just drilling it. Yeah. Only the pros are losing.
Okay, that was, I'm told, from May of 2023. So what, over 2.5 years almost ago, guys were going on podcasts and they were saying, hey, this Chauncey Billups stuff is not on the up and up. There's no way these guys are winning. Turns out the mafia was involved, according to the FBI allegations. One victim lost up to $1.8 million.
Whoa.
Let me tell you something. There are all sorts of super high-stakes poker games going on all over the country on a regular basis. I have been invited. I am smart enough to know that I am a fish. So I work hard for my money. I have never gone to play against poker pros. I did the Poker After Dark. Some of you watched me on that. I got dunked on. I know what I'm good at. I'm good at talking. I'm good at reading and making sense of complicated things. If you go and look at test scores, like I'm a perfect side verbal test taker. I'm just good at math. I'm not great at math. And if you're a really great math player or just a mathematician, you're really good, you should be, in poker. because you can immediately analyze the odds of every card as it is being flipped and recognize when you actually are likely to have significant advantage and when you're not. I'm smart enough to know that I'm the fish. And I don't want to just give other people money and not get anything from it.
Right.
So I've never gone to these high-end poker matches. Lots of guys, it doesn't surprise me at all, would just like the experience of playing poker with Chauncey Billups, Mr. Big Shot, or other guys who are recognizable. Celebrity games, lots of money. Heck, if you can lose $1.8 million playing poker,
it's crazy.
You're super friggin' rich.
Yeah.
Right? And so they want really rich guys to come play against professional poker players. If I were a professional poker player, I'd want to play against me because you'd be very likely to win. And so I've never done it. Never played in one of these high-stakes games. But I bet there's a bunch of dudes that watch this clip, and I bet they have. And I bet some of them even may have played in the Chauncey Billups games. They said it was 11 states, and thought to themselves, man, this doesn't feel on the up and up. Well, you were right.
It's going to go so deep with the mafia. Costa Nostra. Joe Rogan talking about the No Kings protests.
You also have to take into account, if you go into a room with 100 people, at least one of them is a fucking idiot. Okay? So, I mean, if you're being really generous.
Yeah.
So, if you're in a country of 330 plus million people, we don't really know. That's at least 3 million idiots. So it's not hard to get 100,000 retards holding signs, walking down the street, and especially when they get older. Because as people get older, they generally slow down, and they don't think as well. And if you look at a lot of these No Kings protests, what are you seeing? You're seeing geriatric people holding signs. So you got old losers, not even just losers, but old losers, where this is the end. They're just looking for anything to get them out of the house. They're watching The Price is Right. They've already seen that one. And they're like, let's just join in on the note. We shouldn't have a king. And then next thing you know, they're out there with the sign.
Yeah.
And you can get 100,000 of those easy. Easy, especially if you got a lot of money and you're organizing and you get on Facebook and get involved in them groups and you use the bots and all the bots like this is important that we show up in mass and let him know he's not a king.
We gotta rescue some of our elderly. Chris Vanini here says within a week we've had a major jewel heist, a mafia-involved poker ring, and sports gambling corruption. We're living in the 1920s. That's pretty funny. Does feel like we're living in the 20s, doesn't it? Bobby Burak says the reason Stephen A. Smith is doing this anti-Trump bit is that he's trying to overcorrect for last week when he criticized Jasmine Crockett and BLM activists and liberal media questioned his blackness and called him a sellout. Since then, he went on CNN challenging anyone who called him conservative. Changed his take on using the National Guard to an anti-Trump stance. Check the tapes. Accused LeBron of favoring white reporters and trying to fight black ones. Apologized to Crockett, Kamala Harris, and Michelle Obama for questioning a black woman. Oh, my God. Imagine the gall to imagine, like, you must never question a white man. What an absurd thing to think or say. Yeah, everybody can be questioned. Everybody must be questioned. Accused Trump of targeting the NBA. This is what he does. Last year, Terrell Owens resurfaced a clip where Stephen A. Smith said Max Kellerman was black. Oh. Terrell Owens resurfaced a clip in which he said Max Kellerman was blacker than Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. responded by bringing up Jason Whitlock, telling the haters to focus on him. Now he's doing the same with LeBron, trying to pass his beef on with them. Bottom line, the guy is a cowardly fraud. And by the way, keep your eye on Stephen A. Smith because he's on the short list of people to maybe run the Democrat Party. Kash Patel has thoughts on this.
Yeah, down the street. By the way, this was so wild. Stephen A. Smith, the sports commentator, suggested that this was revenge from the president for all the kind of left-wing activism of the NBA. Your response to that, 15 seconds.
I'm the FBI director. I decide which arrests to conduct and which not to conduct. That may be the single dumbest thing I've ever heard out of anyone in modern history, and I live most of my time in Washington, D.C. It's right up there with Adam Schiff. We arrest people for crimes.
Solid answer. And check out our show yesterday, Strictly Football, because we like talking about football. In this clip, Libs of TikTok shows CHCCS board president bragging about his North Carolina school district is defying state law, refusing to comply with the Parents' Rights Bill, where they can opt out of radical gender ideology propaganda lessons, allowing parents to review school textbooks, giving parents access to their child's records. The board wants to be able to hide critical information from parents and prevent them from vetting school curriculums. Time to investigate. Take a look. There's our show yesterday. I know that guy. Planet Earth. I know North America. He was doing a show yesterday, wasn't he? Oh, that's weird. It's like talking to a previous version of me. Because it is. I need to put my hair like that again. I like it better. Got to add a little product. Strictly Football, people. Oh, okay. I'll end on this because I just want to give you some of the details here. You've heard a few of them. Joe Pompliano, Pomp Investments, host of the Joe Pomp Show. FBI press conference about the morning gambling bust. Current and former NBA players and coaches Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, and Damon Jones arrested. Illegal gambling sports rigging operations spanning across 11 states, multiple years, in total 30 individuals arrested, 13 mafia members. Yes, Kenneth, the mafia members of Costa Nose Ring. Costa Nose Ring. That's Costa Nose Ring. That has a ring to it. Illegal gambling and sports. Case involves La Cosa Nostra, Italian mafia. Illegal gambling, wire fraud, extortion. See, that's where we kind of kick it in there. 2 separate indictments. The first involves 6 defendants accused of participating in sports corruption, exploiting insider information involving NBA players and teams. Defendants leveraged their connections to place prop bets based on confidential insider information, winning tens of thousands of dollars per bet. Second indictment involves 31 defendants charged with participating in nationwide scheme to rig illegal poker games. FBI says they used high-tech cheating technology to steal millions of dollars from victims in underground poker games that were secretly fixed. The 2 cases are separate, but there are overlapping defendants, including former NBA player and coach and Cavalier, Damon Jones. FBI says the NBA player Terry Rozier told the defendants he was going to leave a game early on March 23rd of 23 with an injury. Defendants then placed more than $200,000 of wagers on the unders for his prop bets, with Rozier leaving the game after 9 minutes. Those bets paid out tens of thousands of dollars in profits, and the defendants and Rozier counted the money at his house. Wow. The FBI says former Raptors player Jonte Porter was threatened to participate in the sports gambling scheme because he rang up gambling debts. So that's how you do it. You get him in the Epstein-style honeypot. We caught you. Now you work for us. One of the biggest reasons why removing illegal alien invaders is important, crucial to the survival of America, is because you've let in sleeper cells. These people owe the cartels and the mafia. Not if they're returned. Instead, you have people in that would commit any sort of nefarious deed because they owe the criminal cartels. Former Raptors player Jonte Porter was threatened that he must participate in the sports gambling scheme now because he racked up gambling debts from rigged games. Vampires preying on humans. Teams that were bet on during the sports gambling scheme include Hornets, Blazers, Lakers, Raptors. The rigged poker games occurred in the Hamptons, Miami, Las Vegas, and Manhattan. The poker scheme targeted victims who were lured to participate in rigged poker games by the chance to play alongside former professional athletes. These athletes included Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones. The FBI says that the defendants utilized altered shuffling machines to read the cards in the deck and then relayed that info to an offsite operator. The offsite operator, known as the quarterback, then sent that information to someone at the table. All rigged, all fake. And you wonder what they did in 2020. The FBI also says that the defendants utilized other cheating technologies, including poker chip trays that read cards through hidden cameras, special contact lenses and glasses that could read marked cards, and X-ray poker tables that could read cards face down. The FBI says that defendants robbed a victim at gunpoint to acquire a rigged shuffling machine. The sports gambling investigation is called Operation Nothing But Net, while the poker investigation is called Operation Royal Flush. The FBI has been working on this investigation for 4 years, with victims losing at least $7 million. One victim specifically lost 1.8. FBI reviewed thousands of hours of video evidence and executed more than 24 search warrants. These are just accusations at this point, and he's just pointing out details from the FBI investigation. And that's what I wanted to share with you today. That actually is a good point, Trash Panda. At least let me do this then. You said I should just do 72 hours nonstop show until Monday. I'm sure all of us watching, you can get the 269 pennies in the wishing well. Well, how about this? How about I replay yesterday's show? Can I do that? I'll do that, okay? And it might only play the first 4 hours on Rumble. But I'm going to give it a shot. That's a decent idea, Trash Panda. So let me do that. I will queue up yesterday's program for you to watch. And we'll keep broadcasting. That's a good idea. While I do some other things here. Thank you for watching. Rumble rants, super chats, Venmo, Cash App, all those tip jars are open if you enjoyed today's program. Donation links at the bottom of the screen. Marion, I'll be okay. I don't have 1.4 million to lose. It was 1.8. I know. It's easy to not lose money if you don't have it. I'm watching a new series on Netflix called Black Rabbit. Jason Bateman and Laura Linney is the next executive producer. It's got Jude Law in it. And it's two brothers who were in a band, and the guy runs a restaurant. But the do-nothing brother gets in trouble with the gamblers. And he owes hundreds of thousands to them, and they just run up this massive debt, and it's just a mess. 2 or 3 episodes in. Yeah, I don't like to gamble either. But anyway, I'm a couple episodes in. It's interesting. I'm waiting to see where it goes. It's a limited series. So, yeah, do yourself a favor. And I sort of worry about Mike Bear and Jim Mitchell just because, I mean, Jim's the gambling guy on our show on Strictly Football. He goes through all the bets. We make our guesses, our sports picks of the week. I know Izzy does the gambling apps. I don't mess with any of it besides a couple of fantasy football leagues. It's easy to get in over your head with gambling. That's why the house always wins. So it is what it is, folks. Yeah, gambling is the finest thing you can do if you're good at it. That's what they say to Krusty the Clown on The Simpsons. I need to rewatch The Simpsons. It's been so long. Some of my references need to be sharpened up. Anyway, that is a good idea. I'm going to do that. I'm going to broadcast yesterday's program. So keep it on if you wish. That would be awesome. Boost the numbers. And yeah, I may or may not do a show tomorrow, depending on a couple of factors. I'll keep you posted. Keep your eyes peeled. Definitely back on Sunday for the Browns game, and definitely back on Monday for the TNAM Daily Show. So until then, by then, at least it's not by then. Exactly. Thank you so much. Let me pull up the X feed from yesterday, or the YouTube from yesterday. Where's my channel? There it is. But yeah, let's rebuild America. What would that look like? It looks like less fake division. That sounds pretty good to me. Let me go to my live feeds and pull this up. I could play strictly football. No, I'll do this one about the NBA scandal. Here, let's full screen this. Good idea, though. Good idea, then. Yeah, Marion says, guess I'm gambling $20 on my fantasy football team. There you go. Yeah, I'm like 50 or 100. But that's like all year long, and it's stretched out and whatever. I think I'm going to drop a couple leagues this season. Maybe just go down to, I don't know. We'll see. All right. This is a good idea. Let me see about doing this, playing the previous show at the end of the show. I should probably be broadcasting 24 hours a day. I think I need to do that for a couple of reasons. And I have original content. I wonder if it shows how many hours of content. I don't know how many thousands of hours of content. I don't even want to look. That's such an interesting question. All right. Do we have this pulled up here? We do. Well, then thank you, everybody. I appreciate you being here. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. This begins our replay of yesterday's program here on the New American Media. Thank you, everybody. Oh, is that what I sound like? Broadcasting to you live from the Orion Spiral Arm of the Milky Way Galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, North America, the United States of America. No longer California, Los Angeles, to be pseudo-specific. My name is Brian Engelman. Today is Thursday, October 23rd, 2025. And this right here, the thing that you are watching is called the TNAM Daily Show. TNAM. What does TNAM stand for? The New American Media. I almost do just listening and wonder why I'm snapping. It's a cool visual effect where I point at things and then different things occur, such as this. Watch. Join us tonight at 6 o'clock when we're going to be having Strictly Football with Mike Barra, Jim Mitchell, and perhaps Azrael Robinson. He might be under the weather. We shall see. But this is the TNAM Daily Show. Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here. On today's program, we're going to talk about the NBA scandal where the Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat player, it's Terry Rozier, right? Arrested by the FBI. Gambling investigation. The mob. Rigged poker games. Illegal sports betting. All sorts of stuff. What? We're going to tell you what we know. But I can tell you this much. I've been very suspicious of gambling for a while now. Maybe it's always been this way, but it's all on the table at this point. So we're also going to dump out the rest of the news, like a bunch of trash pandas rifling through the rubbish, separating fake news from fact, trying to tell you about what's going on. And we encourage you to hit like, hit subscribe, share this show, send it out on X, please. Copy the link and send it to a couple friends on text and go, hey, we get together every day and go through the news. You should join our show. Join us in chat. And let's try to double and triple and quadruple the number of people that are watching this. So please share the show. Hit like, hit subscribe, all of those things. And without further delay, let's launch today's program, the TNAM Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree show here on the New American Media. Let's get to it.
guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here this wonderful late October afternoon. Let's pull comments up on the screen. Who is in here today? Hello, John. Hello, Marion. Lake Leon, Droopy Dog, Kenneth. What is up, everybody? Teacher, coach, musician, news analyst, funny guy, bartender. Wherefore art thou? Hello, David, in Canada. No problems again with YouTube. That was just a user scenario. Had a meeting this morning. Tell you more about that as it becomes as needed. We're on a need-to-know basis. All right. Yeah, the problem wasn't necessarily with YouTube. It was with Restream. Amazon Web Services created a problem. And so I couldn't use Restream the other day. But we are back. Yeah, so you don't think sports are fixed? I hate that sports are fixed. It just ruins sports. But if they're going to allow it, then sports needs to be ruined, I think. All right, let's take a look at the stories in the news, and we will eventually get to the NBA story. This is sort of breaking. But it also touched the Cleveland Guardians. Manuel Clase and some other pitcher both got busted for throwing balls in games, rigging the games against the teams they're playing for. They would argue, oh, I'm just throwing a ball. Yeah, well, you're also putting your team at a competitive disadvantage. It's the number one reason why you don't gamble. So I think it's going to come out. This is way more pervasive than we realize. All right, here's Tim Pool. Harry Sisson gets dunked on by everyone, and when proven wrong, changes his lie to, yeah, okay, but I don't know who the guy in the middle is, but I know the guy on the left is named Harry Sisson, I believe. And he's unfortunately one of the best that the Democrats have to offer. He's not very good. On with Pierce Morgan here.
Question about whether or not a high-ranking Democrat has used this rhetoric. Who is Kamala Harris?
I know. I want you to answer all the questions. I want you to answer all the questions
for you. Who is Kamala Harris?
Wait. Answer all the questions I just gave you. And can you name me when Kamala Harris said that Donald Trump is Hitler?
Who was
when did Kamala Harris? Great.
Was Kamala Harris last year a high-ranking Democrat when she was?
When did Kamala Harris call Donald Trump Hitler?
October of 2024. Kamala Harris said on the campaign trail, Donald Trump vowed to be a dictator on day one. His former chief of staff said he wanted generals like Hitler's. Donald Trump openly admires dictators, including Adolf Hitler. Last October, that was said on the campaign trail from the Democrat.
So Kamala Harris said this during the campaign, during the closing days of the campaign. It was her final campaign pitch.
And by the way, in the final week, Barack Hussein Obama said that President Trump called Nazis fine people. He was still. This is why I'm so bullish on charging Obama with treason. He was still trying to convince people in this country that President Trump said Nazis are fine people. Lying. Still. There's politics, and then there's whatever that shit is. The most divisive political lie in American history. The final week of the campaign, still out there, repeating the fine people hoax. Everything about Obama was a hoax. Oh, there's a Russian dossier. We have to spy on candidate Trump. No, you don't. You're trying to rig the election to put in your permanent rule of the deep state. The deep state Democrats permanently ruling this country as kings.
Exactly.
Is that high enough ranking for you? You guys, you supported her for president.
Exactly, because there have been reports
the person
that Donald
you
Trump
supported for president
just
is someone
relax,
who was
Jack.
campaigning by calling Trump Hitler.
Jack,
You're so disingenuous when you bring this stuff up. You can't even acknowledge the fact that your own candidate was on the campaign. She got a video about it. It's on her Facebook or it's on her Twitter.
Let me offer one here, which is Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton literally compared Trump's rally in Ohio last week to Nazi leader Adolf Hitler's speeches. Speaking of the Texas Tribune Festival in Austin, she made reference to Hitler's speeches, which saw people raise their right arms in the air in the Nazi salute.
Answer the question.
Yeah. The Democrats, if you can't charge them with being guilty of mass formation psychosis, brain damage by lying to people over and over again through their media, through their education system, through their Democrat deep state politicians. So divisive and toxic, poisonous ideology. I didn't vote for Barack Obama, but he had the opportunity to unite this country. He's a half white, half black dude. Could have just said, I told Michelle the other day, the thing that I like most about the United States, look, a guy like me, half white, half black, it doesn't matter. I brought hope, hopeity hope, changeity change, hope and change and hope. That's a good thing. Only in America. We've come a long way since our founding, 1600s, 1700s, 1860s, 1960s. I mean, damn. Look at how great America can be. That's why we have promise here. That's why we're moving in the right direction. Careful making that hand movement with your, arm outstretched, or else you'll sound like Hillary, blaming Trump. No, but Obama didn't do that. Obama didn't do any of the positive stuff. It was all negative racial arson. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because he squandered the gift that he had, that he could have given the world. He could have given this country. And he squandered it because all he knows is how to be a community agitator. And we all suffered. We're still going through it. And they're still lying about it. And they're still using the most ridiculous rhetoric imaginable for common sense people. All right, this is a tough story here. Anthony Cabasa says, a man who took 3 lives and left at least 4 others injured is an illegal alien who entered the country illegally in 2022, but was released back into the U.S. by the then Biden administration. It is believed, not confirmed, it is believed this man was allowed to obtain a commercial driver's license in California due to California's sanctuary laws. Let me look this up in Grok. But they're saying Bill Malugin is confirming the truck driver who killed 3 and injured others in the fatal freeway crash in Ontario, California, a place that I've been. I've been on this stretch of freeway on the 10. I believe it's on the 10. Ontario's like an hour east of LA on your way to the Inland Empire. I've made that drive so many times. That could have been me. My life snuffed out by somebody who had no business being in the country. Commercial driver's license. An illegal alien from where does they say he's from? I don't think they say where he's from. Let me ask Grok. Let me see if I can get any more info on this. Jashanpreet Singh. Okay, from India. Accused of driving under the influence of drugs, causing an 8-vehicle pileup on Interstate 10 in Ontario, California. Killed 3 people including a roadside mechanic who was assisting with a tire change. Oh, man. Incident captured on dash cam footage from Singh's truck showing him failing to brake before slamming into stop traffic, igniting a massive fire. Toxicology tests confirmed impairment. And he faces charges of gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated and DUI causing bodily injury. Detained without bail. That's what you're supposed to do with people that are assaulting others. It's San Bernardino County's West Valley Detention Center. ICE detainer logged due to immigration status. First court appearance scheduled October tomorrow. National debate linked to federal immigration policies under Biden admin and California state-level practice for issuing driver's license. Illegally crossed U.S.-Mexico border March 22 near El Centro, California. Apprehended shortly after, but then just dumped back into the United States instead of sent back to where they came from. They had an alternative to detention program. Yeah, it's called Stay in Mexico. Are you kidding me? This policy, implemented amid a surge in border encounters, allows for monitoring with ankle bracelets or check-ins. Oh, okay, or a check-in. Yeah, maybe I'll check in, or maybe I'll just never see you ever again. Instead of full detention for non-criminal, it is a crime to break into the country, pending immigration hearings. Yeah, build hotels in Mexico, and you got to stay over there. If you don't have a ticket, you don't get to come inside and hang out while we figure it out. You wait outside. This is common sense. I don't want to hear a single slur. I don't want to hear a single bad name for anyone that wants to use that policy. That policy is just, it's standard promoter lifestyle. If you don't have a ticket, you wait outside. That's it. That's all. No biggie. We don't need to punch you or execute you if you tried to get in without a ticket, but you don't get to come in and wait while we figure it out. Because we know how many of those people just run into the crowd and we'd lose them. No idea who they are. Here's the video of it. Oh, it's just unfortunate.
Now take a look. This is exclusive dash cam video that is now the subject of several law enforcement investigations. Shows the moment a red semi-truck plowed into a number of vehicles on.
Oh, so then even right at the very end, there were two cars on the side of the road, and it killed one of the guys that was working on changing a tire. That's awful.
The westbound 10 freeway in Ontario just after 1 p.m. yesterday. The CHP told the LA Times.
Right there. That truck is being serviced, and it goes right in between them.
The driver
Where is that
of this
man.
big rig is a 21-year-old man who is now under arrest on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs. A total of 4 semis were involved and also 4 passenger vehicles, one of them exploding in flames. 3 people were killed and 4 others were taken to local hospitals. This horrific crash happened just east of the 15 freeway and shut down all westbound.
And the 15 is where you take the 10 east out of LA and you grab the 15 to go northeast into Vegas.
Lanes for more than 12 hours.
I've taken this drive so many times.
Thousands of drivers were trapped in the gridlock just as the evening commute was getting underway. It also happened near the Ontario airport, so the crash likely delayed people that were trying to get to their flights. Now take a look. This is exclusive.
Ugh, man, they had no chance.
Dash cam video that is now the subject of.
Terrible. Democrats need to start getting sued for the ramifications of their traitorous policy positions. Biden admin has blood on their hands here. Brutal. So many traffic problems. Yeah, you have to. It's kind of a pretty important thing that you. Yeah, what kind of drugs? I'm curious as well. East Indian? How do you know? Why would you guess East Indian? Is there a difference with names or looks or something? David's up in Canada. I mean, Canada's been invaded by Indians. A very organized effort to create satellite populations, like how Elon's trying to take humanity up to Mars. These other countries are trying to build enclaves inside America to well, they're trying to do it all over the globe, really. Take military-aged fighting men, military-aged men of fighting age. There we go. I went to Vancouver. It did not strike me much as Canada. It was very Indian. I was fairly surprised by that. But yeah, you should have very high standards. Number one, you got to be a citizen. Number two, you have to be able to read, write, and speak English. And three, you shouldn't be on drugs. I don't know what. That is a good question, though. What kind of drugs? Kenneth, you said sound. I have sound. Now I have sound again. All right. Well, here's two people I would like to not see take over New York. I'd like to see the one, Curtis Sliwa. I'd like to see Cuomo drop out. But he goes after Zohran Mamdani. This is the snake eating its own tail here. You have ideologies that cannot be compatible. But the Democrats keep lying to you that, oh, no, we have coalitions. No, you don't. No, you don't. All you're relying on is the enemy of my enemy being my friend, but that's not foreign policy. That's a fool's errand. So what's going on? Are you pro-Islamist or pro-gay? You cannot be both.
You take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga, Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. You take a picture with your father. You're smiling. He's smiling. She's known as Rebecca.
Okay, hold on. Kenneth, you're saying I'm muted. I'm not muted. Can you all hear me? Thumbs up. Type in, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I've been doing sound on, sound off. Can everybody type in the comments? By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, you can hit the hearts button or the 100 button or the confetti button. That shows engagement. I like all the comments as well. Let me give you a quick update. Put this at the bottom of the screen. Just a reminder to follow the New American Media in these places. Ugh, they keep changing my design. There we go. I don't want it to ever be what they keep changing it to. It's so frustrating. Be sure to follow. Off and on working. Oh, I was turning it off. I was saying, can you hear me now? And then I'd click it off and say, can you hear me now? And then I'd say, can you hear me now? So if it was going off and on, that was me doing that intentionally. But I would say to Kenneth, if you're having an issue, hit refresh. Just refresh the feed or check your speakers. Off and on working. Oh, yes, because I can hear me here. I was saying, can you hear me now? Okay, good. All right, I was saying, look at the bottom. Can you follow the New American Media on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitch, Kick, DLive, and Locals, and YouTube at the New American Media? Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. We're on X at American_Media_. And subscribe to our podcast at The Agree to Disagree Show on Spotify and Apple. Also, kind of thought it was his damn earwax. Yes. Coming up on the end of the month, it would be another month of opportunity to support the New American Media on Patreon. They take maybe the smallest percentage. A little bit more than shooting it direct through Cash App or Venmo or PayPal, which is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. It's my name, or on PayPal, it's an email, fuzzinstallment@yahoo. But you can subscribe to the New American Media on Rumble. You can do Rumble rants on Rumble. You can do memberships on YouTube, super chats on YouTube. And let me do drum roll, please. Can you all go brrrr on your desk? It says that we are now only 271. We're in striking distance, people. 271 pennies in the wishing well away from enacting advertisements back onto our channel. Oh my gosh. It's been years and years since we could, yes, years and years since we had advertisements. And we've been missing out on thousands and thousands of dollars of operating costs. You know, it costs thousands of dollars to do this show every year. It's the software. The software is about $1,000 a year. Start with that. And all sorts of ancillary expenses. On top of YouTube, Google, what is it? Twitter X, you have to subscribe to. So yeah, folks, if you can go to YouTube and watch some extra content from the New American Media, super appreciated. If you can pull up another device and log in from another account to get a verified hour watch. But we have 1,900 videos over 14 and a half years, millions of views. So please consider helping us get 271 extra hours watched as soon as possible, because then click, we should be able to activate having advertisements on the channel again. Oh, it's been so long. I still need to verify the transfer of the super chats from September. The AdSense account was unlocked, but that's a me thing. I got to sort that out. But yes, all of your support is super appreciated. However you would like to assist us. Okay. Thanks for letting me get that out of the way. Kenneth's friend Kendall is watching as we speak. Nice. I'm software accounts. No. Yes, and hit that thumbs up button and hype it up when you can. Yeah, please share this. Text the show to a couple friends. Share it out on X and just say, hey, we're watching this right now. Join us in the chat room. We're trying to see how Zohran can both be pro-Islamist and pro-gay. Because it's impossible. It's impossible. It doesn't take long to paint these virtue signalers of the left into a corner. Because they have non-competing ideology. Non-compatible ideology, rather. The two things cannot be the same at once. So call them out on it. Which one is it? Queers for Palestine. Huh? They would throw you off the roof. Are you serious? You don't want that culture imposing its will on you. They're not very accommodating to people who have different opinions on life. Oh yeah, but yep. Super queer for Palestine, are you now? Okay. Anyway. Here's Andrew Cuomo.
Gay killer Kadaga. You're a citizen of Uganda. You took the picture. You said you didn't know who she was. It turns out you did. How do you not renounce your citizenship or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay just by their sexual orientation? Isn't that a basic violation of human rights?
I think he gets the question.
And you take a picture with Rebecca.
And in one hand, like, you take pictures with anyone, you don't know who anyone is. I don't always blame, but if he's lying about not knowing him and they actually do, then that is sort of evidence of, you're up to something you're not supposed to be doing, and we're on to you kind of thing. Cheers from my pal with a Stein. Yes, I have the Don't Tread on Me mug, but I also have the New American Media mug. If anyone wants one, shoot $40 over. That'll include about $10 in shipping. Get that mailed right out to you. Kenneth has a mug for the New American Media. John created the mugs. Thank you, John. I think I have 17 left, and I'd like to get one to everyone. So let me know if you would like one. That's another way to support the show. So yeah, well, anyway. Yeah, I don't like Cuomo. Curtis is the guy. Yeah, how can the most important city in the world elect a 34-year-old with zero executive experience? I would like to see Cuomo drop out and support Sliwa and say, look, I'm going to join his campaign, and when he wins, I'm going to take on this role in the administration. That's what Bobby Kennedy did. And they coalesced their party so that they could raise their focus. They could narrow their focus to take Mamdani, and defeat him politically. Three-way race is going to... That's how Bill Clinton got in. It was supposed to be George W. Bush. But Ross Perot came in like gangbusters, but then he got blackmailed because of his... I think he had a lesbian daughter and something about they were going to put intimate details out. And he's like, now, hold on. Now, wait a minute. Hold on. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Yeah. Now, yeah, if I wasn't there, Bill Clinton wouldn't have got in. I haven't done a Ross Perot impression in a while. He just passed away a couple years ago. Anyway. All right. This is Blaze Media. The left puts their most radical fanatics in the education system for a reason. I remember being told by someone that I cares about me, allegedly, that I was being reckless. I was calling out the teachers after Charlie Kirk was killed, so I'm going to endanger teachers. Huh? Yeah, there might be shootings at schools because people like you are blaming the teachers for Charlie Kirk. I'm like, first off, don't you fucking yell at me because your side just executed one of my side's best communicators, you asshole. How did this happen? You're yelling at me because I'm pointing out the obvious that there's a lot of people in the education system that are calling for this stuff? Okay. It was just weird. I got attacked. You're going to encourage... Don't you know that I'm in a relationship with a teacher, and if something happened, you would be responsible for the person if something bad happening because you're blaming him for Charlie Kirk? I'm like, so are you telling me without telling me that you feel the same way as the people that wanted to end Charlie Kirk's life because they disagreed with something he said, which is utterly terroristic and traitorous? I think she told it, people kind of tell on themselves sometimes. I think this person was mad at me because they were celebrating Charlie Kirk and I was calling it out and they didn't like that. They didn't like that I was calling it out. Well, we got a huge problem in our air quote education indoctrination system.
Vile reactions to Charlie's murder have almost all been public school teachers and college professors. Tells you a lot about what America's children are facing and why TPUSA is more important than ever. But for years, I've described the government school system as Satan's youth ministry. And you have to understand that we're not having enough kids ourselves. We're having way more than they're having. And so how do they perpetuate themselves? You have to groom. You have to indoctrinate. You have to take over institutions because the institution that is supposed to inculcate and pass on the family, you have forsaken it. And so you have to take over the cultural institutions as a substitute for the family, put government in charge as a substitute for dads, and now these become the discipleship mechanisms for the next generation. And this is how you perpetuate yourself because you're not doing it the way the creator intended. And this is why we often find the most radical and savage elements in the education system. And they have sent them on purpose into these institutions to perpetuate themselves because they don't do it the way God intended. The most vile reactions to Charlie's murder have almost...
Oh, it's an absolute plan to indoctrinate these kids. It is abuse. David says, this is why I don't care if any more people wake up. It's obvious that they never will if that commie Mamdani gets elected. Teacher's pet? Likely a cat. But we're in for a lot of trouble if we don't fix our education system and the legacy media. The Democrat Party's self-destructing, and they really are the mouthpiece of what you're hearing from the education system, by and large. 90% radical left-wing. Whatever percentage you find appropriate. It's way higher than 50%. I know that much. Hold on. What's this comment? Como arigato, Mr. Roboto. Thank you. And the voting system, of course, yes. Will Ricciardella says, here's a complete summary of immigration policy for the last 5 years. Ready? Blue states. We won't enforce federal immigration law. Biden. Me neither. Then the border collapses. Voters. Okay, fine. Then we'll elect Trump to fix it. Trump enforces the law. Blue states. Unleash street militias to block ICE. Trump sends the National Guard to protect agents. Blue states. Help fascism. Yeah, help fascism. Cool story, bro. Nick Shirley is out here, and a man calls anti-ICE protesters lunatic liberals.
Now we got these protesters going after
lunatic liberals.
I'm sorry. You're calling these people lunatic liberals now?
Yeah, lunatic liberals here. I mean, look at these people. They don't even know what they're arguing for. It's really a shame. Most people aren't educated. Most people don't know how law enforcement functions work in this country. If half these people knew what, our laws are of this country and how law enforcement acts and how they're going about this, they wouldn't be this mad. I think it's an education problem.
Yeah. You think this is a left and right issue, or do you think it's just a law and order issue?
I think it's a law and order issue. I think people don't respect the laws of this country, and this is the outcome of that. We should support our law enforcement and everything that they do for us on a daily basis. Yeah.
They all do that. They all do that. I've noticed this is their tactic. The Antifa tactic is to say you're ugly or you're fat. I played a video yesterday. I said, you're closeted, you're gay, you're ugly. They're trained to do this. Or is it organic? I don't think it's organic. I don't think there's anything remotely organic about these people. From their opinions to their talking points, their screeching points. That's interesting. I can't call myself an Antifa expert because I haven't wasting too much of my time paying attention to them, honestly. Like, why would I? I know they're a clear and present threat. I know they're domestic terrorists, but I've only recently started watching videos with them in it to the point where I'm picking up on they like to call people ugly. It's like when Anna Kasparian fat shamed Alex Jones. It's like, hold on, haven't you been railing against fat shaming? Like you're not supposed to comment on people's appearance and you called him a fat fork? Only I didn't say fork. Fudge. Only I didn't say fudge. Question of the day. What's that from? Pop culture reference. Write it. Type it in the comments. Only I didn't say fudge. So the Antifa goons confront the people confronting them by calling them ugly. This is a reoccurring theme.
See, my point proven. Uneducated, they're just angry. It's pure emotion, zero logic from here. They don't know what they're arguing about. They have no idea.
And what are you guys arguing about with the police officers right now?
Bro, if the cops were here, I would beat your ass right now.
Really?
That's a crime. If I was you'd be arrested, but it's okay.
Uh-huh. Yep. That's what it's like out there.
At work.
Well, it's also pretty stupid behind the desk at CNN. Andrew Colvett says this is sick. Democrat Texas State Representative Jolend Jones. Her name is Jolend. Like Roland with a J. I've never heard a name of Jolend before. She's got some thoughts that might lead to her getting a visit from the FBI.
I'm from the hood, okay?
Okay. Are you okay? That make you special? What are you getting at here?
So when a bully comes, like...
A bully. You mean like the principal who's enforcing the law? Or you mean like the actual bully of the side that you're representing? I think you're going to try to twist that one.
If there are no rules, you literally have to figure it out.
If there are no rules, you literally have to figure it out. No, the Trump administration is literally enforcing the rules. David got it. Kenneth didn't know that reference?
So Donald Trump has changed things.
Donald Trump is the principal, not the bully. Your side are the bullies.
And people trying to do what's always been done is not going.
People trying to do what's always been done is not going to, I don't know what you're saying.
To work. And I think that's why Democrats are losing black people. That's why they're losing poor people, because.
Why are Democrats losing black people and poor people? Okay, she didn't quite make the mistake Joe Biden said, or the honest Joe Biden thought, where he said, come on, man. What was the Biden quote about rich, poor people and black people? Like black people can be something just as something as poor people. What was this? There we go. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it. But think how we think about it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
As poor people.
You're losing black voters to the Democrat Party because nobody likes Democrats. You're losing poor voters who are from supporting the Democrat Party because people don't like the Democrat Party. They don't like the policies. They don't like the results. They see the destruction in mass. Aside from wimpy white women, everybody has gone to MAGA. All the demographics have shifted because the Democrat policies are destructive. They're actually just traitorous to America. Not sure who funded this, how this occurred, how this became the party platform, but my gosh, it's in severe need of a rebranding, at least.
Well, all they want is for us to fight. So if you hit me in my face, I'm not going to punch you back in your face. I'm going to go across your neck, because we can go back and forth fighting each other's faces. You've got to hit hard enough where they won't come back. And so, yeah.
So, yeah, what are you talking about? Your side tried to kill President Trump on multiple occasions. In Butler, on the golf course in Florida. Luckily, those attempts failed. Your side took out Charlie Kirk. Unfortunately, that succeeded. She's saying that the principal of the school enforcing the rules means that you should take out the principal and slit his throat. She made the 86 motion to decapitate, to end the life of, to Islamic radical extremist, to behead the president because he's enforcing the. I just can't really follow what she's getting at.
The same way I went to New York and spoke with Governor Kathy Hochul and said, if they're going to try to wipe us out.
Okay, they're going to try to wipe us out. What is she even talking about? We're trying to remove the illegal aliens who have broken into America. There's no wiping us out. Who is us? Angry Americans, lady Americans, black Americans, Democrat Americans. What are you talking? Who's us? Who is she claiming is going to get wiped out? How is somebody supposed to do what is she to take us out, to wipe us out?
In Texas, we need to wipe out every Republican. In New York, in California.
Okay, I think wipe out, they're talking about changing the gerrymandered districts. By the way, it's my understanding, I'm open to a fact check on this, but my understanding is that the Democrats have already gerrymandered every single place they could, maybe except California, maybe a couple more in New York. They're 95% fully gerrymandered to add extra districts and add extra power, add extra control. And so the Republicans are just doing what the Democrats have done to take their power back, because the Democrats have had a leg up and they've been cheating they've had their finger on the scale the whole time. It's like if you set a bag on at the airport at the weight at the scale, and you have your foot underneath and you're lifting up on your foot to make it less weight, putting your fingers on the scales of justice. You've already rigged the system, and they're just fixing that.
In Illinois, so no one can make me feel bad about fighting for the people that I represent, because the people that I represent need someone who's willing to go in the ring and fight for them.
You want to fight? Yeah, this is the exact type of rhetoric that got Charlie Kirk murdered by a shot to the neck.
And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
So, Representative, in that context, the reality of the world is we are living in a moment where, yes, there's this shutdown going down, and Democrats on Capitol Hill are standing up for that and the way they think is working. But we hear from them.
And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah, okay, I don't think we need that second clip there. But there you have it. Jesse Kelly talking about the communists, Comey Mamdani.
How the communists they've always been this way. They're really, really, really good at creating symbols for the communist street animals to either hate or love. And they can do this ad hoc. They can just put together one all at once if it makes sense. This would be like COVID is a great example of this. George Floyd is a great example of this. Some black gangbanger dies in Minneapolis, someone no one should care about. How do we go directly from that to more state funerals than the Queen of England? Well, the communists can tell their herd animal followers, this guy's important, this guy's a saint, this guy's important, this guy's a saint. And herd animals go where the shepherd tells them to go. And they also can and do successfully create idols for their herd animal followers to throw tomatoes at. Your liberal Aunt Peggy, the Democrat in your life, have you ever asked them, why do you hate Donald Trump so much? Of course you have, or at least it's come up in conversation. Have you ever had specifics? Do you ever get a specific? No, you don't.
No.
He's a Nazi. That's not, what? What do you?
That's not a thing.
Specifically, but what don't you like? Have you asked me why I didn't like Joe?
And by the way, I've lived many decades and I've never once met a Nazi. There's always ghosts around every corner. I don't know what they're even talking about. Never met a Nazi, never met a Klansman. Lived my whole life.
Joe Biden. Why I didn't like Barack Obama? Well, you better pull up a chair because I've got all kinds of details I can give you. They don't know why, because they've simply been told to. How the communists they've always been this way. They're really, really, really good at creating symbols for the communist street animals to either hate or love. And they can do this ad hoc. They can just put together one all at once if it makes sense. This would be like a COVID is a great example of this. George Floyd is a great example of this. Some black gangbanger dies in Minneapolis, someone no one should care about. How do we go directly from that to more state funerals than the Queen of England?
Oh, okay. That was the same. That was the beginning of the clip. Yeah, the Democrats have a playbook, and they just keep going right back to it. Talking about communism again, Michael Carbonara. And by the way, pinkies up to Lauren. But to be fair, says Trump gave a beautiful tribute to Hinduism in Diwali this week. Dozens of Hindus like Tulsi Cash and Usha Vance celebrated in the Oval Office. The U.S. is not a Christian nation. Trump just proved it. Well, that's not true at all. You can be a Christian nation that recognizes other things because Christian nations tolerate other people. Whereas a lot of other cultures, be it Jewish supremacism, Islamic supremacism, there's a lot of thought that, nope, it's their way or the highway. And if you're not one of them, you're subhuman. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people out there with Jewish supremacism, Islamic supremacism, for sure. But it's a strange comment to say that the United States is not a Christian nation. It absolutely is. It was founded on Christian doctrine. I don't think we need to say Judeo-Christian. It's founded on Christian doctrine with a welcoming attitude to other people who are not going to try to come in and subvert this country and change it into things that it is not, such as a radical Sharia country. But I didn't know Tulsi Gabbard was Hindu. So I did look it up, and it says, yes, Tulsi is Hindu. I didn't know that. Vocal about devotion to Lord Krishna's teachings, participates in Hindu festivals like Diwali, advocated for Hindu representation in American public life. I mean, you see the difference. If there's a Christian nation that allows anybody to be their thing, but, you know, not take it over and demand it. Country after country has fallen to Islam. You must do this or else, comma, ... There's a big difference there. So no, that's a false statement. Lauren, whatever your name really is. To give a shout out to other people that are into other things. Hey, you know, you can get a shout out, sure. I mean, there's nothing wrong with a shout out. Anyway, back to Comey Mamdani. Breaking: the CCP bought American farmland near military bases. But now Trump's National Farm Security Action Plan has ended it. Take a listen.
Today, we are taking this purpose and our American farmland back. American agriculture is not just about feeding our families, but about protecting our nation and standing up to foreign adversaries who are buying our farmland, stealing our research, and creating dangerous vulnerabilities in the very systems that sustain us. Reshoring and nearshoring our food and agriculture supply chain is essential for our nation's security. In coordination with the White House, the Departments of Treasury, Defense, Homeland Security, and Justice, as well as state governors, state agriculture commissioners, local, tribal, and territorial governments, today we announced the USDA's National Farm Security Action Plan. This plan includes 7 key action items, and there's a lot of people here that I want you to hear from, so I'm not going to go one by one, but just very quickly. It's on our website. The press has gotten a preview of it, and we can ask some questions once we finish the main program. But very quickly, and perhaps the most important, the first of the 7, is securing and protecting American farmland ownership. actively engaging at every level of government to take swift legislative and executive action to ban the purchase of American farmland by Chinese nationals and other foreign adversaries. Standing on the shoulders of great governors, 3 of whom are standing behind me, who have already been leading the way on this issue. And at the federal government level, working to do everything within our ability, including presidential authorities, to claw back what has already been purchased by China and other foreign adversaries. Additionally, working with the Treasury of the Secretary of the Treasury, along with our Defense Department, on memorandums to ensure that moving forward, there is a much more intentional look at who is buying what in this country and from where they are in the world. Today, we are taking this purpose and our...
All right, good. Yeah, don't sell our farmland to the CCP. That's for us. You got it. You get it. Got it. Good. Get it. Got it. Good. All right. Those are the stories I had for you on Instagram. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Remember, Rumble rants and super chats are available if anyone wants to toss something in our tip jar here. Always appreciated. Let's go to, we have an update here. So this is good. Here, let's, I got a couple of these. Let me share the X feed. We're at American_media_ on X. Eric Daughtry reporting. Here's an update. D. Carlos Brown Jr., Irina Zarutska's killer. Say her name. Iryna Zarutska. This demon has been federally indicted and is likely to face the death penalty. Yeah, get him in the chair quickly. It's time. Live stream this. Make this pay-per-view. If that story didn't send you into a bit of an outrage, you're not paying attention. Good. But it's bigger than that. A couple stories here. C3 says, you won't believe this. Teresa Stokes released D. Carlos Brown after 14 arrests before he killed Irina Zarutska. Stokes is supposed to be supervised by Judge Roy Wiggins. Wiggins just released Paulette Gibson after 15 arrests. And Paulette just stabbed 2 people. This must stop. "15 arrests, and you let her out again and she stabs people." You should be able to, not you should be able to, you should have to defend your decisions. And if a panel of U.S. courts put 50 people, put 2 people per state, make it 100 judges. It's all done virtually. You meet once a month. You have a monthly meeting. And the worst judges have to defend their decisions. And if you can't defend it and the people vote you out, you lose your position. And how about if people get out of prison and commit crimes? How about you start holding some of these judges accountable? That one judge the other day for the Big Balls case, 10 to 12 people, I think, jumped big balls. Pack animals, a pack animal attack. She said, oh, my job's to rehabilitate, not to incarcerate. No. Your job is to keep the monsters away from general population. Use the jails, exactly. Matt Van Swell says, I want to give a huge shout out to North Carolina state Republicans. They accomplished 2 major feats recently. 1, Irina's Law, Iryna, say her name. Type it in the chat. Irina Zarutska. It eliminates cashless bail for violent criminals. Yeah, you commit a violent act, you don't get out. Number 2, New York redistricting gives North Carolina another GOP House seat. It's been super hard on the I've been super hard on the GOP, but this is great. Federally indicted, justice coming, says Mark Harris, representative, North Carolina. Oh, no, we didn't forget, but this was 2 days before Charlie Kirk. That was supposed to be the most difficult show I ever did. I was so gutted by what I saw. I got that white girl. I got that white girl. A racist, unprovoked, as if we even need to add that as a qualifier. As if, oh, well, if you're provoked, if something provokes you, then you're allowed to kill. That's not true. An unnecessary, unprovoked attack on Irina Zarutska. Yeah, got to hold these judges accountable too. So it's our judges, it's our education system, and it's legacy media. We got to fix these three things. What is this story? This is live in Charlotte, North Carolina, at the train station where Irina Zarutska was murdered.
Why CNN's not covering it, ABC and stuff. And a lot of people are saying because it was like this beautiful, young, white blonde girl attacked by a black guy, and they don't want to cover those optics. What do you think about that?
I mean, I guess, like, it's a bit stereotypical, but like the story itself.
Why do you think it's stereotypical? Do you think it's because it actually happens more often than...
I guess it does happen more often than I guess we can admit, and I think, like...
What if I were to tell you it's 31 times more?
Oh, I've seen the statistics. I know, like, it's for there's a higher rate of violence in the African American, like, community, especially for men, compared to...
But especially black men attacking white people in general.
Right.
It's 31 times more. So for every single white person that assaults a black person, there are 31 instances of
31 times more likely.
the reverse.
Right.
Why?
Whew. But what does the media do? The media fixates on the small handful that don't fit that narrative to try to make it seem like the actuality in the country is the exact opposite. Legacy media, people. All right. Let's go to our profile here. Right here is the link to go to our Patreon account. This is my interview with John B. Wells of Caravan to Midnight, talking God, Trump, Biden, Deep State, and World War III. So click that and subscribe to us. Yes, Marion. If the races were reversed, cities would burn. Yep. All right. Okay, well, Grok told me this is real. World Aquatics suspended a Masters swimmer, Hannah Caldas, a 47-year-old man, suspended for 5 years after refusing mandatory sex verification testing to compete in women's events. This follows his wins in female categories, highlighting enforcement gaps in protecting fair competition. Sources like Swim, Swam, and Daily Mail confirm the details in recent announcements. This regarding Riley Gaines put this out and says this is not AI, and this is not the Babylon Bee. Well, if it's not AI and it's not the Babylon Bee, what is it? Well, this is a man going by the name Hannah Caldas, who's trying to swim against women. Riley Gaines says it's not AI, not Babylon Bee, not a South Park episode, not a Saturday Night Live skit. This is real life. Do you see the reason why the sky is blue and water is wet and why men shouldn't compete against women? That dude is jacked. You want to live out your life in a feminine manner? Hey, I mean, it's on you, buddy. You do you. You don't get to compete and steal glory. It's stolen valor. You don't get to pretend to be a lady and take valor away. Let the ladies have their sports. Yeah, why are there no women transitioning to men than trying to compete in men's sports? None. Have you seen any? Any? Can't believe this story is real. Here's another one that I couldn't believe is real. Visegrad 24 interviews the victim of a SA attack from an illegal alien invader who broke into Sweden and destroyed this girl. Do you want people breaking into your country to destroy your girls?
Jag mår fortfarande illa när jag
I still feel sick when I think about it. I can't.
Jag har ju berättat det här
I've told this story 1,000 times, especially to the police.
Har varit i tingsrätten.
And I've been to district court, but I still feel that it's really hard. During the whole school year last year, I barely went to school. Now and then I still dream about it. And I've been really scared to go out and walk by myself. Why would you let somebody break into your country to damage your citizens? So I almost never go out alone now. I still break down when I sit and talk about it for a long time, especially when I go into the details. So it feels like I'm reliving it again, and I feel his hands on me. Luckily, I have my great friends and my parents who have been there for me every single day. Can't make these translations. I'll always be affected by this. Really hope now that other girls hear this. It's also why I want to do it. They should also think that it's worth reporting. Even though it might not go through, but it can actually be worth it. It might help another girl. Yeah, you need to vet the people that you let into your country. The Swedish appeals court ruled that an 18-year-old Eritrean illegal alien named Mohammed, who was convicted of R-ing the 16-year-old Mia Aberg, won't be deported because the assault lasted only 20 to 30 seconds. Only. Okay. They only stuck something in. They only assaulted somebody for 30 seconds, so it doesn't count? No, that counts. You've ruined this person's life. Sweden needs to fix their criminal court system. It says it falls short of the criteria for expulsion in grave crimes. Victim detailed her trauma in Norman interviews, yet he received just 3 years in prison. Tell me, where's the redeemable quality? Tell me why you're not executing people that damage little girls. Why wouldn't you execute someone who would damage a little girl? Three years in prison. Sweden's lenient policies continue to prioritize migrant rights over victim justice. I find that to be astonishing. That story doesn't seem real to me, but unfortunately it is. All right, the number 2 House Democrat, Catherine Clark, says the quiet part out loud regarding the shutdown. Take a look at this.
I mean, shutdowns are terrible. And of course, there will be, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously. But it is one of the few leveraged times we have. I mean...
There you go. Suffering is their tool. Of course, there will be families that are going to suffer. It's one of the few leveraged times we have. Yep. You don't dislike the Democrats nearly enough. Dapper detective here. This is not too far from where I lived. Police say a brave female shopper shot dead a sex offender with gang ties who walked into a Los Angeles beauty store and began groping women before threatening to kill everyone. If Mayor of LA Karen Bass won't do her job and protect law-abiding residents, then the Second Amendment will. That's why you keep violent, crazy people away. But bravo to this lady. Here's the report.
Investigators say a woman opened fire trying to protect other shoppers.
It's seemingly business as usual here at Pink Beauty Supply on Alondra Boulevard in Compton. But Sunday, just after 3:30 p.m., an afternoon shopping trip turning deadly. The Los Angeles County Sheriff.
It says 3:30 p.m., but this picture's from nighttime, which is interesting.
Sheriff's Department says a 42-year-old man with possible gang ties was causing a disturbance inside, and that's when a woman who was a customer pulled out a gun and shot him. By the time deputies arrived, the man was already dead. Sheriff's investigators tell us that man allegedly walked into the store and groped a female customer, proceeding to throw items at the staff while claiming he could kill everybody. They say that's when a female customer opened fire twice, striking the man on the second shot.
The investigators say a woman opened fire trying to...
Bravo. Yeah, abuse the women. You should have a very strict, very quick sentence. Defend yourself with lethal force. Move along. Don't care about the race of the victim. Don't care about the race of the perpetrator. I care about the actions. Threatening to K everybody inside the store. Okay. Remember, that's exactly what happened to Daniel Penny, and New York went after him to try to ruin his life. Had to restrain a crazy, violent guy that was threatening to K the people on that train. Shame on the Democrats for going after the law and order people. Shame on the Democrats for letting out crazy, violent people. John, that's a good point. I only robbed the bank a few seconds. Okay. You were free to go. And then that. Thanks, Obama. It's an inside joke. Liz Wheeler reporting on Portland. Media won't even touch these stories.
And there you have it, the first ever video inside an Antifa safe house. Brandy, give me your reaction to this, because you saw this sort of thing when you were on the ground too.
Yeah, and I knew, so I went down to Portland for a few days, frankly, because I just didn't know what to believe. There was so many different narratives about what was happening in Portland. So I'm like, no, I gotta make a trip down there and see it. And I knew where this safe house was. And I knew where that safe house was. First of all, yeah, that's totally not organized at all. All these people just spontaneously, show up in their black bloc and, find a place to stay. And one of the things that's most nefarious about that, I think,
super spontaneous,
that hasn't really gotten enough attention, is that safe house is within an affordable housing apartment, which is kitty corner from the ICE facility. And these are people who, one of that sticks out to me is there's this kind of middle-aged black woman who several months ago was confronting Antifa saying, I cannot sleep. She was being terrorized.
Oh, yeah, we played that video.
Night after night, living in this affordable apartment building. And so you got this black woman who the woke left is supposed to love. And you've got these young white punks who are screaming at her, threatening her, vilifying her for coming out and saying, I cannot.
Young white punks. Young white thugs. It's not about what you look like. It's about your actions. This is a theme. It's a theme.
Sleep because of what you guys are doing night after night. So I don't know. This building gets taxpayer funds. How are they? And they're using it to harbor left-wing terrorists who are going there. And then my other thought was, I cannot imagine how bad it smells in there. I cannot imagine how bad it smells in there. I have to ask Nick Sorter about that. But there's clearly a level of organization. I mean, there was also some video from Nick Shirley, I believe, who, caught people coming in and out with U-Haul trailers filled to the brim with supplies. And there was also a storage unit where supplies were being taken from and brought to this encampment that they've set up on the sidewalk. So someone's paying for all of this. And having met and seen many of these left-wing extremists in person, they're not paying for it. I can promise you. I really don't think many of them have jobs. And so somebody is paying for it. And sometimes they're stealing this stuff. I mean, one of the frustrations of the people in this affordable housing building, many of whom are older, is they were raiding the food bank that's meant for the people who live in that affordable apartment complex. And they were taking it to their street camp. And so, they don't care about people of color. They don't care about the poor. And the media in Portland won't even touch that. It's like, wait a second, Antifa militants are holed up in an affordable apartment building that's paid for in part with taxpayer funds, and they're stealing food from a food bank that's meant to help the poor and elderly. And you're not even willing to talk about that. It's insane.
Yeah, because Antifa is not real. It's just an idea.
Right.
None of this stuff is happening. It's just abstract. It's our imagination. We're looking at a dog, but we actually are, seeing something else. It's crazy. And there.
Yeah, Antifa's not real. More Portland stuff. Here's Andy No. Two-tier policing in favor of the far left. James Klug captures a moment where police threatened a conservative driver with a traffic violation, while at the same time they were allowing rioters to occupy the road.
This isn't peaceful.
Volume.
Do you see any of these people being peaceful? I haven't called you. You called me a 3 times. I haven't called you a name, but I guarantee you're unemployed. I guarantee you're unemployed. I guarantee. Where do you work? Sir, and you're a liar. We don't have to. No. She can't make you leave. They're doing the same thing.
This is a traffic violation.
Oh, okay.
This is a traffic violation.
All right.
Get it out of here.
All right, Portland PD shutting this down.
Traffic violation, but those people can block the roads. Okay.
It's the traffic violation.
Besides, you guys just standing here. I'm just asking you a question. I live here. What are you guys doing?
Do not interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now.
This isn't.
Do not interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now. Angry lady.
Question. I live here. What are you guys doing?
Do not interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now.
Get over there now.
Interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now.
This isn't peace.
But they're ignoring the people blocking the roads. That's allowable. Don't interrupt me during a traffic stop. Get over there now.
What are you guys doing?
Do not interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now.
Now.
Interrupt me in a traffic stop. Get over there now.
Now.
Get over there now.
Now. All right. Okay, we are seeing these videos. I talked about this yesterday. I didn't play a lot of these yesterday because yesterday's show went very, 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 very long while we unpacked what was happening in the universe. So here we are. One bad dude says, I see a lot of videos like this claiming that crime is going to go up when people start losing food stamps. Why haven't I seen a single one of these people say that they're going to go out and get a job? What is this?
Cars, lock your house up. If you're one of them people that just leave your car unlocked, parked in your driveway, you better lock it. With the food stamps being gone and people not gonna have people gonna eat, okay? Nobody's just gonna, this is 2025, nobody's just not gonna eat.
All right, lady, hold on. You are eating too much. You are severely overweight. Not to pass judgment, not to punch down or be mean. But the way to lose weight is to eat less. That's one of the key points that you start with. Start and stop with, well, eat less.
Driveway, you better lock it. With the food stamps being gone and people not gonna have people gonna eat, okay? Nobody's just gonna, this is 2025, nobody's just not gonna eat. Nobody's, food stamps, I'm telling you right now, even with the government shutdown and the food stamps and stuff being gone for next month, and it's gonna affect everybody, there's about to be a lot of stuff going on, okay? I'm not even gonna talk about it too much, because hey, you know what's about to happen. Lock your cars, lock them. Y'all better lock y'all cars at night, lock your cars, lock your house up. If you're one of them people that just leave your car unlocked.
Okay, this is strange. There's a lot of these videos if I scroll around. Okay, Wall Street Apes reporting this. Phone records show a 33-year-old Muslim was very excited and knew ahead of time about the October 7th attack on Israel. Let's listen to this clip here.
We don't know how many terrorists the Biden administration let into the country, but we just found one in Lafayette, Louisiana. Mahmoud al-Muhtadi. He's 33, and he's from Gaza.
We got music here. Anyway, his phone was traced to a location where 60 people were killed, including 4 Americans. He fled to Egypt. Then Joe Biden granted him a visa inside America? We don't know how many terrorists the Biden admin let into the country, but we just found one in Lafayette, Louisiana. This guy from Gaza got word on okay, so he knew the attack was going to happen. Records of him on the phone calling for people to enter Israel, said the border was open, bring your guns, bring your ammo, meet me. He was very excited that this is going to cause a third world war. There are phone records of basically tracing his phone near a kibbutz where 60 people were killed, including 4 Americans, and a number of people were kidnapped. He then went to Cairo in Egypt, applied for permanent visa, also known as a green card, to come to the U.S. The Biden admin welcomed him in 2024. That's insane. Oh, here's another one. What about Laura Loomer breaking a story about Muslims bathing in congressional bathrooms? Inside the U.S. Senate yesterday, where Hamas and Muslim Brotherhood-affiliated jihadist activists were lobbying congressional Democrats during the government shutdown. Here's Laura Loomer talking with Tommy Tuberville.
I think it's really horrible what happened to your staffer today, but it's just shocking. Before you go, perhaps you can just, confirm just very briefly. I know you have to go right now, but you guys saw women dressed in niqab. The only thing you can see were their eyes through the little slits, and your staffers saw these men praying on the floor of the Senate and washing their feet in the bathroom.
Yeah, they were using the bathroom for a opportunity to prepare for their prayer. And I don't know how they do it in the Muslim countries, but since they have been coming to the United States of America, they stop traffic, they get in Times Square, they do everything they possibly can to showcase what they're doing and who they are. That's the reason they have no fear. And, it's like how they treat women. It's absolutely embarrassing that we would allow some kind of cult like this to come to our country to treat women like this. And for some reason, the far left Democrats, they stand up for these people.
I don't understand it. They're anti-women and they're anti-gay, and that's supposed to trump what the Democrats are supportive of, except it doesn't for some reason.
And again, if you come here, go by our Constitution, do things right, try to assimilate, I'm fine with it. But if you're going to come over and preach death and how you treat women and marry 3 or 4 different people, I mean, it's that's above and beyond. So I'm with you, Laura. If you keep pushing this, you and I and a lot of others, a few in the House, we're going to make some progress on this. But we cannot give up, because I promise you, they're coming, and we got to find some answer to this. And it's going to start in the House, it's going to be in the Senate, and also going to be in the White House, like you said, with President Trump. He understands the situation, but there's so many problems up here right now. We're lucky to be holding on to this country, and thank God President Trump got elected.
All right, well said. Laura Loomer, Senator Tommy Tuberville. Paul Sisbula shares this clip from this. Remember this weirdo? Former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot? She's got an idea of how to be even more anti-American regarding ICE.
We start the process of unmasking the agents. Even though they're wearing masks, every single one of them has a towel.
You say unmasking, they're going to say you're going to dox them, and that's why threats against them are up.
They are on public property, out in the open. We have an absolute right under our Constitution to be able to document what's happening.
To dox. You said document, but you mean dox. You mean to put hit lists out.
Every single one of those agents, height, weight, hair color, they wear their vests in a particular way. They're wearing insignias. Even the masks that they wear, the shoes that they wear, the cars that they're driving.
Right. Why are you doxing law enforcement?
We have a right to compile that information and put together a profile of each of these agents that's alleged to have committed crime. This is not about doxing them. This is not about putting them in danger, and I'm sure we're going to hear that. But as residents of this city in the metropolitan area, we have a right to know who's doing what, and supposedly in our name, but we believe that they are committing crimes, and it needs to be investigated, and then let a grand jury, let the prosecutor make a determination.
Are you saying you're going to compile this information then and then take legal action, civil action?
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to compile the information, and hopefully it's going to compel local law enforcement, the state's attorney, and others to do their jobs and investigate the allegations of serious crimes being committed.
Yeah. Democrats view it to be a serious crime that you remove people that don't belong in America. That's not a serious crime. That's the most basic thing we ask of government, is to keep people from invading this country. American AF says, here's a liberal woman who believes that black countries are better than all others, claiming they don't have nuclear weapons and have never conquered other countries. All right, come on. This isn't a real clip. This isn't a real skit, is it? What's this?
There are 54 countries on the continent of Africa that are black countries. There are 16 in the Caribbean that are black countries. That means out of 195 countries in the world, 70 are black countries. Yet not one of those 70 countries has a nuclear weapon. Not one has built weapons of mass destruction to threaten the world. Not one has ever invaded another land.
Is that music in the background? I think there's music.
To steal, conquer, or enslave. Think about
it. All right, I'm going to stop there, claiming that none of these countries have invaded other countries. You've heard of the Crusades to push back the Caliphate, right? The Caliphate was to overthrow Christian lands. So I don't know. There's music in the background. I can't play it. Anyway, watch it. Sounds interesting. Okay, who's this girl? L-E-L-L-E or Ellie? L? The disrespected trucker says, I hope L here is investigated. Let's watch her. More of this meltdown over EBT.
For those of you laughing because I'm on welfare, I just want to show you something real quick. This is my upcoming pending deposit for SNAP EBT for November. If you are laughing at me right now because you think that I'm going to suffer come November, you better think again. I know how to work the system into my favor. I know how to get what I want. I have
Oh, do you?
multiple sources of income, and that's where a lot of you go wrong. You rely on one source of income, but if you had multiple, if something like this were to happen where EBT gets shut down, you still have your other sources of income. But regardless, I'm still gonna get my EBT money for November. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I'm gonna get mine, and that's that. Love you.
So they're calling for investigation into her, that she's scamming the system, making actual money and then claiming she's not. This here is the beginning of the movie Idiocracy from 2006. Jeez, 19 years ago. I can't play it because of copyright, but it just kind of shows how the responsible family who's doing things the right way, they're not having kids. Oh, there's reasons and things are difficult and, career and, it's not a good time in the market. Meanwhile, all these white trash families, and by the way, you can be any color and be white trash. You can just be a trash family. How about that? I don't like that white people are only blamed with being trashy, because anybody can be trashy. But the dumbest among us, not the fungus among us, like the album from Incubus, but the dumbest among us are reproducing like crazy, having 20, 30, 40, 50 kids in their family tree. And the smart people that are trying to do things the right way, they're telling like, oh, the world's overpopulated, or, I got to focus on my career. I don't want to have kids. It's just one of the many ways that the responsible residents of America are being replaced, indoctrinated in schools to say, oh, we're overpopulated, we can't have kids. Stealing the value of our dollar, making it tougher and tougher to pay bills. Well, you can't afford a kid. Okay. Only certain people can be trash pandas. Yeah, anybody can be trash, but only elite can become trash pandas. Marion, what? Over $4,000 on EBT? It is upside down world. Anyway, I can't play you this clip, but it's funny. Vince Langman reminds us that George Ryan was the governor of Illinois who went to prison for selling commercial driver's licenses to unqualified drivers after one of them was involved in a fatal car crash that offed 6 children. Does this sound familiar, Gavin Newsom? You need to start holding these politicians accountable. Here's our show from yesterday. The silly Schumer shutdown is about to fail as Dems jump ship? Question mark. Maybe, maybe not. One bad dude here puts this out and says, I'm starting to think that people are taking advantage of the food stamp program. Really? What's this lady have to say about it?
You know what? If I don't get my food stamps, I'm going to Walmart, I'm going to RICO, and I'm going to ride right out the door, and I dare anybody to put their hands on me. I'm going back to stealing, so you better lock your cars. I'm going to take everything in sight.
You know, I'm tempted to think these are fake videos, but it's impossible to tell the difference between reality and satire at this point. Because I also sort of think this could be real.
You know what? If I don't get my food stamps, I'm going to Walmart, I'm going to RICO, and I'm going to ride right out the door, and I dare anybody to put their hands on me. I'm going back to stealing, so you better lock your cars. I'm going to take everything in sight.
A lot of these crash out videos are happening. Okay, Lee Zeldin for the win, confirming stratospheric chemical spraying. I'll take this. Shared from Medea Greer. Sulfur dioxide into the sky being sprayed. Health risks are real. What used to be called conspiracy is now called official policy. EPA Chief Lee Zeldin confirms that dangerous chemicals, including sulfur dioxide, are being released into the sky for geoengineering. Health risks are real. Environmental damage guaranteed. This is no longer conspiracy. It's official. Here you go. Take a watch.
Concerned Americans have urgent and important questions about geoengineering and contrails. The American public deserves and expects honesty and transparency from their government when seeking answers.
Yes.
But for years, people who asked questions in good faith were dismissed, even vilified by the media and their own government. That era is over. The Trump EPA is committed to total transparency. As a result, I tasked my team at EPA to compile a list of everything we know about contrails and geoengineering for the purpose of releasing it to you now publicly. In other words, I want you to know everything I know about these topics and without any exception. Instead of simply dismissing these questions and concerns as baseless conspiracies, we're meeting them head on. We did the legwork, looked at the science, consulted agency experts, and pulled in relevant outside information to put these online resources together. Everything we know about contrails to solar geoengineering will be in there. That means anyone who reads through this information will know as much about these topics as I do as EPA administrator. To anyone who's ever looked up to the streaks in the sky and asked, what the heck is going on? Or seen headlines about private actors and even governments looking to blot out the sun in the name of stopping global warming?
We hear this all the time.
We've endeavored to answer all of your questions at the links on your screen. In fact, EPA shares many of the same concerns when it comes to potential threats to human health and the environment, especially from solar geoengineering activities. The enthusiasm for experiments that would pump pollutants into the high atmosphere has set off alarm bells here at the Trump EPA. Prior to now, EPA has never been this proactive to raise awareness about concerns with geoengineering and to stop this activity from being scaled up. This is what it looks like when government actually listens to the will of the people and doesn't try to squash it. You can always trust this administration and this EPA to take your concerns seriously, answer your questions honestly, and carry out the will of voters with integrity.
Thank you. Please stop this immediately. We didn't vote for this.
Concerned Americans have...
Thank you, Lee Zeldin. Ooh, in case you missed it, John Brennan. He's been referred for criminal indictment. This cannot happen fast enough. You must go after the traitors who staged the coup to overthrow our nation. Here's John Brennan, who's been referred for criminal prosecution. TikTok traitor.
Well, when these things happen, I certainly get mad, I get angry. I also get sad that this is the state of our country, the state of our politics these days. The fact that individuals like a Jim Jordan are going to go after somebody. I served nearly 3.5 decades in public service.
Oh, excuse me. This was not serving. This was selling out America.
After somebody. I served nearly 3.5 decades.
Served. What a self-serving phrase. Served. No, you were committing treason. You were an enemy behind the gates. You were a wolf in sheep's clothing. You're a traitorous, treacherous, diabolical, civil rights violating creep who's been infecting government for 3 decades. That's not serving.
It's in public service. A lot involved in counterterrorism in the aftermath of 9/11. They don't care about doing things like this to destroy individuals.
Wow, says the deep state member who did everything possible to destroy President Trump. Is this real life?
Go after me, to hurt me and my family and others.
You know what? You hurt yourself with your own actions of treason, pal.
And so, I'm saddened by what has happened. Sometimes I'm dispirited and disheartened. At the same time, I feel motivated to be able to stand up. And I'm glad that other people are standing up as well. And I see that more and more people are
standing up for treason?
They're starting to realize what Donald Trump is all about. And so I'm hoping that the Republicans in Congress, I know it's a wish that I've had for quite a while, they're really going to draw the line.
And this lady's husband is married to a deep state actor, I believe. I'm sorry, this lady is married to a man who's a deep state actor. I think I said that wrong.
When they look at what's happened against the White House, it's such a vivid depiction and symbolic of what's going on to this country. But the abuse of...
And also, would you look at what's going on to the White House? Yeah, it's called a renovation, you F-wad. I'm well aware.
I know it.
What a man.
It's a wish that I've had for quite a while. They're really going to draw the line. And when they look at what's happened against the White House, it's such a vivid depiction.
What's happened against the White House? It's vivid. What is he talking about?
Happened against the White House.
It's overacting right here. This guy's such a scummy liar.
That I've had for quite a while. They're really going to draw the line. And when they look at what's happened against the White House,
when they look at what's happened against the White House, what a strange phraseology here.
It's a wish that I've had for quite a while. They're really going to draw the line. And when they look at what's happened against the White House, it's such a vivid depiction.
It's such a vivid depiction. It's called a renovation and a modernization, you goofball.
Symbolic of what's going on to this country.
You say diabolical to do a renovation for free?
The depiction and symbolic of what's going on to this
symbolic
country. But
look at that. It's so symbolic. Yeah, it's an upgrade, MFer. It's an upgrade. That's what's happening in the country. A massive upgrade, despite your best efforts to frame an innocent man, to throw him into jail for the rest of his life, if not to explode him in Butler, Pennsylvania. Screw you, John Brennan. Your indictment can't happen fast enough. Brennan, Comey, Clapper, Obama, Clinton, all of you did this to yourselves. Yeah, it is so symbolic. It's called an upgrade.
I know it's a wish that I've had for quite a while. They're really going to draw the line. And when they look at what's happened against the White House, it's such a vivid depiction and symbolic of what's going on to this country. But
it's symbolic with what's going on to the country. He can't even speak properly. He's not making sense how he's phrasing these things. Yeah, it's called an upgrade.
Abuse of...
Oh, no, an upgrade is called abuse. No, what you did was abuse, and you're going to be held accountable for it, punk.
Power.
No, you had abuse of power. You and Obama, Biden.
The desecration of the rule of law.
You desecrated the rule of law, Brennan.
The fact that Donald Trump continues to do these things, why they continue to allow it, I think it's going to hurt the Republicans over in the long term. And just doing this right now to be able to satisfy the whims of Donald Trump, I never thought we would face a situation like this throughout the course.
You never thought you'd get caught.
My career.
Is what you're saying. You never thought you were going to get held to account. We said TikTok, that's the sound of the treason clock. Unreal. Did you hear this video? Here's an anti-ICE protester in Los Angeles issuing a threat to ICE agents. Okay. Do your job, FBI.
Don't forget where you're standing. This is South Central Los Angeles. They are not the only ones with guns in this city. They're not the only ones, and don't forget that. And I don't say that because we're calling for violence. I'm saying that because the people have every right to defend themselves against masked, unidentified gunmen with AR-15s and other military rifles. The people have every right to defend themselves. Don't forget.
It's a bold strategy. What is this? Gunther Eagleman reporting. Muslims are now declaring that Las Vegas is no longer Sin City. They've renamed it Halal City. America needs to wake up to the spread of Islam. It'll end up worse than Europe if we don't stop it now, he says.
This is amazing today. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
You refrain from idle thought with your family, your spouse, your children. They didn't do any of that. And you didn't warn them, you didn't try to fix them. You're also responsible for them as well. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst the khashi'in.
Las Vegas now.
May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst the musallin, the people who establish the prayer.
Okay. There's this scene from a public school in Chicago of a teacher holding the door closed against a deranged student is going viral. Lots of crash outs. Guy's like, oh, I'll take some help. Woman's huge.
Too many weird bitches in school.
It's the state of America. It's just there's no like coaching, teaching, punishment mechanism anywhere. Mary King shows white fast food workers threatened and called racial slurs by two black customers at the drive-thru. Imagine being this loud and being this wrong.
They ain't got no gloves. On the commercials, they be lying.
Fucking misunderstood.
Okay, sir. Well, if you paid $1.28.
Okay, so she made that motherfucking mistake.
Don't I know if give me get here, cause I'm about to slay this motherfucking barbecue sauce on your motherfucking ass, bitch. Fuck ass cracker. Hey.
Casual racism. Isn't that swell?
Fuck ass cracker. Hey. Come here. Wait, let me see my nuggets. Come here. Let me see. Give me the name of the corporate. I want the name of the corporate. I asked you to give me. I asked you to give me the name of the corporate. Give me the name of the corporate. It's where on the receipt.
I just got a special place in my heart for people that are rude to food service workers. And that special place is go to hell. You ever work these jobs? You know, they're kind of tricky. They're kind of tough sometimes. And crashing out on food workers is never cool.
Fuck you, tramp looking bitch. Troll asshole. Huh? Oh my god. Alvin, what the freak? Hey man, get the fuck off, you stupid ass stuff. Fuck you, bitch! I know what the fuck I'm doing. Fuck you!
Is America crashing out entirely? No,
oh my god.
Other people what is it? And these people would record themselves proudly displaying this is how we act in public.
Just come on. Get the shit straight next time, ho. Come on. You tramp bitch.
I don't like people that are mean to animals, and I don't like people that are mean to food service workers. Okay, so what's this here? Kim Katie USA says, unbelievable. Employees of the Max Diaz State Farm on Spalding Avenue and 26th Street in Chicago harbored a fugitive of the law and refused to turn them over after the suspect ran inside. It's time for another boycott, Patriots. I don't know the context here, but what's the video?
See what you guys are causing? You see what you guys are causing?
What you guys are causing. Love the blame game. No, coming here illegally is what caused this. The Democrats caused this. Lots of honking today. I guess America honks. America runs on Duncan. America honks. Andrew Colvett says the Minnesota Supreme Court just ruled that this guy can compete against women. Does that seem fair to you? You would think it's a joke, but it's not. Oh, this is a hilarious clip on MSNBC. Check this one out. MSNBC says the reason Abigail Spanberger is struggling. Well, she wouldn't denounce that was his name Jay Johnson or Jay Jones? Jay. The guy who fantasized about wiping out his political opponent and then taking out his children as well. She wouldn't denounce and was standing up there smug while Winsome Sears. Another lady, by the way, called for her to denounce it and she refused to and smugly just, nope, I'm not doing that. Which, you know, it's condoning it in these terms. She's failing because of why? MSNBC is hilarious.
It really
Jay Jones.
is incredible when you have Abigail Spanberger, Mikey Sherrill, her background, all the different jobs that she has held.
Oh, you mean she had different jobs? Okay.
In the military, and also like Alyssa Slotkin. I mean, my God, these women are incredible. And to them, I would say, fight.
Yeah, look at this character. Well, you got the race hustler, Al Sharpton here. And this is, I mean, this is classic. If you went to a Spirit Halloween store and asked for a liberal costume, you would get extra thick glasses, dyed hair.
Fight, because we need them. Yeah, we need them. And
to fight. What does that even mean?
And Mikey is like, she's doing a ton of interview. You know, when I talked to them, when I was in the car, you know, it was this car, she had gone from interview to talk to, but you know, you still see the anxiety.
Yeah, Cheryl did have a few missteps in her campaign, but she still has, as you say, about a 5 or 6 point lead per polling. Spanberger's lead in Virginia, a little bigger than that. But, you know, both still competitive races here heading into the last couple of weeks. But to Mika, to Molly's point, I mean, this is something that a lot of Democrats are grappling with right now. Is they've nominated women 2 of the last 3 elections for the presidency, lost both. There are some who say, well, we can't do that again. The stakes are too high. But of course, that does fall into the same misogynistic trap.
Other countries have no problem electing women.
Yeah, it's a misogynistic issue. Well, Spanberger is running against a woman, says Ron DeSantis. So
it really is
pretty ridiculous. Whoo, eyebrows. Corey DeAngelis shares this. This mom demanded her child be removed from a teacher's class after the teacher was caught on video celebrating Charlie Kirk's death on Saturday. The school rejected the mom's request and defended the teacher. This is Obsidian Middle School in Canocti Unified School District, allegedly. What is this?
I went back up to the school to demand my child be removed from the class, which they still denied, even though I said, hey, I don't feel safe my child being in this lady's classroom, even more so now because she's receiving a lot of threats. The school has been leaked, yada, 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 yada. Will there be a substitute teacher? I'm not sending my child back to the school until he gets a new class. Or will there be a substitute? Will she continue to teach? They said, why wouldn't she? And you expect me to send my child into a classroom with a lady who's getting threats, whom she told me last week that she does not like my child. And if this was a month ago and she knew how he was, she would have had him removed from his. I went back up to the school to demand my child be removed from the class, which they still denied, even though I said, hey, I don't feel safe my child being in this lady's classroom, even more.
All right. Ooh, okay. Yeah. The left. Oh, the left. Remember when Obama did renovations to put, whoa, geez, Nimbus, hi. He just reached, come here. Come on. He just reached out with his claws and got my leg. I did not know he was here. Come on. You coming up or what? There he is. I got you. Here, let's sit. Okay. Okay, you can sit right here. I believe this is when Obama was putting in a basketball court.
Sounds like they're building another wing to the White House, but we appreciate you keeping your focus.
Happy smile. All at taxpayer expense.
2 years. All of the banging, the jackhammering, the dust, the confusion, the noise of all places to do construction is happening right here, the front lawn of the White House.
It's a 4-year renovation project. Estimated cost, $376 million.
Oh, okay. All smiles and no big deal. Obama's $376 million White House renovation, fully funded by taxpayers, unlike President Trump's $250 to $300 million ballroom that he's paying for by himself. It's going viral as viewers call out Democrat hypocrisy and fake outrage. Mary King is on one today. He says, here's a fat black woman warning white people there's going to be an uptick in violence, robberies, and break-ins if food stamps aren't reactivated immediately. Are these all real videos?
This message is for everybody that's not on food stamps and that is on TikTok laughing and just so happy that people ain't gonna get their food stamps. This message is for y'all. Y'all be like, oh, I got a job. I can pay for my food. Y'all ain't gonna have food stamps. How y'all go eat? Baby, how you think they gonna eat? Off you. Yeah, off you. You know how many homes about to get broken into? You know how many people about to get knocked over the head coming out their job?
Wow.
Or leaving the ATM or the bank?
Wow.
You know how many people about to get set the fuck up? I'm just saying, while you over there laughing, grinning, cheesing, looking like Chester the cat, baby.
Cheshire cat.
They gonna go for y'all first. They coming for y'all first. I'm just saying.
It's a Cheshire cat, not the Chester cat.
Don't laugh at somebody else's pain, baby, because guess what? They gonna make you feel that shit 10 times worse. Just saying.
Yeah, this is a large woman that probably doesn't
be blessed
meals. Threatening violence. Okay. Man, does Obama look terrible. You know, we only have 2 weeks left to pass Prop 50. And when we do, you know, we'll send a message of hope across the country. The change is possible. Si se puede. If we do the work. So whatever I'm promoting, it would probably be in your best interest to do the opposite. You know, if I'm selling it, you know, watch out. Watch your ass.
There's a broader principle at stake that has to do with whether or not our democracy can be manipulated.
It's a republic, and you manipulated all of it, you traitor.
Our democracy can be manipulated by those who are already in power to entrench themselves further, or...
You mean like your deep state that went after all of us normal Americans and President Trump? Huh, you're telling on yourself.
Whether we're going to have a system that allows the people to decide who's going to represent them. And we're going to continue this extraordinary experiment that is about to be 250 years old.
Yeah. You know.
So, as Gavin said, the only way this works, though, is if we have folks on the ground who
gotta have folks
who are doing the work.
You know, gotta do work. You know, on the ground. I gotta work.
You know, we can have terrific leadership. We can have wonderful elected officials who have good ideas and want to move things forward.
You gotta go forward. You know, it's not backward. Progressive. Got to keep going forward, running out of victim groups. You know, because we are an egalitarian society, but I'm always going to push the other. Constant division, divisive tactics. Got to progress. Got to keep going forward. You know,
but none of that will make a difference unless we are able to reach millions of people. And the best way to reach them is through the work that you're doing.
Through that work.
So, I am so appreciative of the time that you're putting in, the effort that you're putting in, the hard work that you're putting in to make sure that Prop 50 passes.
No. So vote against Prop 50. If Obama's selling it, do the opposite. This statement brought to you by Freedom, Common Sense, Reality, and Liberty. There are allegedly heartbreaking images of the Christian genocide in Nigeria. In each coffin are children, fathers, brothers, and friends. They don't interest any Europeans. There's no Greta flotillas for them. There are no media. Shame. Glenn Beck talking about what he saw firsthand in Asheville, North Carolina, how FEMA discriminated against Trump supporters.
Okay, so they say that Donald Trump has weaponized the government. Okay, that he turned the DOJ loose on his enemies, that he has targeted John Bolton and obsessed with James Comey. They've said it a million times over and over again without ever asking, who actually held the trigger here.
Right.
Okay. But for a moment, just for the case of this argument, let's just say all of that was true. Let's say Trump had used the power of the state to punish those two people who had crossed him. Okay, people like Bolton and Comey. Just say, for the sake of argument, that's all true. These are men who sat in the highest rooms of power. They have lawyers, they have money, they have microphones. If that were true, it would be ugly. It would be dangerous. And it would be limited. Because what we just learned from the Department of Homeland Security is something far, far worse. This time the target is not a political rival. It's not a Washington insider. It was you. There's new news that is coming out today, according to the DHS Privacy Office report, which was launched after a bunch of whistleblowers came forward, that now says that FEMA did not mishandle just a few cases. They kept notes. They were making a list. They tracked Americans, their political and religious beliefs during disasters. Not in theory, in black and white. Let me give you some of the quotes. Angry political rant. Sign in yard states I'm a bitter gun owner clinging to my religion. Homeowner had a sign stating this is Trump country. These are not comments, about storm patterns. These are comments about people. And when these people were flooded, they were homeless, they were desperate, and asked for help from the same government that preaches compassion and equity, they got something entirely different. They got silence, delay, and sometimes nothing at all.
This is the weaponization of our political system ushered in by Obama and his third term with Biden.
The DHS report now confirms, quote, FEMA violated the Privacy Act of 1974 by collecting and storing data tied to protected speech. They were checking bumper stickers and writing you down in a book. They logged gun signage 72 times, Trump 15 times, firearms 5 times, Biden twice. The FEMA workers then, and we told you all this, but it was a conspiracy theory. Now it has been proven. FEMA workers skipped homes if you had a MAGA flag or a yard sign. And then they left notes. There was a political flyer, I'm quoting, so I didn't leave a FEMA brochure. Quote, we don't recommend anyone visit this location, end quote.
Uh-huh.
That's not a clerical error here.
No.
That's a blacklist. This is the same agency that airlifts people off of rooftops after hurricanes, that distributes food and shelter.
But they won't help you if you vote for the wrong people. Now, I do understand that maybe they encountered some angry people, but they had every right to, people had every right to be angry. I went down there. We did our documentary, Hurricane Helene, Help on the Way. People had every right. They felt like FEMA was not around. And guess what? They weren't around for a lot of people. And when they did finally encounter someone, yeah, they were angry. Like, what's taking you so long? What are you doing? But it was just another way to weaponize the government against normal Americans who supported MAGA and wanted to get these deep state Democrats the hell out of office.
When nothing else works. And they were told to avoid Americans because who they voted for. Not terrorists, not criminals, citizens. You.
And don't think when you get on a list that you're not going to get targeted, which is exactly why you have to throw the book at Obama, Clinton, Comey, Clapper, Brennan. all the people that violated our civil liberties. It's a civil liberty violation. You think being asked to move to the back of a bus was the worst thing you've ever heard of? Was that the 60s? That was Rosa Parks. We all learned about that. You should never be told to sit at the back of a bus. So what does it mean when you ignore helping 60% of the country who voted Republican? What does that mean when you tell 60% of the country, 60% of those people suffering in North Carolina with Trump yard signs? Don't help those people? Are you kidding me? Yes, John, that is exactly why we need to fight this crap. Marion, he wanted to fundamentally 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America. Exactly.
I will tell you, I have been in disaster after disaster, much of it not of my own creating, but natural disaster all over the world. I've shown up at the hurricanes and the floods and the tornadoes with help. And not once did it even occur to me to ask you, what's your political affiliation? Not once did it even occur to any of us to say, where do you stand on the Second Amendment? Who did you vote for? What do you believe? What church do you go to? Never. Do you believe in God? Never. That is absolutely 100% un-American. Un-American. I read this report. The floods in Florida and the tornadoes in Tennessee and the hurricanes in South Carolina, where people waited for days for aid that never came. And when it did come because of pressure from people like us, survivors, Americans who lost everything, received a $700 check. $700. Meanwhile, billions are being funneled to illegal immigrants, to foreign wars, to bureaucracies studying climate equity. And now we know why. Because they were busy making notes about bumper stickers. I read this morning, and I saw it firsthand, but I couldn't prove it. But I saw it firsthand, and I reported on it at the time. But they could say it was an isolated incident, and I couldn't prove otherwise. We can now. The report is now out. This is as un-American as our withdrawal in Afghanistan. Why was that so offensive? Because we left in humiliation. That's the least of my concerns. We left in humiliation. We betrayed all of our allies, and we left people behind. We never leave people behind. Never. That's one of our highest rules. You don't leave people behind. One of the biggest things about Americans is that we are generous, we are good, we're charitable, we help everybody. We are the world's lifeboat. And now we find out we had a president and an administration that was making a political list, a blacklist, where they would not give aid to Americans who are suffering. You're taking my tax dollars.
It's gross.
And if I happen to be the one that needs aid, I don't get coverage?
The people were so mad about this.
Because of who I voted for? It's the most offensive thing I've heard of our country ever doing on aid. Ever. Can you remember anything like this? Ever? I mean, they say democracy dies in darkness. Yeah, well, why don't you shine a light on some of these things? It doesn't die in darkness. It apparently is dying in databases. The FEMA database quietly flags citizens as politically undesirable. Let me ask you this. What would the media have said or done if Donald Trump had ignored those who lost their homes in California after the ravaging...
Or in Hawaii. Could you imagine?
Fire.
Hawaii,
if he didn't just show up, it would be bad enough, right? But he showed up. He brought his cabinet with him. He brought FEMA. He brought relief. He tried to cut all of the red tape in California. Couldn't get that done. But he was there. Can you imagine if he just hadn't have shown up, which Biden never did? If he hadn't have shown up, worse yet, can you imagine what would be said if you found out that Donald Trump, his FEMA, was making a list and saying they voted for Gavin Newsom, they voted for Joe Biden, no help for them on their house? Can you imagine the outrage? I would be outraged.
Oh, yeah.
I am just as outraged that it happened under the last administration. Why? Why am I outraged? Because it cannot happen. It cannot happen under any administration. You allow this to happen and stand. Good luck, America, on what you have left. Will anything be done? Will anyone go to jail? Will the left be outraged by this? You want to talk about no kings? What is a king other than let that serf die? We don't care about those guys. They aren't for the king.
He's just describing everything that Obama and the deep state Democrats stand for. Punish your political enemies.
You know, Mercury One has already rebuilt homes. We're moving people back into their homes every single day. I know it because I watch Mercury One do it. But not in California. We've tried in California. Gavin Newsom, the Democrats, they're not helping those people. They won't allow any help for those people. Their own voters they don't care about. If you get in the way of this leftist administration, these leftists, you get in the way, it doesn't matter. Ends justify the means. Let them die. You know, they keep warning you about authoritarianism, but here it is. Cloaked in compassion, branded with a FEMA logo. This wasn't rogue, not a rogue agent. This is not a one-off scandal. This was a database. The DHS investigation says political bias was systematic, dating back to at least September 2021. That means that while the administration accused conservatives of conspiracy theories, it was literally compiling lists. And the media went right along with it. And will the media ever tell you this story? When, what was her name, the FEMA administrator, Criswell, testified before Congress in 2021, she said, this was an isolated case. Well, unfortunately, your files tell a different story. It's not isolated. It was national, and it was deliberate. Homeland Security Secretary Christine Noem said, quote, for years, FEMA employees under the Biden administrations intentionally delayed much-needed aid to Americans suffering from natural disasters on purely political grounds. This is not your political enemy. This is your neighbor. That's not mismanagement. That's moral rot. This is not just another Washington scandal. This is a betrayal of the covenant between citizen and state. But they're not going to tell you that. Media won't talk to you about that. The Democrats won't do a damn thing about this. No one on that side will condemn this. But they'll talk to you all day today about how Trump is destroying the White House. Oh my gosh, he's destroying the White House and he's spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a ballroom of his own money.
Seriously.
And other people who are donating. And you know what? They're not donating in secret. It's all listed right there. They don't go through Arabella Advisors or the Tides Foundation. They give it straight, and it's reported straight. So you know who built that building. My gosh. They'll report on the White House today, but they're not going to report on your house, you know, when FEMA didn't show up because you were on their list.
Yeah. Anyway, I still care about that issue. Still care about Hurricane Helene in North Carolina and what they did there. Back to the story. The Minnesota Supreme Court, according to Dustin Grage, says it ruled that the USA powerlifting ban on men competing in women's division is discrimination under the state's Human Rights Act. That's insane. All 7 justices were appointed by Democrats and a majority by Tim Walz. Unreal. We said that we need a nationwide sanity test for judges. It's time to form the U.S. court and force judges to defend their terrible decisions or lose their positions. Enough is enough. Whoopi Goldberg is missing the plot.
So
I love the 3 seconds of generic grumbling noises. She looks like a ram.
So this will also be decided. This is the part that really tickles me. It's going to be decided by some of the same Justice Department lawyers who worked with him on these past cases. So Americans, the question is, are you on board with all of this? This is like a cash grab.
Yeah.
And your taxes are probably going to be paying for that.
She looks like a ram. She did her hair ram style. Okay. But he's saying this is about the ballroom, but this is about $230 million.
That ballroom. I mean, it's kind of kooky.
It is about the ballroom. I'm confused. Because there is something where... What is the Trump $230 million? It's like a payback for the lawfare that the Democrats did. U.S. Department of Justice compensation for federal investigations he faced during his first term in the Biden admin stems from 2 administrative claims filed under the Federal Tort Claims Act in 23 and 24 before the 24 re-election. Claims allege violations of Trump's rights and seek reimbursement for legal fees, reputational damage, and punitive damages. Yeah. Russia investigation claim, the Mueller probe filed in 23, $115 million. Civil rights violations. Of course. It was a hoax that cost tens of millions of dollars in legal defense. Mueller report found no conspiracy, but did not exonerate Trump on obstruction. They're trying to claim that he obstructed a non-crime. It's the most pretzel logic you've ever heard. Also filed in 24, it's a demand of $115 million. $100 million punitive, $15 million compensatory, related to the FBI's 22 Mar-a-Lago raid, and then subsequent charges that were dismissed post-election, accusing the government of privacy violations and weaponization of the justice system. He said he'd donate any payout to charity. Keep it. Your life has been ruined by these Democrats. At least they tried to. There need to be penalties for civil rights violations. Hey, would this make you feel more or less safe if you were in New York listening to Comey Mamdani?
What my opponents are clinging to is the past, because that's all that they know. What I am proposing is something that will address the needs of New Yorkers in the present. We speak and hear from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs who outline how the mental health crisis is one of the major challenges in this city. And yet what we have in our city is asking those same police officers who are being asked to respond to shootings, respond to murders, to also respond to these calls. I trust the dispatchers who would be receiving these calls to make the determination as to whether there was any indication of violence. If there is no indication of a threat of violence, then we would set the mental health experts and providers to respond to those same incidents. The reason I believe in...
If you're being mugged or assaulted or your home's being broken into, you need to wait while they assess if cops should come. Okay. David Santa Carla, here's another one. Look how excited she is thinking about looting, says the comment. I just, are these real posts or skits?
I want to be in the grocery store when they start looting it, because you think that people are going to be hungry? You think that these people not going to get their Thanksgiving? Baby, when they run up in there and start stealing them turkeys, oh, it's going to be like Christmas came early up in this bitch.
This is really what America's turned into.
I want to see the first news story about somebody stealing a turkey, because you know that shit about to go down, and I want to.
What you know should be about to go down is increased security and arrests.
I want to be front row for it, because I'm here for it. Get everything up out of the grocery store. Get it all.
All right. Sophia Laurie says, here's 2 California high school girls who are sitting out of their volleyball game because the male's on the other team. Their coach won't even let them sit with the team and didn't put their name on the roster, so they had to pay to get into the gymnasium. And now moms who support the male to beat up on girls are getting as close as they can to the girls. This is crazy. Cheering over their heads and constantly making comments to egg on the girls. Disgusting. Okay. New York Post reports a charity boss blew $11 million meant for needy kids on mansions, flashy yellow Mercedes for her lover. Missouri charity boss stole $11 million meant for starving and low-income kids, blew it on lavish items. Connie Bobo ran the New Heights Community Resource Center, Bridgeton. Spent $20 million of federally allocated taxpayer money to feed children between February 19, March 22. Oh, really now? She stole $11 million. Oh, she bought 7 properties. That's so super. Including $1 million mansion in St. Charles above. Okay. Wow. And gave her romantic partner $1.4 million. This stuff is so gross. As her lies were discovered, the defendant used forged documents to try to cover up her crimes. 7 properties and $1 million mansion for herself. $212,000 on a gleaming Mercedes-Benz wagon. $212,000 on a G-Wagon. Okay. Okay. Yeah, the Democrats are planning to launch a master ICE tracker on their website. I thought you couldn't use that word according to Democrats.
I shared this with the mayor. Over the course of the next couple of weeks, the Oversight Committee will be launching on their website a master ICE tracker where we're going to be essentially tracking every single instance that we can verify that the community will be able to send us information on. I shared this with the mayor.
Doxing, obstruction. One of Berlin's most known. Hold on. One of Berlin's best-known drag queens under investigation for the distribution and possession of child pornography, says Disclosed TV. I don't know. Big crash out videos. Mother criticized after the video of the daughter's behavior during a disagreement with the teacher.
Aria, can you come here, please?
It's bad teaching too.
Miss T is on the way.
Kid almost knocked itself out. I think it's a her knocked herself out. Yeah, where's the corrective teaching to stop that? Just having an absolute freak out. Okay. State of America. All right. Ian Miles Chong says Japan's new prime minister says she prefers to let the population shrink rather than bring in waves of low-skilled immigrants to offset the decline because the preservation of Japanese society matters more than cheap labor.
You're just
going to have to trust Ian Miles Chong's interpretation here. We're asking, though, who actually got together and decided to flood each sovereign nation with invading military-aged men anyway? Who voted on that? Because it was a wide-ranging story. I mean, this is something that's happened globally. What meeting did it occur in? When did it start? Matt Van Swole says Ronnie Fuel of Charlotte, North Carolina was arrested a mind-boggling 41 previous times and was just arrested again for the murder of a 51-year-old man. Hold on. There we are. We said that we need to normalize keeping violent, crazy monsters off American streets with severe punishments. Americans don't have to live like this. We know. Oh, this is just... Oh, Colin Rugg reporting hundreds of high school students line the hallways of an Alabama hospital to say goodbye to their classmate as she heads into surgery to become an organ donor. 18-year-old Kimber Mills was shot at a party over the weekend in the leg and the head, allegedly by a 27-year-old Stephen Tyler Whitehead after a fight broke out. Mills did not know Whitehead, who has since been charged with her death and 3 counts of attempted. The high school cheerleader was taken off life support Tuesday. Our sweet little baby sister went to be with the Lord at 7:08 last night. She had the biggest gathering for Honor Walk that the doc has ever seen, Mills' sister said. She was and is loved by so many. We miss you, Kimber. This is heartbreaking. To become an organ donor. This is like the last goodbye. Ugh. It's just so pointless. It's so stupid. Like the whole town came out for this.
Okay, can we stop here? We'll stop right here for 1 second. Please join us in a quick prayer.
Heavenly Father, thank you, Lord, for this woman, this young woman, Lord. My sister, I love her so much, Lord.
I don't know. I just wanted that to sink in. That's so... so powerful. You could be on the I-10 in Ontario, California, and get hit by a trucker behind you. You could be at a party and catch a stray from a 27-year-old. It's like every day could be our last. High school cheerleader. Just a sad story. Out of Alabama. Okay. New York Post. Israel shares video of Hamas torturing and executing Palestinians as they beg for relief, and they urge journalists to shine a light on the Hamas atrocities. Elon is saying that having a NASA administrator who knows literally zero about rockets and spacecraft is undermining the American space program and endangering our astronauts. I feel like a prerequisite should be you should know a little bit about rockets and space travel. Seems like. All right, now for our final story of the day and our headlining story. Portland Trail Blazers coach Chauncey Billups has reportedly been arrested by the FBI. Let's dig into what's happening here. This is going to be a massive story.
The show this morning with highlights from the NBA. They had a great night last night. They're waking up this morning in the middle of a nightmare. Breaking news from the league. Portland Trail Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier have been arrested as part of the FBI's investigation into sports betting. Details are still coming in as we speak. You may be following this. Shams has a bunch of it on his Twitter if you're looking at that, and we are collecting and aggregating the information as much as we can, and we'll bring it to you as quickly as we possibly can in a responsible way.
Sports betting investigation.
The situation that we know as far as Rozier, the core of his arrest is a March 2023 game that saw an uptick in Rozier bets coming in on the under. He left that game just 9 minutes in, citing a foot injury. He had previously not been accused of any wrongdoing. This is the same FBI probe that led to Toronto Raptors center Jonte Porter being banned from the league. So once again, we have 2 arrests that we are aware of this morning. We will have the very latest as we continue all morning long. We will follow this and bring you the latest.
Okay, I was hoping you might have a little bit more. Terry Rozier and Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups arrested. Kash Patel will have a news conference. Okay, I didn't see the news conference. Okay. NBA, FBI. Let's get the latest. Oh, here's Kash Patel.
Individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody.
Damon Jones? Oh, no. He used to play on the Cavs.
Individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today. Former, current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing.
Damon Jones played for the Cavs. Where'd that page go? From 05 to 08, and then was an assistant coach to the Cavs in 16 to 18, contributing to the 2016 NBA championship. Oh, man. All right, Damon Jones, all arrested in illegal gambling cases. This is going to get real bad. Are there any other sports leagues that are rigged? All of them? Okay, here's actually a longer report. I want to hear this from Kash.
Good morning. Today we are here in New York to announce a historic arrest across a wide-sweeping criminal enterprise that envelops both the NBA and La Casa Nostra. The men and women up here standing with me represent a small portion of the leadership team that brought profound justice in an era that needed it more than any. I'll just highlight some of the details in the case and the FBI work, and then you'll hear from the others. But as you now know, individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today, former, current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much ongoing. Not only did we crack into the fraud that these perpetrators committed on the grand stage of the NBA, but we also entered and executed a system of justice against La Casa Nostra to include the Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchesi crime families. And you'll hear more about those details today. The charges and the arrests that were taken down across this country range from wire fraud, money laundering, extortion, robbery, illegal gambling. This FBI will leave no room for any perpetrator of crime across this country. You hear a lot about our work of defending the homeland and crushing violent crime. Well, this work is also representative of a colossal portion of the FBI's mandate to keep America safe and to keep our entertainment industry fair and secure. The men and women that are standing up here today worked tireless hours, days, months, and years. And the fraud is mind-boggling. It's not hundreds of dollars. It's not thousands of dollars. It's not tens of thousands of dollars. It's not even millions of dollars. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars in fraud and theft and robbery across a multi-year investigation. And we could not have done it without our interagency partners that are before us today. The NYPD, HSI, and teams of law enforcement officials from around the country made this day possible. It takes a team to bring this kind of justice, sweeping justice, into the halls of the United States courtrooms, where our brave United States attorney has led this prosecution. It takes courageous prosecutors to stand before you and say, we will not allow this kind of illicit activity to happen, not only at the national sporting level, but also where it hides in La Casa Nostra. And when these two collided together, they perpetrated a fraud that is historic in terms of not just money, but the scheme and the deceit that they utilize to steal and swindle people from money, to include crypto fraud. This is an operation that showcases to you that under President Trump's administration, there is no room for any type of criminal behavior, be it on the world's largest stage or in the back rooms of tiny parlors where guard games are being played. We are proud to stand here today with the men and women of the FBI and this legal team. And to the United States Attorney, I just want to thank you personally for taking the time to display the work that the media is about to hear about today in detail. As I said, it does take courageous prosecutors, but it takes a courageous United States Attorney to bring this case, because we are going to take heat for it. But we don't shy away in this administration.
Pardon the pun, the Miami Heat.
We don't say no. What we do is we bring the results across the finish line. We bring them to the public. We bring you accountability. And yes, they will have their day in court, and you will hear the evidence through the court system exclusively. We will not deny anyone of due process. And that's the brilliance of this system. That's the brilliance of this administration. Everyone will be held to account. So with that, I turn it over to United States Attorney Nosell. Thank you.
All right. Michael Jordan, when he saw the FBI is coming to arrest former and current NBA players for illegal gambling. Stephen A. Smith has thoughts on this. Let's take a listen. NBA game rigging mafia linked scandal. Is President Trump's revenge? Huh? Oh, this might be the dumbest take of the day. Dude, this gambling stuff is going to ruin sports. I've not been a fan of this since they've opened up all these betting apps. It's making this stuff easier and easier. Worst take of the day alert potential from Stephen A. Smith.
How many times for one incident after another, have I said Trump is coming. He's coming. I'm going to say it on national television again. Bad Bunny is performing at the Super Bowl, and all of a sudden you hearing ICE is going to be there, looking to engage in mass deportations. The Super Bowl, disrupting things. Big night for the NBA. Wembanyama put on a show. That has now been smeared because we're talking about this story, okay? Remember, Trump has a long, long history connected to the world of sports because he had those casinos. Where do you think folks were coming half the time? I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about the culture. When people want to go to a casino, when people want to gamble, when people want to party, or whatever the case may be. This was his kind of connection to that. Why am I glad you're here, Monica? Because don't be surprised if the WNBA is next on his list. Because when you've got all of these protests that have been going out there and people that have been protesting against him and what have you, this man is coming. He's coming. And I've been saying it for a long time. And to me, this is the latest nugget of evidence that we're talking about right here. That's not to question the legitimacy of the case. We don't know. We're all sitting up here and we're saying that we don't know. But anybody that has been around him, anybody that has talked to him, anybody that has seen his reactions from the sports leagues and the positions that people have taken, they are not surprised at what's going on today. I'm watching a press conference with the director of the FBI. Tell me when we've seen that. We've seen people, we've seen accusations before. We've seen athletes get in trouble with the law before. You don't see the director of the FBI having a press conference. It's not coincidental. It's not an accident. It's a statement. And it's a warning that more is coming. And that's what they're saying here. And everybody better, I'm just telling you, it's as serious as it gets. This ain't the platform for me to get into it the way I'm going to get into it. But I've been saying he's coming. He's coming because in his eyes, folks try to throw him in jail. In his eyes, he's innocent. They try to put me behind bars. I'm getting everybody. He's not playing. And so this, in a lot of people's eyes, talk to people in the NBA, talk to people in the NFL, talk to people in the world of sports.
This is the worst take in sports. Oh, that is a good point. John says, do you do any betting, Stephen? Are you scared? It sort of seems like he's protesting too much. Why would you defend this behavior? This isn't about, he's trying to make this about cash and Trump. This is about rigging games and Costa Nostra. The mob. This isn't about Trump.
They think this is like the tip of the iceberg. These are the kind of words that are coming out of people's mouths.
Yeah. This happened in baseball. 2 of the Cleveland Indians pitchers went down for this year, including the Cleveland Indians all-time saves leader, Emmanuel Clase, the best in the business. He might have been, I think he's going to get a lifetime ban. This isn't about the NBA. This is about sports and sports betting in general. This is going to be a huge story. Stephen A. is way out in left field here.
It's not a surprise. It's very disheartening. It's very concerning. We don't know where this is going to go, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. Everybody's better brace themselves because he's coming.
Oh, this is so stupid. Oh, the boogeyman's coming. No. Once again, what's coming is accountability for criminal actions. That's what's coming. These people with their Trump derangement syndrome, it's the weirdest shit. The person who got mad at me after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Like, okay, yeah, how dare I call out all the vitriol from the teachers? I didn't do that. But then they get mad when you point it out, when you point out the obvious. We've been screaming for years that the NFL is rigging their games to help the Kansas City Chiefs and their golden boys, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Their uncalled helmet-to-helmet hit from Dirty Dan Sorensen probably cost the Cleveland Browns a chance at the AFC Championship game with Baker and Nick Chubb. in 2020. Do you agree, Nimbus? He's just licking his chops and meowing. 30 arrests, 11 states, 1 nationwide takedown. Cosa Nostra. Cheating, corruption, laundering. Oh, this is going to get crazy. Chauncey Billups arrested with an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia. Look, I don't have a problem with playing poker. I don't understand why there's an issue with poker. Oh, people get together and play a game of poker, so what? But this sounds like much more than that. Damon Jones, illegal gambling. Terry Rozier, illegal gambling. Oh, this is hilarious. So they're saying here, well, here, let me point it out when it happens.
Around sports gambling was always something that was completely verboten. It was something that was sort of in the shadows.
Sports gambling was verboten and in the shadows. You're not supposed to talk about it or be about it. There you go. At the bottom, it says ESPN bet $10 to get $100. Everything's about gambling apps. Bottom right of the screen. Do you see that?
It was something that leagues stayed far away from. It was something that networks like ESPN would stay far away from. Those days are obviously long behind us. You hear a lot about legal sports gambling on this show. The Bussin' Boys, obviously sports gambling is a huge part of what you do, so we put those all out there as a preamble because it might be in the back of people's minds, and we acknowledge that this is a different time and place.
And they took it off the screen right there.
However, there is a fine line, not so fine. There is a bold line that obviously has to be drawn.
Oh, that is wild. They are so complicit in this because that's where the money's flowing from. It's like the pharmaceutical companies. That's where the money's flowing from. So the geriatric media companies got an aggressive fruit fly over here that's been dive bombing into my coffee or coming around near it. Sorry about that. Clapping. That's hilarious that they're talking about it and they take it right off the screen.
There is a preamble because it might be in the back of people's minds, and we acknowledge that this is a different time and place. However, there is a fine line, not so fine. There is a bold line that obviously has to be drawn between legal sports gambling when it comes to the public and anything that might infiltrate into locker rooms and into teams. And it is, we all knew it was going to be a complication as this became more around. Sports.
Okay, that's maybe my favorite clip of the day. I'm gonna put that out there. Best clip of the day. At the unhappy hour _. Let's share that. The NBA is very concerned about multiple arrests made as a result of the FBI's sports gambling code. Use code multiple arrests for a 30% profit boost on a 3-leg parlay with DraftKings, the official gambling partner of the NBA. I believe that's a joke. NBA supposedly cleared Terry Rozier of wrongdoing only for the FBI to arrest him 4 months later. Uh-oh. The same NBA, which is directly in league with the sports books? Okay. They're showing clips here of Terry Rozier playing some of the worst basketball you'll ever see. Yes, Nimbus. Manipulating his performance during a game to benefit illegal gambling. I mean, shots that are the biggest air balls, dribbling it off your foot, passing it to nobody, lollygagging. Shots that aren't even remotely close over and over. Now, he could just suck, but he's either undershooting the passes it out of bounds. There's evidence. This is all evidence. Yeah, there's, I mean, just a missed shot's no big deal, but here he goes. He gets a second attempt. Nope. Airball's the second one. Doesn't he get a third attempt here? I thought I saw one where he got a third attempt. So the NBA requested an investigation into Russell Westbrook, but the FBI declined. What is that about? Maybe Terry didn't just become a horrifically bad NBA player for no reason. Oh, Chauncey Billups, a day before getting arrested by the FBI, says this. You can't make this up.
No, you know, I don't, that pressure thing is nothing to me, man. I do the best I can and let the chips fall where they may. You know that about me by now, quick.
Oh, yeah, we do know that about you right now. Letting the chips fall. That's a great gambling reference. Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups was used by the Italian mafia to attract poker players who would then play rigged games with X-ray technology. Oh, my God. Yeah, they're calling out Stephen A. Smith for his ridiculous take here. Yeah, I love the people that said for 10 plus years sports are not fixed. Yeah, they are. We've all known it. And it's a shame. It's ruining the sport. So there we have it. That's breaking news, and we're going to follow it. We'll bring back more of this information tomorrow. More updates tomorrow. Quick reminder that we do have Rumble rants and Super Chats. If anybody wants to toss something in the collection plate, always appreciated. Isn't that right, Mr. Nimbus? Yes, it is. Helps me buy his cat food and his cat medicine. John saying, lots of people are going to be in deep crap. I think so. Just look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Look at the numbers. And maybe we'll bring that up on today's episode of Strictly Football. 6 p.m. Eastern is when we're doing that. Jim Mitchell, Mike Barra, myself. I think Israel Robinson might be out for this one. 6 p.m. Eastern. But Mike has brought up on multiple occasions that when you look at the data on how many roughing the passer penalties you've had, the phantom holding calls, the call, Kansas City Chiefs go and have an entire game that don't have a single penalty called on them. It's like you don't have that happen. But they do find a way to make that happen. For every other team, you know, they get penalty calls on them, but you can't with the Chiefs because you got to make sure the Chiefs have every and sometimes you can't just give a team a win. You can just help them every way imaginable. And it's been that way with the Chiefs since their golden boy, Patrick Mahomes, came into the league, it seems like. Kenneth sends, what is this? My brain is having a moment. This is a super chat that says a Rumble can't. No, it's a Rumble rant, not a Rumble can't. But thank you for that. That is friggin' fantastic. Literally, though, I did just go to Target yesterday and drop $110, and I probably spent $15 on me. What did I even get for me? I got, oh no, I guess maybe 20. I got emergency. I got some dish soap. And then it was cat food, cat food, cat food. Did I get anything else? Cat food, cat food, cat food. Yeah, I mean, 70% of my bill was for the cats. So the cats appreciate the Rumble rant. The Rumble can't. The super chat. Thank you so much. Kenneth, you're a superstar. Appreciate you. But yeah, we'll be back talking football today. And I will try. I think I'll bring it up with Mike Barra because we've talked about gambling in football. The Jim Mitchell segments are about betting the lines and betting trends, based on the last X amount of times these teams played. What did we learn? What are some good betting trends? So a portion of the show is about betting. So I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up today. And we'll talk about it in the world of football. Yes, Nimbus, you want more salmon? I think he wants some more salmon. Okay. We'll go double check if my buddy needs some more salmon. But thank you all for being here. We'll dump the news out on the table tomorrow and see what pops up. All right. See you at 6 o'clock. If you're around, if you're hanging out, jump in. We'll talk about football this evening at 6 o'clock. So until then, I appreciate you. I love you, and we'll talk to you again soon. Ooh, I love salmon too. And I by the way, I just put some defrosted salmon into the freezer, from the freezer into the fridge to cook either tonight or maybe it'll take till tomorrow. Although, unfortunately, you go for wild caught salmon. I guess that's the one you're supposed to get. Okay. And then on the back, it says color added. I don't want color added. I don't want any extra ingredients. It is so hard to just buy food. Can't we just make a sticker for food that's just food products? And if you had any of the other crazy bullshit, can you call it food tangential, food type product? It's like, oh, I did the right thing. I got farm raised. Or no, I didn't get farm raised. I got wild caught. And it says color added. I've been telling President Trump for a long time that we have to get a good grip on the petroleum-based food dyes. Get them out of our food, out of our grocery stores completely. Petroleum-based food dyes have been linked to all sorts of problems. So yeah, just food. Here's a label. Just food. Oh, good. I'd like to get food that's just food. Oh, that has canola oil? I don't want it. Soybean oil? Don't want it. Oh, it has artificial petroleum-based food dyes. Walmart is now going to be eliminating these within the next 2 years. Yeah, just call it bullshit food with added colors. I'm going to finish it because I do need to go through the freezer and rotate the stuff that's been in there for a while. Oh, it's time. It's time. I've had food in there for several years. I'm sure you've had food in your freezer for several years. And it's still good, right? At least I hope it's still good. Anyway, salmon for him. Turkey for you. Turkey for me. Let's eat the turkey in a big brown tree. What's that from? Question of the day. Type it in the comments. I know. Marion, eliminate the food dyes now. Why are they waiting 2 years? I think it's suppliers have to cycle through. They got to I don't know. I don't know why it has to take so long either. I don't know why anything takes so long. Just do it. I get it to a certain degree, but on the other hand, just do it. All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll be back 6 o'clock, Strictly Football. I appreciate you. I love you. And if I miss you on Strictly Football, we'll catch you tomorrow on the TNAM Daily Show here on the New American Media. Talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.